Chapter 1551. After practicing for so long, his strength has not changed at all. When will he be able to cultivate to Marquis Wu and marry Xiaoru? David was staring at Zhao Chuang's lower abdomen. In Zhao Chuang's dantian, the energy that had been condensed had already undergone qualitative changes, but Zhao Chuang's strength could not be seen to increase. Don't worry, I believe you will soon reach Marquis Wu. David comforted Zhao Chuang, although David didn't know why Zhao Chuang's strength did not increase, but he was sure that as long as he found the crux of the problem, Zhao Chuang's energy in his dantian would definitely make his strength grow by leaps and bounds. David, Humatzi, and Zhao Chuang walked towards the nearest temple. At the same time, in the mansion in the forbidden area of the palace, Huli Daxian looked at the sky with a solemn expression. With such terrifying spiritual power fluctuations, are there still masters breaking through on Penglai Island? Huli Daxian murmured to himself. Soon, Du Zidong was ordered to rush over, and after seeing Huli Daxian, he fell to his knees. Huli Daxian, I don't know if you are looking for me, what's the matter? Du Zidong asked. Let me ask you, has the youth of the nascent soul realm you mentioned left Penglai Island? Huli Daxian asked. No, he has been on Penglai Island, but he has never left the house. He should have been cultivating. Du Zidong replied. Hearing this, Huli Daxian was silent for a moment. Send someone to take a look immediately, this young man may have broken through again, and his realm is not low. When you find out the news, come to me directly. Understood. Du Zidong nodded and left. Huli Daxian is still looking at the sky, his face is full of worry. Master, when will you be resurrected? I always have a bad feeling. Huli Daxian murmured. Penglai Island, inside a temple. Every day here, people come here to offer incense and kowtow, and the people who come here are all very pious and respect the stone statue in front of them. David looked at the people who came in and went out, and there was nothing unusual. Although these people were immortal cultivators, they all lived the life of ordinary people, as if they didn't know they were immortal cultivators at all, and no one was obsessed with cultivating to become immortals. The robustness of the body and the increase in lifespan have already made these people ecstatic, and no one has ever thought of longevity. Come on, let's go in and see. David walked into the temple first. Looking at the stone statue in front of me, it is very ordinary, and there is nothing special about it, and the stone statue is a little black because it has been smoked for many years. David instantly exuded divine consciousness, and then divine consciousness covered the stone statue, trying to find out if the stone statue was weird. However, under investigation, it was found that the stone statue was carved from ordinary stone, and nothing was found, which made David feel very puzzled. Brother, let me ask, why do you keep kneeling and worshipping this ordinary stone statue? Who is this stone statue? David stopped a middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man glanced at David, and then said, This is the god in Penglai Island. It is said that this Penglai Island was built by this person. Of course, we have to thank others for the benefits of Penglai Island. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he ignored David and went straight to kneel and worship the stone statue. At this moment, several guards in armor came, all of them were fierce, and they surrounded David and the others. The leader among them was a young man with a folding fan in his hand and dressed in satin, but even though he was young, his aura was not weak. David took a look at this person, just like the image of a playboy in the TV series. It is estimated that he will not survive 2 episodes. Who are you? Why don't you worship when you enter the temple? Dare to use your spiritual sense to probe? The young man glanced at David and the others, and then shouted angrily. Only then did David know that it was he who had just released his divine sense and provoked these people. Chapter 1552. I'm sorry, we just came from outside and don't know the rules. Seeing this, Humatzi hurried forward and explained to the young man. From outside? After the young man looked at David and the others again, he said indifferently, Since I don't understand the rules, I won't bother with you anymore, go and bow down. Humatzi nodded again and again, okay. On the other hand, Zhao Chuang, looking at the arrogant appearance of the young man, has long been unhappy. Seeing Humatzi's submissive performance, he feels very embarrassed. How to say, Zhao Chuang used to be a dude, a rich and powerful son, he can't stand this anger. You ask us to kneel, and we'll kneel. A broken stone man, what the hell is there to worship? Zhao Chuang asked the young man. Zhao Chuang's words instantly aroused the anger of the young people, and the guards in armor directly surrounded Zhao Chuang. Bold, dare to be rude to the prince, court death. With that said, the machete in the hand of a guard slashed towards Zhao Chuang at once. Zhao Chuang showed disdain on his face. The strength of these guards was simply no match for him, so Zhao Chuang was not afraid. He reached out and grabbed the machete, then kicked it out. The guard was instantly kicked to the ground, and the other guards rushed towards Zhao Chuang. Okay, don't fight. Hu Matsi stepped forward, and the breath on his body exploded, instantly making those guards feel the pressure and couldn't take a step forward. Feeling the breath of Hu Matsi, it was obvious that the young man's face changed, and then his brows wrinkled, looking at Hu Matsi in surprise. Go back. The young man spoke, and the guards all retreated. We're going to kneel here, we're going to kneel down here. Hu Matsi nodded to the young man again and again, and then pulled Zhao Chuang and David to kneel and worship. Don't make trouble here, otherwise how can we investigate the secrets here? Hu Matsi whispered to David. Zhao Chuang was still a little dissatisfied, but David said, Zhao Chuang, listen to Master Hu. Seeing David speak, Zhao Chuang didn't dare to say anything. The three walked into the temple, and then knelt down and worshipped. When they knelt down and bowed, a faint white light radiated from them, and was immediately absorbed by the stone statue. Neither Zhao Chuang nor Hu Matsi felt anything different, but David suddenly frowned, and then stared straight at the stone statue in front of him. At the moment when he just knelt down and worshipped, David felt a trace of spiritual power inexplicably being sucked away from his body, and then entered the stone statue. This stone statue is weird. David said in a low voice. What's weird? Didn't you probe it? Hu Matsi asked strangely. I just checked my consciousness, but I didn't find it out. I need to check it again. David said, then got up and walked towards the stone statue, and placed his palm gently on the stone statue. David's scene instantly shocked the others around him. Bold, how dare you touch the gods with your hands, it's too presumptuous. Come back, you are courting death. Kill him. When the people around saw David's actions, they all became angry. And the young people outside heard the shout and rushed in quickly. When he saw that David actually touched the stone statue with his hand, he suddenly became extremely angry. Let go, you are courting death. The young man instantly burst out with terrifying killing intent. However, the young man did not act on David, fearing that he would act here and damage the statue. But David didn't seem to hear it, he ignored the young man at all, but the strength in his hand increased, and cracks appeared in the stone statue in an instant, and then it shattered in an instant. Chapter 1553. At the moment when the stone statue collapsed, the power of a magic circle dissipated instantly. David muttered to himself, sure enough, there is a formation, it seems that my guess is good. Seeing that David actually destroyed the stone statue, the anger of the young people is even more intense. Court death. The young man slapped David with a palm. At the same time, several guards rushed forward with machetes in hand. Seeing this, Zhao Chuang stepped forward and stopped several guards, while Hu Matsi frowned and waved at random, and all the guards were knocked out. And the young man had already arrived in front of David, and immediately slapped David's chest with a slap in the face. Boom! After a muffled sound, David's body didn't move at all, and he was still thinking, but the young man was shocked by the force of the shock. This scene made the young man's face change greatly, and he looked at David in shock. David, what are you thinking? Why did you destroy this stone statue? How can we investigate the secrets here? Hu Matsi asked David, puzzled. How many temples like this are there in total? David did not answer Hu Matsi, but asked Hu Matsi. Hu Matsi was stunned and said, I don't know very well, but there are at least hundreds of them. David's eyes narrowed slightly, I seem to know something. With that said, David walked out, and Hu Matsi heard a haze, but he followed behind. At this moment, outside the temple, Zhao Chuang was confronting the young man. At this time, dozens of guards had already arrived and surrounded the place. David just glanced at these people, didn't pay any attention to them at all, and continued to walk out. "Humph, the stone statue is damaged, and you still want to leave, it's impossible. Next, I want to let you know the power of the gods," the young man said, and began to mutter something in his mouth. God punishment. The crown prince used God punishment. This person deserves it. If he dares to destroy the stone statue of the gods, he deserves to die. God's punishment comes, no one can live. All the people around were talking in shock, and then hid away. The young people recited the technique, and soon above David's head, a ray of light appeared. The ray of light was like a pillar, and it was extremely dazzling. Hu Mazi's eyes suddenly widened, with a look of surprise on his face. Ancient technique? How come there are still people who know this technique? Hu Mazi was shocked, his eyes almost popped out. What ancient magic? David still didn't understand why Hu Mazi was so shocked. After all, in terms of spells, Hu Mazi is much more professional. Let's go, get out of here. Hu Mazi didn't have time to explain, so he pulled David and wanted to leave. However, black chains suddenly appeared under David's feet, instantly binding David. Immediately after the beam of light above his head, it fell from the sky and bombarded David in an instant. Boom! There was a loud noise, the dust flew up, and the whole ground began to shake. Hu Mazi and Zhao Chuang on the side were also knocked out by the huge force. Seeing this scene, the corner of the young man's mouth raised slightly. At the same time, in the forbidden area of the palace, Huli Daxian stared at the stone statue more than 10 meters high in front of him. Looking at the incomplete piece of the stone statue, his eyes were full of anger. Since someone dares to damage the stone statue, it's just damn. Then Huli Daxian held a scepter in his hand, and a white gem on the scepter radiated light, and the light shot up into the sky. It turned out that the so-called divine punishment was not the magic technique that the young man cast. What he recited was not a divine punishment spell, just some ordinary psychic spells. As long as he chanted the spell, the Huli Great Immortal could sense it. Afterwards, the Great Immortal Huli was using a spell, and the divine punishment came directly. Chapter 1554. Such an approach not only made everyone on Penglai Island believe in gods, but even those high-level officials in the palace were convinced. Obviously, the young man did not know that this formation was not performed by him. God's punishment comes, no one can survive, this is the end of blasphemy and damage to the statue. The young man spoke to the people around him in a high-spirited tone. Obviously, the people around were also frightened enough, and all nodded desperately, but none of them dared to blaspheme the statue. Hu Mazi and Zhao Chuang were shaken and dizzy, and got up slowly. Looking at the smoke and dust in front of them, neither of them knew what happened to David. Who said that no one will survive under God's punishment? At this time, in the dust, David's figure slowly walked out. This time, the young man was dumbfounded for a moment, and the eyes of the people around were widened, their faces were incredible. The gods in their hearts, David was afraid that they would be broken at this moment. David could not see any scars on his body, and even his clothes were intact. At the moment when the divine punishment came, David had already activated his indestructible golden body. How is this possible? How is it possible? The young man was dumbfounded and looked at David in disbelief. Who the hell are you? It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that I want to know who you are. Why do you want to absorb other people's spiritual power? No wonder the people here can't improve their strength. And the rich spiritual energy here is definitely not a natural formation, right? There must be hands and feet in this spiritual energy. David walked towards the young man step by step and asked with sharp eyes. The young man stepped back step by step, and David asked him for a long time. In fact, he didn't know what David said. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand at all. The young man stepped back, and then his face turned cold. Give it all to me, grab these people. The young man ordered that dozens of guards rushed up and charged towards David and Hu Mazi. David instantly burst into coercion. Before dozens of guards could reach him, they were directly pressed to the ground by this coercion, unable to even move. The young man suddenly took out a jet-black dagger and stabbed it towards David. God's punishment can't hurt you, let me see if this ancient divine weapon can hurt you. The young man's face turned fierce, and he pinned all his hopes on the jet-black dagger in his hand. Clang! With a crisp sound, the dagger stabbed David fiercely, but it failed to hurt David. A sneer appeared on David's face, and then he grabbed the jet-black dagger. What ancient magic weapon, a deceiving thing. With that said, David exerted a little force, and the jet-black dagger shattered instantly. The young man was stupid, he stepped back again, and finally sat on the ground. Feeling the terrifying coercion on David's body, cold sweat broke out on the young man's forehead. David walked towards the young man step by step, then looked down at him. What do you want? I'm the crown prince of the palace, and my father is Duziding. You can't kill me, otherwise my father won't let you go. The young man was cowardly and moved out of his father. Duziding? David sneered at the corner of his mouth, I still have a headache. If I asked you just now, answer me honestly. I don't know, I don't even know what you asked. The young man shook his head desperately. I don't know. David's face turned cold, and the coercive force on his body became a little more arrogant. The young man instantly knelt in front of David and kept kowtowing. Brother, I really don't know, I really don't know. Young people are scared. Looking at the prince of the court, kowtowing in front of David, the expressions of the people around him changed, and there was an indescribable feeling in my heart. Chapter 1555. It looks like he really doesn't know. At this time, Humatsi came over and said to David. David also saw it, this prince of the palace doesn't know anything. What's wrong with the crown prince? I don't know what to ask. David cursed, but the young man didn't dare to fart. However, Humatsi asked the young man, I ask you, who taught you your ancient techniques? Yes. The young man was hesitant, and it seemed that he didn't want to say anything. Humatsi slapped it up with a slap, instantly making the young man's face red and swollen. David was taken aback by Humatsi's actions. Just now, Humatsi had a calm attitude, nodding and bowing to the young man, but now he doesn't agree and hits people. Master Hu, what are you doing? David asked in confusion. Anyway, it's like this, and I can't hide it anymore, why are you still accustomed to him? Humatsi explained. After David heard this, he was speechless for a while. Yes, I can't get used to him. After Zhao Chuang finished speaking, he also rushed over, raised his foot and kicked the young man. But before Zhao Chuang's foot fell, the young man immediately shouted, I said, this magic spell was taught to me by my father, there are only a few people in Penglai Island who understand this kind of divine punishment. Sorcery. Go, take me to your father. Humatsi picked up the young man immediately. Master Hu, are you planning to break into the palace? David asked. Anyway, we can't investigate secretly. Just ask that Duziding directly. He's not your opponent anyway. Humatsi smiled at David. Seeing this, David could only smile and follow along. Boy, let me tell you, don't play tricks, your father is only a peak Jindan strength, my little brother is in the nascent soul realm. Humatsi carried the young man, then pointed to David and said. The young man looked at David with an unbelievable expression in his eyes. He didn't quite believe that David's age could actually be nascent soul realm. Seeing that David didn't believe him, the aura from his body unreservedly exuded. Just now, David only used half of his strength, or just coercion would cause these people to collapse and die. Feeling David's breath again, the young man's eyes were full of horror. Then he said tremblingly, are you really nascent soul realm? How can this be fake? Can't you feel the breath yourself? David smiled coldly. I feel it, I was offended just now, I hope you don't take it offense, I will definitely cooperate with you, you can do whatever you want, gold and silver jewelry, rare beauties, our court has them. The young man said hurriedly. We're not robbers, What do we want from you, and a rare beauty, because you are still a cultivator, and we want gold and silver jewelry. What's the use of a rare beauty? Humatsi gave the young man a slap on the back of the head. Master's lesson is right, there are pharmacists in our court who can give you some medicinal herbs. The young man was slapped. Not only was he not angry, but he said with a smile to please. Hearing the pharmacist, David was instantly interested. He wanted to see what level the pharmacist here was. After all, David was only in the Medicine God Valley. He had seen Elder Sue and the others refining medicine, but he had never seen anyone else refining medicine. A few people walked and chatted. David and the others also had a deep understanding of young people. This guy's name is Du Nan, the only son of Du Zedong. Although it is a bit playful and exaggerated, it is not bad, and it does not bully the ordinary residents of Penglai Island. It was this name that made David speechless for a long time. I feel that the person who named these two men has a feud with the Du family. Chapter 1556. Inside the palace. Du Zedong was resting, but the first elder hurried in. King Du, it's not good, someone reported that the prince was taken away. The elder said anxiously. Du Zedong's body that was lying down suddenly stood up. Who? Who dares to arrest my son? Du Zedong asked angrily. I heard that there are a few foreigners who just came to our Penglai Island not long ago. The elder said. Come on, call me a team, and dare to touch my son on Penglai Island. I'm really tired of living. Du Zedong was full of murderous aura. You must know that their Du family has absolute authority on Penglai Island. Who would dare to touch the Du family? Soon, Du Zedong gathered hundreds of people and headed out of the palace in a mighty manner. At this time, Du Nan also brought David and the others to the palace. Several people were talking and laughing, obviously familiar with a lot. This is my home. Du Nan pointed to the palace in front of him. Damn it, it's too imposing. After Zhao Chuang saw it, he couldn't help sighing. Originally, he thought that his family's Wuying villa was quite good, but when he saw this palace and his own house, it was like rubbish. I saw that the palace was built with a very special method, and it obviously has a history of many years. Every brick and stone in the construction of the palace seems to be directly polished by humans. David's consciousness spread out and instantly covered the city wall of the palace. He wanted to see if such a magnificent palace was protected by a formation. But after investigating for a long time, there was no response from the palace, which means that the palace was not protected by a formation, which made David feel a little strange. In the world of immortality on Penglai Island, such an important place, logically speaking, should have a defensive formation. Du Nan, how many years has your palace been built? David asked Du Nan. Du Nan shook his head. I don't know, I heard from my dad, when our Du family came to Penglai Island, there was this palace. Isn't it your house? Zhao Chuang asked in surprise. Du Nan shook his head. No, according to the genealogy, our Du family has only come to Penglai Island for more than 400 years. This palace has existed for more than 1,000 years. How could it be built by our family? Okay, let's go in and have a look. David took the lead and walked towards the palace. Since the Du family was not the original owner here, there must be a lot of secrets hidden here. When David and the others just took 2 steps forward, they saw hundreds of people walking out of the palace, each of them wearing armor, very mighty. One of the leaders was covered in golden armor, with a majestic spear in his hand. Why did my dad come out? Du Nan murmured when he saw the person in the front covered in golden armor. Before Du Nan could speak, Du Zedong came to David and the others angrily. Bold madman, dare to arrest my son, let me go. Or you will die without a burial. Du Zedong roared angrily, his aura undisguisedly burst out. And the great elder beside Du Zedong saw David, his expression changed instantly. Is it you? You know them? Du Zedong asked the great elder. King Du, this person is what I told you, the guy who has reached the nascent soul realm at a young age. The elder pointed to David and said. Hearing what the first elder said, Du Zedong's face instantly became extremely ugly. The opponent is nascent soul realm, and he is only the peak of Jin Dan, and he is not an opponent at all. Dad, you made a mistake. They didn't arrest me. It's not good for me. It's just a misunderstanding. Let's talk about it after you go in. Du Nan hurried forward and explained to Du Zidong. Chapter 1557. Seeing this, Du Zidong saw that his son was fine, so he put down his guard and waved his hand. Let's go in and talk. Du Zidong was also unwilling to follow a master of the nascent soul realm as his enemy. It would be the best if it could be turned into jade and silk. Soon, everyone came to the palace, and Du Zidong sent people to prepare a lot of rich items to entertain David and them. However, it can be seen that Du Zidong is still a little wary in his politeness to David and the others. After all, David and the others suddenly came to Penglai Island, and Du Zidong didn't know their intentions. And now people like Du Zidong don't know David's true identity. If they know that he is David who killed Duda, I don't know if they will be so polite to David. I don't know if you came to Penglai Island for fun or something else. Du Zidong asked David and the others. King Du, we are just curious, come and take a look. David said. Curious? What's so curious about? Du Zidong didn't understand what David was curious about. King Du, since you asked, then I'll tell the truth, your Penglai Island is full of spiritual energy, and it is an excellent place for cultivation. The people on the island should be powerful, but why are you people on Penglai Island? The highest is the peak of Jindan. David asked bluntly. Although David knew some of the secrets, he still wanted to get confirmation from Du Zidong's mouth. When Du Zidong heard this, he sighed helplessly. In fact, we have already known about this problem you mentioned, but I don't know the reason, but even if we can only cultivate to the peak of Jindan, we are all satisfied. Already. You should know that many of the immortal cultivators on Penglai Island are just ordinary people. In their eyes, there is no distinction between realms. They only know that there is no disease or disaster, and a peaceful life is good. And all the people on Penglai Island can live to be more than 100 years old, which is incomparable outside. As for why you can't continue to cultivate to a higher realm, no one will investigate it. Maybe there is some kind of suppression here. After listening to Du Zidong's explanation, David was stunned for a while. He did not expect that Du Zidong, this guy, has no desire for strength at all. It seems that when he reaches the peak of Jindan, he is already very satisfied. Looking at Du Zidong's expression, David wasn't sure if Du Zidong lied to him. So he closed his eyes slightly, and an extremely terrifying divine consciousness suddenly radiated out overwhelmingly. With the improvement of David's realm, David's consciousness has also skyrocketed a lot. The scene was very afraid that the range covered by divine consciousness was much wider. David's consciousness was scattered throughout the palace, trying to find out what secrets were in the palace. Du Zidong didn't stop David when he saw David exuding his consciousness. Soon, David took back his consciousness, and there was no expression on his face, as if he had found nothing. Dad, they accidentally broke a god statue, you remember to ask the gods for sin and forgive them. At this time, Du Nan spoke out about David breaking the stone statue. However, he did not say that David broke it on purpose, but said that he was not careful, and it could be seen that Du Nan also wanted to help David and the others. What? Broken the idol? Du Zidong's expression changed instantly. When David saw this, he opened his mouth and said, King Du, I accidentally broke a stone statue. I will pay you one. King Du is so surprised. Is there any secret in the stone statue? Du Zidong quickly regained his expression, shook his head and said, there's no secret, it's just to create a belief for everyone. After 2 days, let the craftsman carve one. It's getting late now, so you can stay here. After Du Zidong finished speaking, he looked at Du Nan and said, Nanner, take a few of them to find a room to rest. Chapter 1558. Seeing this, David didn't say much, but got up and cupped his hands, ready to leave with Du Nan. Wait a minute. Just as David was about to leave, Du Zidong suddenly shouted, this little brother, dare to ask your honorable name? After talking for a long time, Du Zidong still doesn't know what David's name is. David. David said his name lightly. When David said his name, the atmosphere instantly became awkward on the spot. Du Zidong's complexion also changed instantly again, including that Du Nan, his eyes on David also changed several times. After a while, Du Ziding said, "Do you know Duda?" David nodded, "I know, he was killed by me." Seeing David admit it, Du Ziding took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. After a moment of silence again, Du Ziding continued to speak. "Duda is my elder brother, his desire was too strong, and he ended up taking his own life. I also understand a little about you and my elder brother, everything is his own fault, I listened to the nonsense of Zhu Zishan." David was quite surprised by Duda's words. He originally thought that Du Ziding would turn his face on the spot and fight with him, but he didn't think that Du Ziding would say such a thing. In this way, David didn't know what to say. "Mr. Chen, let's go." In this awkward atmosphere, Du Nan took David and others away. Although there was no change in Du Nan's face, it was obvious that he spoke a lot less. "Just live here, someone will take care of you." After Du Nan found a room for David and the others, he turned around and left. After Du Nan left, Hu Matsi looked at David, "Didn't you just make up a name?" "I did it on purpose," David said. "Intentionally? Did you intentionally let them know that you were the one who killed Duda?" Hu Matsi was very puzzled. Why did David do this? "Yes, I just want to see their performance." That Du Ziding hides too deeply, and he doesn't say a word of truth. David's eyes narrowed slightly. Although Du Ziding's strength is not high, but in this conversation, David knew that Du Ziding's heart is really strong. In the conversation just now, no one could tell the truth of what he said. "Then you use your divine sense to investigate, is there any secret in this palace?" Hu Matsi asked hurriedly. David nodded, "Yes, at the end of this palace, my consciousness was blocked, as if it was cut off by something out of thin air, indicating that there must be some secrets hidden there. And I found that the stone statues that were kneeling and worshipping were all applied with formations, which could absorb spiritual power from others. Although it is weak, it can also add up. This kind of ability is definitely not something that Du Ziding can achieve. Behind Du Ziding, there must be someone controlling everything here. That Du Ziding, or even the entire Du family, is just a puppet." David analyzed it carefully. "Then let's sneak a look at it at night." As soon as Hu Matsi heard it, he was excited. David nodded, "That's what I mean. I'm going too." When Zhao Chuang heard this, he also wanted to join in the fun. "Don't go, if your strength is discovered, there is no way to run." David rejected Zhao Chuang directly. Soon, the moon was dark and the wind was high, and the two figures quickly walked towards the end of the palace. These two figures are David and Hu Matsi. Dodging all the sentries, the two reached the end and were blocked by a wall. "Why is there no way?" Hu Matsi was surprised. "There's no way, there must be something here." After David finished speaking, he searched carefully. Chapter 1559. Hu Matsi couldn't help laughing when he saw David bending over to look carefully. David was stunned, then looked at Hu Matsi. "Master Hu, what are you laughing at?" "I laugh at you looking for an agency like this, but you can't find it at dawn," Hu Matsi said. "How to find it?" David asked. "You forgot what I do. What are you doing in front of me?" As Hu Matsi said, he took out a spell, and then chanted words in his mouth, and the spell suddenly glowed light green. This ray of light began to sweep, and soon in a hidden place, a light spot was flickering. "This is the organ." Seeing this, Hu Matsi stepped forward and prepared to press the mechanism. But he was stopped by David. David shook his head, and then listened carefully. Then he glanced at Hu Matsi, and Hu Matsi understood it, and slowly pressed the button. Soon, the wall in front of them began to recede to both sides, and another scene was exposed in the vision of the two. The moment the organ was opened, David and Hu Matsi rushed in, then shot at the guards on both sides, knocking them unconscious. Before the two guards could see who was coming, their eyes darkened and they fainted. David and Hu Matsi looked at the peach blossom-like scene in front of them in a mansion not far away, and they were a little excited. It seems that this is the hub of the entire Penglai Island. The person who controls Penglai Island must live here. The two walked cautiously towards the mansion. But soon, one after another taboo blocked the way of the two in an instant. What a powerful forbidden power. Humatzi's face is full of surprise. David frowned slightly and put his hand gently in front of him, only to feel that something was touched on his hand, which was very hard and could not penetrate. David slowly activated his spiritual power, trying to destroy the taboo in front of him. He didn't dare to burst his breath directly, that would be instantly discovered. But just as David's spiritual power was activated, a tremendous anti-shock force struck in an instant, and David's body flew upside down. "Are you okay?" Humatzi looked at David and asked. David shook his head. "It's okay, this taboo formation has some meaning." David said. A faint golden light wrapped around his palm, and then pressed hard on the forbidden power in front of him. Rumbling. Suddenly, there was a huge roar, followed by a burst of shaking. This kind of movement shocked both David and Humatzi. "Damn, this taboo formation has an alarm, and if it is forcibly broken, it will be activated, let's go." Humatzi stepped forward and grabbed David. Seeing this, David also knew that it was impossible to continue the investigation, so he followed Humatzi and ran away. This huge roar suddenly awakened many guards. Even the tiger power immortal in the mansion suddenly woke up. Du Zidong came in a hurry. When he opened the door and saw the two guards who had been knocked out, Du Zidong's face was very ugly. At this time, in the mansion, a terrifying aura was constantly radiating out. Feeling this terrifying breath, Du Zidong's body was shaking. Du Zidong bit his head and walked slowly towards the mansion. He didn't know what he was going to face next. It is a great sin to be secretly intruded into a forbidden area. Passing through the forbidden power, Du Zidong knelt on the ground with a thud, and even crawled towards the mansion. Du Zidong's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he began to regret it. He regretted letting David and the others stay in the palace. He never thought that David and the others would discover the forbidden area, and they dared to sneak in. You must know that when David used his divine sense to probe, there was no change in his expression. Du Zidong thought that David had found nothing. Chapter 1560. Great Immortal Tiger Power, spare your life, Great Immortal Tiger Power, spare your life. Du Zidong shouted for mercy while crawling. After climbing into the mansion, Du Zidong didn't dare to raise his head, but feeling the majesty of Huli Daxian, Du Zidong was about to urinate. "How did you do it? Someone dared to break into the forbidden area at night?" Huli Daxian snorted coldly. Du Zidong shivered all over, and hurriedly explained, "Immortal Huli, spare your life, it's David who sneaked in secretly, and they didn't know how they opened the forbidden area, so they broke in." "David?" Huli Daxian frowned. "Yes, he killed my brother Duda," Du Zidong said quickly. "Since he killed your brother, why do you keep him?" "Today, someone damaged the statue, and someone broke into the forbidden area at night. I see how you are the Du King." Huli Daxian was obviously very angry. "Great Immortal Huli, then David is already in the realm of nascent soul. I'm not his opponent at all. He also broke the statue, and the dog's divine punishment failed to hurt him one bit." Du Zidong's words instantly attracted Huli Daxian's interest. "Can you even bear the punishment of God?" Huli Daxian's eyes flickered. It seems that this kid's body is really a good thing. Maybe with his body, the master can be resurrected. Du Zidong listened to the words of the Huli Daxian, and he didn't understand at all, and he didn't know who the master Huli Daxian said was. Du Zidong only knew that in the entire Penglai Island, only the tiger power immortal in front of him was the real master behind the scenes. "Tomorrow, you bring that kid to me," Tiger Li Daxian said. Du Zidong looked embarrassed. He didn't know if David would listen to him. If David didn't listen, he wouldn't have the ability to bring David in. At this time, Huli Daxian took out some pills and threw them directly to Du Zidong. "As long as you think of a way to let him eat these pills tomorrow, he will temporarily lose his power. Listen to your words, remember, taking one will have an effect, and you must not hurt him, I still have use." Huli Daxian warned Du Zidong. "My subordinates understand." Du Zidong nodded, then heaved a sigh of relief and exited the mansion. After David and Humatzi escaped, they went back to their room to sleep, pretending they didn't know anything. As a result, no one traced it overnight. Early in the morning, David and the others were invited to have breakfast with Du Zedong. Du Zedong was very enthusiastic, as if nothing happened last night. This made David and the others suspicious. "Several, you are here as guests, please feel free to use them." After Du Zedong finished speaking, someone soon brought a few plates in front of David and them. After opening it, it is not a nutritious breakfast, but a pill. This scene made David and the others look a little dumbfounded. They have never seen that breakfast is replaced by medicine pills. Several, for those of us who cultivate, eating whole grains is a waste of food. Here are the nutritional pills refined by our court pharmacists, which can help in cultivation. Please try it. After Du Zedong finished speaking, he took the lead to pick up one and eat it. Hu Matsi and Zhao Chuang looked at David together. The two of them didn't know about refining medicine, and they didn't know that there was no bomb in it. David nodded slightly towards the two of them, and then he picked up a pill in front of him and threw it into his mouth. Hu Matsi and Zhao Chuang saw this, but they devoured it. As a result, they all take medicine pills, and such a luxurious life is not something that happens every day. At the entrance of the medicinal pill, a warm current hits. It is indeed a good thing. But as there were fewer and fewer pills on the plate in front of him, David picked up the last pill and was about to throw it into his mouth, but he was suddenly stunned. Chapter 1561. David frowned slightly and sniffed hard. Seeing David stop suddenly, Du Zedong's heart throbbed for a moment. He was afraid that David would find out the secret. If David found out that he had used the medicine pill, he would definitely kill him in a fit of rage. Just when Du Zedong looked at David nervously, he saw that David just hesitated, and finally threw the medicine pill into his mouth. Seeing David taking the medicine pill, Du Zedong breathed a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, it's a good thing. After eating these medicinal herbs, I feel really refreshed. Hu Matsi had already eaten the medicine in front of him, and burped. But when he was about to get up, he suddenly felt his legs soften, and he sat back directly. Hu Matsi was startled, and hurriedly ran his breath, but at this time he found that his dantian was already empty, and he couldn't raise any strength. Broken! Hu Matsi roared loudly. At this time, Zhao Chuang also felt powerless in an instant, and slumped on the chair. David looked at Hu Matsi and Zhao Chuang, but there was no surprise in his eyes. He himself was slumped on the chair, motionless. Seeing this scene, Du Zedong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, with your IQ, you dare to come to Penglai Island to act wild. Kill my brother and destroy the statue, none of you will want to live. Take them away. Du Zedong waved his hand and hurriedly stepped forward to escort David and the others up. Du Zedong, you despicable fellow, actually drugged us. Hu Matsi yelled at Du Zedong. Du Nan, it's because I treat you as a brother, you are too insidious. Zhao Chuang looked at Du Nan who was beside him at the moment, and he scolded when he opened his mouth. Although Du Nan's expression changed slightly, he stood still and didn't speak. David didn't say a word, just glanced at Du Nan lightly. After Du Nan met David's eyes, he dodged slightly. Soon, David and the others were brought into the forbidden area by Du Zedong. Du Zedong skillfully opened the door, and soon several guards came out of the forbidden area, and replaced David and the others. Those guards outside the palace are not allowed to enter the forbidden area, only those from the Du family can. Looking at the world that suddenly changed for the better, Zhao Chuang's eyes were full of surprise, because it was the first time he saw it. Also surprised was Du Nan. Although he knew that there was a forbidden area in the palace, he had never entered the forbidden area. As a prince, Du Nan could not enter this kind of place casually, but Du Zedong still brought Du Nan in. Some things, he felt compelled to let his son know too. After walking for a while, before arriving at the mansion, Du Zedong skillfully pressed his hand forward. After feeling the forbidden power in front of him, it opened instantly. After passing through the forbidden power is restored again. Immortal tiger power, my subordinates were ordered to bring people. Du Zedong shouted outside the mansion. Hearing Du Zedong's words, Du Nan on the side was surprised. He always thought that his father was the supreme ruler of Penglai Island. When David saw this scene, an imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The people behind the scenes, they will be able to meet right away. Bring in. A strong voice came from inside the mansion. When David and the others were brought in, everyone except Du Zidong was slightly surprised. I saw a guy with a tiger's head, sitting on the main seat, looking very scary. Monster turned into a spirit? Hu Matsi could not help but blurt out. The one in front of him is obviously a fierce tiger, and now it has a human body. Isn't this a sperm? Chapter 1562. Hu Matsi's sentence of a monster obviously made the Huli Daxian unhappy. A breath burst out from the Huli Daxian, and instantly hit Hu Matsi. Hu Matsi groaned and fell directly to the ground. His face was very ferocious. It should be very painful. Zhao Chuang had already turned pale with fright at this time. He had never seen such a person before. Only David had a solemn face, and his brows were tightly knit together. Huli Daxian, this guy is David. Du Zidong pointed at David and followed the Huli Daxian. Huli Daxian got up, walked down slowly, and then walked towards David. As it gets closer and closer, the breath of Huli Daxian feels more and more obvious. This kind of breath is clearly different from human beings, and it can be concluded that the guy in front of him is a real tiger spirit, not a human disguise. When the demon tiger takes shape, it can only change if it reaches the metamorphosis state above nascent soul. Not all monsters can transform into human form when they reach the state of transformation, and the conditions are very harsh. And the demon tiger in front of him, although it has transformed into a human body, is a tiger's head. Obviously it has not transformed into a shape. It is very likely that the demon tiger in front of him did not reach the transformation realm, but used external power to forcibly transform into a human form. What? As the Huli immortal got closer and closer, Du Nan couldn't help screaming. This time, Du Zidong was frightened to death. Seeing Huli Daxian turning his head and looking over, Du Zidong quickly interceded. Huli Daxian, this is a dog. The dog is ignorant and disturbed. Huli Daxian, I will punish him heavily. However, Huli Daxian ignored it and set his sights on David again. Immortal Huli looked at David up and down, and there was light in his eyes. Great, great, such a good body is simply hard to find in the world. Huli Daxian's eyes were full of greed. Then Huli Daxian stretched out his hand and gently stroked David's body. This time, David almost died of nausea. But when Huli Daxian's hand touched David's body, he instantly froze, and his eyes showed incredible. Before waiting for Huli Daxian to react, David smashed it out with a punch, and smashed it hard on the chest of Huli Daxian. This sudden attack made the Tiger Power Immortal too late to react, and was directly smashed and flew out by a punch. He slammed into the seat behind him heavily, smashing the seat to pieces. This sudden change made Du Zidong beside him dumbfounded. Huli Daxian stood up, full of anger, and the terrifying coercion began to permeate, so frightened that Du Zidong pulled Du Nan back again and again. Du Zidong, you dare to deceive this immortal. Huli Daxian looked at Du Zidong. Du Zidong felt the coercion, and fell to his knees with a frightened thud. Immortal Huli, my subordinates will never dare to deceive you. Then David did take the medicine pill, but I don't know why, his skill is still there. Du Zidong couldn't understand why David didn't lose his power. A small scattered power pill also wants me to lose my power? David smiled coldly, and then looked at the Tiger Power Immortal. You are just a monster, and you dare to call yourself an immortal. You are really shameless. Humph, mere Yuaning, dare to clamor with me in Transformation Realm. Huli Daxian snorted coldly. If you really reach the Transformation Realm, how can you be a tiger's head? It must be that you used other forces to forcibly transform, and as a result, the external forces collapsed, causing you to look like a human being and a tiger. David sneered. Huli Daxian's face changed in an instant, his eyes were slightly condensed. Even if I haven't reached the Transformation Realm, I will be more than poking at you. After speaking, the Huli Daxian raised his hand and made a mark. The mark cut through the space, and entered David's body in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1563. Obviously, this Huli Daxian didn't want to hurt David, he wanted to control David and get David's body. After the imprint entered David's body, it quickly began to spread in his brain, as if to control David's thoughts. David raised the corner of his mouth, and a golden light flashed in his mind, instantly engulfing the imprint, and Huli Daxian's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Who are you? How can you have such a powerful consciousness? In today's society, it is impossible for such a situation to occur. Huli Daxian asked in shock. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is who you are. Why use those stone statues to absorb the spiritual power of everyone? What is your purpose for doing this? David questioned Huli Daxian. You actually know this? Huli Daxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone here, their strength is given by me. I teach them the method of cultivating immortals, let them step into the path of cultivation, get rid of diseases, and increase their life expectancy. How about drawing some spiritual power from them? I am the ruler here, the god here, everything they have is mine. Huli Daxian began to emit a faint light. Seeing this, Du Zedong and Du Nan hurriedly knelt to the ground and kept bowing. And David sneered, just because you are a monster, how can you have such ability? Don't brag about yourself, is there someone behind you? Bold, you dare to say that this immortal is a monster. Huli Daxian was angry. David, you are so brave. Everything here is bestowed by Huli Daxian. Huli Daxian is the god of Penglai Island. I can prove it. If you fight against Huli Daxian, there is only one dead end. Du Zedong scolded David angrily. It's a joke that a tiger that has become a spirit has become a god admired by thousands of human beings. David snorted coldly. Presumptuous, you dare to insult this immortal, I want you to taste my power. Huli Daxian burst out with anger. Then the palm of the hand volleyed towards David, and the whole body exuded a faint light, just like a real fairy. That's all, I will. David's body was slightly shocked, and the whole person began to burst into golden light. The golden light on David's body was stronger than that of the Tiger Power Immortal. But just as David was about to swipe out a palm to block the blow of the Tiger Power Immortal, he found that the Tiger Power Immortal's blow had a strange suction force, and the spiritual power in his body was unexpectedly uncontrollable. Start boiling. By absorbing your strength, I can really reach the realm of transformation and become a real human. A vortex formed in the palm of Huli Daxian's palm, and began to continuously absorb the spiritual power in David's body. Just when the spiritual power in David's dantian was about to break through his body uncontrollably, the dragon crystal on his chest suddenly flashed. One after another, the power of the dragon instantly suppressed the boiling spiritual power. After a while, the Huli Daxian saw that his technique did not work at all, and David was not affected at all, so he couldn't help but be surprised. How so? Huli Daxian frowned. Huli Daxian's eyes flashed, and a spiritual consciousness instantly shot at David. He wanted to see who David was. But at the moment when the divine consciousness was emitted, the golden light on David's body flickered, cutting off the divine consciousness. Seeing that divine knowledge is useless, Huli Daxian took 2 steps back, and then let out a tiger roar. Then pick up the scepter on the side, and the gem on the scepter begins to emit a dazzling light. The light illuminated the entire mansion, and David was also enveloped by the light, so it was inevitable. David wanted to use the golden light on his body to force back the light that enveloped him, but no matter how the golden light flickered, it was eclipsed by the light. Chapter 1564. Under the ray of light, I saw a golden dragon slowly emerging behind David. The mighty golden dragon hovered above David's head. At this moment, the golden light on David's body was prosperous. The golden light flickered, making everyone have to close their eyes, and even the Huli Daxian stepped back. Golden dragon's real body, good flesh, really good flesh, ha ha ha. Huli Daxian laughed wildly, and the greed in his eyes radiated out without concealment. Scales began to appear on David's body, and the undamaged golden body was activated, and then he looked at Huli Daxian with stern eyes. Who is the master behind you? You, a monster, can never have such great abilities. David took a step forward and asked the Tiger Power Immortal. If you want to know, then beat me, I will naturally tell you. Huli Daxian exudes fighting spirit all over his body, followed by a loud shout. His body instantly turned into a black shadow, and his body was spinning rapidly. As the Holy Immortal turned faster and faster, a black hole similar to a time-space tunnel appeared in the air. There is a strong devouring power in the black hole, and it seems to devour everything. The entire Penglai Island began to slowly fall into darkness, and everyone was panicking. I said, I am the master here, everyone is my subject. Huli Daxian said. The scepter in his hand was lifted to the sky, and the scepter instantly emitted a ray of light, directly submerging into the black hole. Then the light exploded in the black hole, emitting bright colors. Everyone looked up at the vision in midair. But no one noticed that everyone began to emit a little light and was absorbed by the black hole. Even Du Zedong and his son are no exception. Seeing this, David frowned. This was absorbing the spiritual power of everyone on Penglai Island. It would be terrifying to gather these spiritual powers together. Slowly, there was a rumbling sound in the black hole, just like the sound of thunder. All of a sudden, click! A dazzling light shot out from the black hole, like a bolt of lightning, hitting David instantly. This Huli Daxian actually gathered the power of everyone on Penglai Island to deal with David. The moment the light hit David, David was stunned. The feeling like the sky was falling made David's body tremble slightly. The undamaged golden body was instantly defeated and vanished, but David's body was not seriously injured. After one blow, Huli Daxian made a random move, the black hole in the air slowly disappeared, the sky recovered again, and the sunlight also shone in. If I kill you, it's like crushing an ant. You listen to me now, and I can keep your soul and find you a body again. Huli Daxian said with an aloof attitude. The reason why he didn't hurt David was because he needed David's physical body, it couldn't be damaged. I'm not ashamed to say. David's eyes condensed, and the power of the dragon was instantly condensed on his fists. Holy Light Fist. A ray of light wrapped David's fist, followed by the overwhelming terrifying force, which instantly moved towards the Tiger Power Immortal. Seeing this, Huli Daxian frowned slightly. It's a surprise that you can actually know Xingguang boxing. After speaking, Huli Daxian pushed forward with the palm of his hand, and a barrier appeared in front of him out of thin air. Boom! With a loud bang, the barrier was instantly shattered. The terrifying power directly shook the entire mansion, and it was about to collapse. Huli Daxian's eyes became more and more hot. I didn't expect you to have so many secrets. It seems that after the war between gods and demons, there are quite a few old guys who are still alive. Chapter 1565. David didn't understand what this guy said about the battle between gods and demons, but his Holy Light Fist was indeed taught by a senior. At that time, it was just a ray of divine consciousness, and I taught David the Holy Light Fist. If he can find his true body, he still doesn't know what kind of terrifying skills that old guy will have. Squeak! At this time, the pillars of the mansion began to make noises, and they were about to collapse. Get out of here! David said, holding Humatzi in one hand and Zhao Chuang in the other, and rushed out of the mansion in an instant. Now that the power of the two people has been dissipated, they are ordinary people. How can they bear the house smashed on them? After escaping, Du Zedong dragged Du Nan and ran out too. Only the Huli Daxian broke through the roof, suspended in midair, and stared at David. No matter what, you can't escape today. Huli Daxian's words contained strong power, instantly shaking Humatzi and Zhao Chuang to the point of vomiting blood. They don't have the power to resist even the slightest bit of power now. Seeing this, David hurriedly waved his hand, and a golden light enveloped the two of them. You two go, don't stay here. David said to Humatzi and Zhao Chuang. Brother Chen. Zhao Chuang was worried about David and didn't want to leave. Humatzi went to pull Zhao Chuang and said, the two of us are now useless people, what's the use of staying here, and it will distract him. After Humatzi finished speaking, he took out a spell from his arms, and then whispered a few words in David's ear. David took the spell and looked at Humatzi in surprise. Master Hu, thank you. David's eyes are full of gratitude. Thank you, I'm doing it for myself too. When you kill this tiger spirit and find the treasure, you will give me half of it. Humatzi smiled. No problem. David nodded. But when Humatzi was pulling Zhao Chuang away, who knew that Du Zedong directly blocked in front. "You offended the Huli Daxian, do you still want to leave?" Du Zedong said with a grim expression. Hu Matzi and Zhao Chuang had ugly expressions on their faces, but there was nothing they could do. The two of them were just a waste now. How could they deal with that Du Zedong? "You are courting death." David's icy cold voice came, followed by a terrifying force. In an instant, Du Zedong was knocked into the air, and his body hit the ground heavily, leaving a big hole. In the face of David, Du Zedong has no ability to fight back. "You are so ignorant to regard a monster as a god. If you dare to stop them, I will kill your father and son right now." David's eyes were sharp, and Du Zedong and Du Nan's father and son were enveloped in murderous aura. Feeling David's murderous aura, Du Zedong's face became very ugly, and he didn't dare to say a word. Hu Matzi and Zhao Chuang took the opportunity and hurried out of the forbidden area. Huli Daxian looked at everything in front of him, but did not stop him. In his eyes, he only needed to keep David. As for the others, it didn't matter. When death is imminent, you can still think about your friends. Your temperament is nothing like those dragons. Huli Daxianju sneered condescendingly, and then the scepter in his hand emitted rays of light. The rays of light enveloped David, like a cage, trapping David in it. David frowned, raised his hand and punched it out. But just raised his hand, a ray of light was instantly entangled on his wrist, like a chain restraining David's movements, making David unable to perform at all. Immediately after that, there were rays of light, wrapped around David's limbs, and directly controlled David like a five-flowered tie. Chapter 1566. David struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free at all. The more David struggled, the tighter the chains of light became. "Ha ha ha, trapped by the dragon binding array, even if you are a real dragon, you can't escape." Huli Daxian laughed and slowly fell from the air, looking at David with a proud face. And David put his eyes on the scepter in the hands of the Tiger Power Immortal. He found that the Tiger Power Immortal's own strength did not seem to be particularly strong, and every time he used the scepter, and the power in the scepter must come from the inlaid gem. As long as the gem is destroyed, the scepter will be useless, and without the scepter, the tiger spirit in front of you will not be a cause for concern. That Huli Daxian didn't know what David was thinking, and walked to David with a grin. "For thousands of years, I never thought that I could meet the real golden dragon. It's so perfect." Huli Daxian's eyes are full of greed, staring at David, just like a bachelor sees a little widow. David took advantage of Huli Daxian's carelessness, and a golden light flashed out. I saw Huli Daxian's chest, and a wound was instantly drawn. The blood spurted out, and the huge power directly knocked the Tiger Power Immortal into the air. Huli Daxian was shocked, and then looked at a sword floating in front of him in disbelief. On the body of the sword, there is a faint light, and the breath on the body of the sword is very strong. David's thoughts moved, and the dragon-slaying sword then slashed out, instantly severing those chains of light. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the dragon-slaying sword came into David's hands. "You still have a spirit sword." Huli Daxian's eyes narrowed slightly, "but the sword spirit is not open, it is just a piece of broken copper and iron. You dare to hurt me, I want to make you look good." After Huli Daxian finished speaking, he waved the scepter in his hand towards David, and a huge force moved towards David. David hurriedly blocked with his sword, but he was directly smashed and flew out, and fell heavily on the ground. David got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, all the power is on the scepter. But before David could react, another terrifying aura came, each time as fast as lightning. He didn't give David time to react at all. The power above the scepter seemed to be inexhaustible. Bang bang bang. David suffered a dozen heavy blows in a row. It can be seen that David injured the Huli Daxian just now, and the Huli Daxian was really angry. David got up slowly again. Even without the indestructible golden body, David's physical body resisted all attacks. It's a rare body for thousands of years. I really don't know how you cultivate it in this harsh environment. Huli Daxian let out a sigh. David did not speak, but was looking for an opportunity. Seeing that Huli Daxian relaxed his vigilance, David jumped up instantly. Whoosh! David's speed was extremely fast, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand suddenly swung out. 9 Shadow Swordsmanship, the first cut. The terrifying sword energy seemed to come from the sky, mixed with the sound of whistling, and went straight to the Tiger Power Immortal. However, this sword was not slashed at Huli Daxian, but at the scepter in Huli Daxian's hand. Huli Daxian was startled, and his body quickly retreated. You actually know the 9 Shadows sword art, that's the sword god's trick to become famous. While retreating, the great immortal Huli held the scepter in his hand and waved out a breath to block it. But this sword chi wielded by David, killing intent horizontally and horizontally, is extremely sharp. Huli Daxian shot out several breaths in a row, but still couldn't stop the sharp sword energy. Clang! There was a deafening sound, and the fire was everywhere. The sword energy slashed fiercely on the scepter, emitting a dazzling light. The huge power was so shocking that Huli Daxian felt numb in his hands, and the scepter in his hand almost came out of his hands. Chapter 1567. Huli Daxian's face is very ugly, and the hand holding the scepter is shaking slightly. Du Zidong and Du Nan, who were on the side, saw this scene, and their jaws dropped in shock. You must know that Huli Daxian is a god in their hearts, the ruler of Penglai Island, and everything in their Du family is given by Huli Daxian. But the gods in their hearts were actually beaten by David at this moment in a little embarrassment. Huli Daxian's eyes were slightly condensed. You kid, you must not stay. Huli Daxian actually had a bad feeling in his heart. He always felt that if he didn't show all his strength today, he was afraid that he would die in the hands of David. From the beginning, he underestimated David, never thought that David had so many secrets. Golden Dragon True Body, Dragon Slaying Sword, Holy Light Fist, 9 Shadows Sword Technique, which one is invincible in today's world? It's just that David has not fully comprehended these things yet. If David's strength reaches a certain level one day, and he understands these things thoroughly, it will be very terrifying. Huli Daxian did not believe that David got all these opportunities, and these things were very dazzling even thousands of years ago. Thousands of years have passed, why did it fall to David alone? This son must not stay. After Huli Daxian finished speaking, his feet paused slightly, and his body instantly rose into the air, suffer to death. Huli Daxian roared, and then a raging flame burned on his body, and the aura he exuded carried the cold aura of a 9 secluded underworld. God's punishment is coming. The scepter in Huli Daxian's hand suddenly waved towards the sky. The gem on the scepter instantly emits more light than the sun, and then goes straight into the sky. Then a chain of rays of light bound David in an instant, and from the sky, a beam of light with a diameter of 10 meters slammed down at David. This time, the divine punishment was more powerful than that of Du Nan. Du Zidong and Du Nan and their son watched the divine punishment performed by Huli Daxian, and their mouths grew, and their eyes were almost shocked. The beam of light with a diameter of nearly 10 meters in front of them is 100 times stronger than the divine punishment they cast. The father and son still don't know that the divine punishment they cast is also done by the Tiger Power Immortal, and the two of them will know it at all. David felt the terrifying pressure and frowned. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand made a humming sound, and the fighting spirit was continuously stimulated from the sword body. I can't see, you're still a belligerent guy. David glanced at the dragon-slaying sword, and then all the divine dragon power in his body was injected into the dragon-slaying sword. Then, a sword was swung out, and a burst of dragon chant sounded. A golden dragon shot out from the dragon-slaying sword. When the golden dragon met the beam of light, David quickly cut off the chain of light, and his body disappeared in place. Boom! The golden dragon and the beam of light collided, and the dragon roared and roared. The white weaving light and the golden light were mixed together, like a bomb exploded. The light emitted instantly illuminated the entire Penglai Island. At this moment, even the sun in the sky was instantly dimmed. Discolored. Everyone on Penglai Island gathered outside the house, watching the light that erupted in the air. Everyone was irradiated by this dazzling light and tightly closed their eyes. That Tiger Power Immortal was no exception, reaching out to block his eyes. The rays of light dissipated, and before the Huli Daxian could react, David was already in front of him. I saw the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand, instantly slashing towards the gem above the scepter. Huli Daxian was shocked and wanted to protect the gem, but it was too late. Clang! The tip of the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand had stabbed fiercely on the gem. Chapter 1568. A burst of dazzling light burst into flames, and David only felt a huge force following the dragon-slaying sword, thinking of invading his body. This power is very fierce, and even the power of the dragon in David's body was instantly defeated. David felt that his dantian was instantly filled with power, and that power was still pouring into his dantian uninterruptedly. It seems that David's dantian will be directly burst. David's whole body flashed red light, and this red light even reflected half of the sky. The dragon-slaying sword has turned blood red. As the fierce power continued to pour into David's body, cracks began to appear in that colorful gem. The cracks got bigger and bigger, and finally the gem shattered. Seeing this, Huli Daxian hurriedly released the scepter in his hand, and his figure retreated again and again. There was a bit of horror in his eyes. What? David roared, and he felt that his entire body was about to burst. Looking at David in front of him, Huli Daxian was trembling slightly all over. Blood! Is Lord Gorfiend going to show up? Huli Daxian's eyes were full of horror, and the pressure on David at this time made him kneel down. David's eyes were full of bloodshot and soon became extremely scarlet. What? There was another roar, David's breath exploded again, a hurricane blew past, and the scene was instantly smashed. Huli Daxian was stubbornly resisting the hurricane, while Du Zidong and Du Nan were directly blown out 100 meters and fell heavily to the ground. I will never let you control me. Suddenly, a golden light flashed between David's brows, and then he recited the heart-clearing mantra. At the same time, the talisman left by Humatsi flew directly out of David's arms, and then turned into a flame and burned. The burning smoke entered the body along David's nose. David recited the Qingshin mantra in his mouth, and in his body was the fate to concentrate, and began to refine this incomparably powerful force in his body. The red light on David's body began to dim, and finally disappeared completely. At this time, David also returned to his original appearance, but the breath on his body has obviously skyrocketed a lot. Thanks to Master Hu's spell. David let out a long breath. He didn't expect that such a huge power was contained in a small gem, and he almost took his body away. Huli Daxian looked at David, the confidence that was full at first, but now no longer exists, and the only thing left is the panic in his eyes. Without that scepter, I see what else you can do against me, and what moves do you have? Just use them. David looked at the Huli Daxian coldly and said. Huli Daxian did not speak, but put his eyes on Du Zidong and Du Nan. You two come here. Huli Daxian said to the two. Du Zidong and Du Nan were stunned for a moment, but they hesitated for a while. Originally, they had always regarded this tiger power immortal as a god. But now, this tiger power immortal was pushed to the disadvantage by David, and the two of them began to waver. Seeing that the two of them hesitated, Huli Daxian was furious. If you still don't come over, you want to be punished by God? With this roar from the Huli Daxian, the two of them reluctantly leaned over. You dare to be suspicious of the gods, it's just damn. Everything you have is given by this immortal, I can deprive him now. Huli Daxian said, suddenly raised his hand, and bursts of light appeared on Du Zidong's body. Dad! Seeing this, Du Nan hurriedly shouted. Du Zidong knelt on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. I beg the great immortal Huli, spare your life, spare your life. Chapter 1569. But no matter how Du Zidong begged for mercy, all his cultivation and spiritual power disappeared in an instant and entered the body of the tiger power immortal. Du Zidong sat slumped on the ground. At this moment, he had lost his cultivation and became an ordinary person who couldn't be in the ordinary. What? Du Zidong roared, he couldn't accept such a punishment, it would be better to kill him for such a punishment. Du Zidong was crazy, and then he slammed into the boulder beside him. Without cultivation, he no longer has the courage to live. Bang! Du Zidong slammed his head into the boulder, and then his brain burst, and his eyes were wide open. Can't die. Dad! Dunan rushed over and cried bitterly while holding his father's body. He turned his head to look at Huli Daxian. There was no respect in his eyes, but only anger. You don't have to look at this immortal, everyone on Penglai Island is just a spiritual power vessel raised by me. I can deprive you of everything at any time. Without me, where would your Du family enjoy these things? You should dedicate yourself to me and be happy. Your father is dead, now it's your turn. When Huli Daxian raised his hand, a ray of light also shrouded Dunan. At this moment, David's figure disappeared in a flash, and he stood in front of Dunan. You are a tiger spirit, and you dare to call yourself a god and deprive human beings of everything. You think too highly of yourself. David's face was icy cold, and then he punched at Huli Daxian. This punch, the fist wind whistled, much more fierce than before. Seeing this, the Huli Daxian did not directly confront him, but retreated rapidly and waved out a series of spiritual powers, trying to weaken the power of David's punch. But it is useless and has no scepter. Even if the tiger power immortal absorbs Du Zedong's spiritual power, it is not David's opponent. Boom! David punched the Huli Daxian on the chest, and instantly smashed the Huli Daxian into the air. David's figure jumped up, followed by another punch. In midair, David threw a dozen punches in a row, but the punches hit the flesh, and the tiger power immortal was beaten without the strength to fight back. Roar! In the end, the tiger power immortal let out a roar, and the entire forbidden area began to crumble. Soon, David found that there were waves of fluctuations in the void, and then they actually entered a valley. And in this valley, a stone statue more than 10 meters high stands. This stone statue, followed by the stone statue in the temple, turned out to be exactly the same. David found that around the entire valley, there was always a faint spiritual power floating in, and then entered the body of the stone statue. David's consciousness instantly shrouded the stone statue, and in the body of the stone statue, there were fluctuations of spiritual power. Could this be the real master behind Penglai Island? David frowned slightly. At this moment, I saw a golden light flickering from the stone statue, instantly cutting off David's consciousness. David was severely injured, and his body couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this time, the tiger power immortal, full of blood, finally knelt in front of the stone statue. Master, please give me strength. Huli Daxian kneeled in front of the stone statue reverently. Soon, David saw that the stone statue began to flicker, and immediately above his head, a beam of light penetrated into the sky, and finally spread out in the sky, covering the entire Penglai Island. The rich spiritual energy on Penglai Island disappeared in an instant without a trace, and the entire Penglai Island people began to float continuously. These are the spiritual powers in everyone's body, and they are all absorbed now. Chapter 1570. At this moment, even Du Nan's body began to rise, and he felt the loss of spiritual power in his body. No, no, no! Du Nan shouted. He wanted to stop the loss of spiritual power in his body, but he couldn't stop it at all. Seeing this, David frowned, and then a golden light shot out, directly covering Du Nan. With the barrier of golden light, the loss of spiritual power in Du Nan's body was controlled. Over the entire Penglai Island, countless spiritual powers began to gather together. I mustn't let you succeed. Seeing this, David jumped up, followed by golden light all over his body, and a layer of light white mist wrapped around his fist. Holy Light Fist! David smashed the stone statue with a punch. He couldn't let the stone statue absorb all the spiritual power, otherwise even if it was 100 of himself, I'm afraid it would not be the opponent of this tiger spirit. Boom! One punch smashed out, but David's body was shocked by a huge shock force, which made him retreat directly. The stone statue seems to be protected by something, and it can't cause any harm at all. Huli Daxian was still kneeling in front of the stone statue reverently, and he didn't pay any attention to David's attack. At the eyebrows of the stone statue, a ray of light directly shines on the body of Huli Daxian. David directly took out the dragon-slaying sword, and slashed at Huli Daxian with a fierce sword. Since you can't destroy the stone statue, then shoot at this tiger spirit. David volleyed a sword, and a golden dragon roared out, making a dragon roar in the air. Immediately afterwards, the golden dragon opened his bloody mouth and savagely moved towards Huli Daxian. Huli Daxian was still kneeling on the ground, with his head lowered, as if he didn't know the danger he was facing at all. Boom! A ray of light shot out from the eyes of the stone statue, and instantly hit the golden dragon, dissipating the golden dragon, and the tiger power immortal did not raise his head from beginning to end. Seeing that the spiritual power gathered more and more, forming the shape of a sun in midair, David's face became extremely anxious. He never thought that it was just a stone statue. How could it have such an ability? David held the dragon-slaying sword and kept moving towards Huli Daxian. He knew that as long as the Huli Daxian died, no matter how powerful the statue was, he couldn't do it himself. 9 Shadow Swordsmanship. David swung out one sword after another, and the terrifying sword energy whistled in the air. Boom! The sword energy came out, but it was instantly stopped by the rays of light from the stone statue's eyes. David gritted his teeth, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand kept swinging out, and the entire void began to tremble under the sword energy. Huli Daxian lowered his head and felt the power given by the stone statue. The breath in his body was growing rapidly. The spiritual power in the sky has reached an indescribable level. David raised his head and glanced at it. His face was incomparably livid, his mouth burst out with roars, and the golden light on his body skyrocketed a few points again. But no matter what moves David used, they couldn't break the defense of the statue. Seeing that the spiritual power in the sky has reached the extreme. As soon as David gritted his teeth, he gave up attacking the tiger power immortal, but jumped up and went directly to the light ball condensed by spiritual power in the air. Dunan looked at David's weak figure, and turned towards the sun-like light ball in midair, and the whole person was stunned. At this moment, David, meaningless moth to the fire, hit the stone with the egg. Such a huge amount of spiritual power is condensed together. If it explodes, the power will be unimaginable. I am afraid that the entire Penglai Island will disappear from now on. Seeing David rushing towards the ball of light condensed by spiritual power, the top of the stone statue flashed red light, and the ball of light condensed by spiritual power began to emit a ray of light. Chapter 1571. The stone statue actually began to greedily absorb the spiritual power from this light ball. When David saw this, his entire body instantly blocked the light, cutting off the connection between the stone statue and the ball of light. The huge spiritual power hit David's body and began to pour into David's body crazily. This power is even more violent than the blood energy emitted by the rupture of the gem. Soon, David's dantian was filled, and every part of his body was full of spiritual power, but in this way, the power in the light ball still did not stop conveying. David felt that he was about to burst, his body was getting bigger and bigger, and his skin started to crack. What? David roared, he could feel the constant explosion in his body. At this time, Huli Daxian, the aura in the body has undergone great changes, and the strength is climbing towards the transformation. Soon, there was a huge energy fluctuation, and the body of Huli Daxian changed instantly. The scary tiger head began to disappear slowly, and it turned into a young man. It was this huge energy fluctuation that caused the ball of light to shrink instantly, and David also took the opportunity to get some breathing time. Ha ha ha. Breakthrough, I broke through. Huli Daxian touched his face, and then kowtowed heavily. Master, I will accompany you in this life and help you rebirth. After Huli Daxian finished speaking, he looked greedily at the ball of light in the air. Such a huge spiritual power, but for the tiger power immortal who has broken through to the shape, it just makes his strength to a higher level. David felt the breath of Huli Daxian, his face was unspeakably ugly. However, seeing that tiger power immortal was greedily looking at the spiritual power light ball, David knew that he must not be allowed to devour these spiritual powers. Otherwise, let alone Penglai Island, I am afraid that no one in the whole world can stop this guy. David gritted his teeth, the fiery heat in his eyes gradually gathered into a cluster of intense light, he stared at the spiritual light ball in front of him, and finally rushed directly towards it. He wants to detonate the entire spiritual light ball with his body, and he must not let this tiger power immortal get it. In an instant, David's figure was engulfed by the ball of light. A dazzling light burst out, and no one could see David's figure. At this moment, David, who is in the middle of the light ball of spiritual power, is constantly distorting and deforming, as if he has entered another dimension. The severe torture caused David to faint already. If it weren't for David's strong body, now his body would have been torn apart and turned into scum. A large amount of spiritual power kept pouring into David's body. David's body is getting bigger and bigger, and the blood seeps out from the skin, turning blood red. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. All the rays of light dissipated in an instant, and there was no trace of spiritual power in the sky. But at this time, David's figure also disappeared. It's a pity for him. Great immortal Huli shook his head. He was not a pity for the lost spiritual power. After all, the spiritual power was lost, and he could still use the people on Penglai Island to slowly rise back up. It's a pity that David's perverted body, the real body of a golden dragon, can't be encountered at any time. Even in the dragon clan, the true body of the golden dragon is very rare. The sky over Penglai Island has returned to calm, and the light shield surrounding it has disappeared in an instant. Everyone continued to work the scene just now, they just regarded it as a spectacle. Du Nan, who really saw this scene, felt like a fool at this moment. The battle in front of him was beyond his understanding. For so many years on Penglai Island, he always thought that Du Da's nascent soul was about to reach the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation world. But at this time, David, who was nascent soul, turned into dust and disappeared. Chapter 1572. You know too much, so you're going to die too. Huli Daxian looked at Du Nan and said slowly. In the face of Huli Daxian, Du Nan did not panic at the beginning, but instead looked helpless. He knew that if the other party let him die, he had absolutely no chance of life. Slowly closing his eyes, Du Nan is waiting for his fate to come. Everything you have is given by me, and now I want to take it back. Saying that, Huli Daxian slowly raised his palm, and in his palm, a black ball of light appeared. There seems to be lightning flowing in the ball of light. A suction hit Du Nan instantly, and the spiritual power in Du Nan's body was slowly passing away. Just when Huli Daxian absorbed Du Nan's strength, he did not find it in a deep pit not far away. David, whose body has been completely broken, is now shining brightly in the nascent soul. David's body is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, David's body no longer had a single wound, and his skin glowed with luster. At this moment, David's physical body has become a little more tyrannical again, and even his strength has broken through to the 8th realm of nascent soul. Only one step away from the peak of Yuaning, David did not expect that he would break through a realm by fighting to the death. Suddenly, David opened his eyes, and there was a cold gleam in his eyes. David rose into the air, and then saw the tiger power immortal. At this moment, he was actually absorbing Du Nan's strength. Du Nan's eyes were tightly closed at the moment, without a trace of struggle. He confessed his life. Seeing this, David frowned, and then with a loud shout, he punched the tiger power immortal. Hearing David's loud shout, the Huli Daxian was startled. Turning his head to see David, Huli Daxian hurriedly stepped back with surprise in his eyes. How is this possible? How can you survive an explosion like that? Even if you have nascent soul, under that kind of explosion, nascent soul has long since been shattered. The eyes of Huli Daxian are incredible. Du Nan also opened his eyes at this moment and saw that David was still alive, and there seemed to be no injuries on his body, and his jaw dropped in shock. You haven't died a tiger spirit, how can I die? David looked at the Huli Daxian coldly and said. After hearing this, Huli Daxian was slightly shocked, and a huge breath instantly enveloped David. I have now broken through the realm of transformation, even if you are not dead, how can you be my opponent? Huli Daxian snorted coldly, his eyes full of contempt. Even if David hadn't died, it was impossible for a nascent soul to beat a transformed one. There is a big gap between this kind of big realm strength. David frowned, feeling the breath of the tiger power immortal, which really made David feel a lot of pressure. Is it your opponent, and how could it be the words of your family? You can only know if you try it. David's aura also burst out. The aura of nascent Soul 8 realms was stubbornly resisting the coercion of Huli Daxian. Do you still want to try it? You really don't know what to do. After speaking, Huli Daxian raised his palm, and then patted it out with a fluttering palm. An unprecedented force suddenly rushed towards David. David's body glowed with golden light. The undamaged golden body started, and scales began to cover David's body, resisting this terrifying power. Ling Lai's strong wind, like sharp knives, left scars on David's body. The indestructible golden body shattered immediately, leaving David completely exposed to this terrifying power. David glanced at Du Nan, who was not far behind him. If he escaped at this moment, this Du Nan would definitely die. The residents of Penglai Island didn't know what would happen to him. Chapter 1573. How could a noble human being be dominated by a tiger spirit? Thinking of this, David gritted his teeth and directly greeted him, golden light shining on his fist. Boom! An unprecedented explosion sounded, and the huge sound could be clearly heard by everyone on Penglai Island. Outside the palace, Humatsi and Zhao Chuang listened to the huge roaring sound inside, and their hearts calmed down a little. After the huge explosion just now, the fighting stopped immediately, and there was no sound of fighting in the forbidden area. Humatsi and Zhao Chuang instantly became worried about David. The fighting stopped, there was no sound, and they didn't know what happened to David. Now the two people's skills have not responded, so there is no way to check. The loud voice that just sounded again let Humatsi and Zhao Chuang know that David was still alive and was still fighting. David's blow almost consumed all of his spiritual power, but this blow gave that Huli Daxian a new understanding of David. David is just a cultivator in the nascent soul realm, and now he is fighting against him in the metamorphosis realm, but he is not at a disadvantage, which makes Huli Daxian very incomprehensible. Even though David's physical body is stronger than others, the spiritual power in David's body also seems to have been blessed. There are also cultivators who can cross a large realm without losing in the slightest, but those are all genius-level characters. Although you blocked my blow, but you spent all your spiritual power, I see what you can do next. Huli Daxian said with a cold snort. David didn't speak, but he was running the condensation secret art frantically. The surrounding spiritual energy rushed into David's body. Around David, spiritual energy vortexes had already formed. The speed of absorption is so fast. Huli Daxian's pupils shrank, and then his brows furrowed. Soon, Huli Daxian's eyes widened, and his expression became a little weird. No wonder you can fight against each other. You practiced the best practice. Who passed this practice to you? Huli Daxian asked incredulously. Who passed it on to me? I can't tell you, you're dead. David snorted coldly. Do you think that you have a superior cultivation technique and a golden dragon real body, so I dare not kill you? Huli Daxian's face turned cold, and the breath on his body continued to rise. Stop talking nonsense, come on. David stopped at his feet, and the whole person went straight to the Tiger Power Immortal. David's speed and strength have reached a new level. The surrounding spiritual energy was quickly absorbed and digested by David, converted into spiritual energy, and stored in his dantian. Boom! Another blow, obscuring the sky and the sun and the moon have no light. David is full of fighting spirit. At this moment he knows that he has no way out. This blow once again consumed all the spiritual power accumulated by David. The heart condensation art has been operating to the extreme, desperately transforming the spiritual energy, but to consume it like this, even if it is a superior cultivation method, I am afraid that it cannot be afforded. I want to see how long you can last. The corner of Huli Daxian's mouth slightly raised, with a bit of contempt in his eyes. At this moment, Du Nan, who had been fighting all the time, lit up, seemed to think of something, and hurriedly ran out. Because of David's presence, the Huli Daxian ignored Du Nan, who escaped. However, Du Nan did not escape, but ran out of the forbidden area and found the Great Elder directly. Although they knew that something must have happened to the forbidden area, the Great Elder and the others did not dare to enter. Elder, please notify immediately and let everyone go to the temple to worship. Du Nan said to the Great Elder. Prince, what happened inside? Where's King Du? The first elder asked Du Nan. Chapter 1574. Don't ask so many questions, just do as I tell you. Du Nan frowned and roared. Seeing this, the great elder could only take orders to leave. Soon, all the residents of Penglai Island went to the temple to worship, and they dared not refuse to obey. Du Nan did not run, but returned to the forbidden area. At this time, David has fallen into the disadvantage, and scars have begun to appear on his body. This time, I must personally crush your nascent soul to see how you can live. Huli Daxian snorted coldly. Come if you can. David exuded murderous aura, and once again walked towards Huli Daxian. David is ready to die. At the last moment, David can choose to self-destruct and directly take away the tiger power immortal. However, the self-destruction of a nascent soul, that is, Marquis Wu, I am afraid that the entire Penglai Island can't bear it. David has no reservations, he has used all his moves, exploded all kinds of techniques, and even used the real fire of Samadhi. But still can't do anything about this tiger power immortal. Don't look at this guy as a tiger spirit, but he knows a lot, and David can't take advantage of it at all. David, you will have spiritual power soon, you have to be ready. Du Nan yelled at David. David was stunned, he still didn't understand what Du Nan meant. But before David asked, he saw Penglai Island in all directions, and bursts of spiritual power began to rise, and those spiritual powers were gathering here. This time, David understood that Du Nan wanted to absorb these spiritual powers. Only in this way, David's strength could reach the peak in an instant. The tiger power immortal also saw it, those overwhelming spiritual power will soon gather above their heads. This should have been absorbed by the stone statue, but at this time, it can only be David fighting with Huli Daxian. The spiritual power was very fast, forming a ball of light in mid-air, but this time the ball of light was obviously much dimmer than the one at the beginning. After all, the light ball of spiritual power just now is the magic circle emitted by the stone statue, and the spiritual power forcibly absorbed. But now things are different. Go to hell. Huli Daxian shot out with a palm, and the power like a hurricane went straight to David, trying to repel David. David quickly turned his body. This time, he would not face the frontal bar, but rely on his flexible body to avoid this attack. David rushed towards the light ball of spiritual power, and at the same time, the heart concentration technique in his body also began to run rapidly. The huge suction force directly sucked the spiritual power and the spiritual light ball into David's body. Seeing this, the tiger power immortal, holding the palm of his hand, a black ball appeared, followed by a huge suction force, constantly absorbing spiritual power. At this moment, David's superior cultivation technique of condensing the heart appeared. I saw that the speed of David's absorption of spiritual power was more than 10 times that of the tiger power immortal. The golden light on David's body is getting brighter and brighter, and the flickering light almost illuminates the entire Penglai Island. At this moment, even David's eyes shone with light. Without the slightest nonsense, David jumped up instantly after absorbing the spiritual power. Holy Light Fist. With the huge spiritual power in the body, coupled with the blessing of the power of the dragon, David threw this punch, making the universe shake, and the avenue roared. Seeing that David dared to attack first, Huli Daxian's face was full of disdain. I saw Huli Daxian raised his hand, and a barrier appeared out of thin air. Boom! This punch slammed hard on the barrier. Huli Daxian, who was fearless and didn't care at first, was suddenly stunned. Chapter 1575. I saw that the barrier was shattered in an instant, and then the huge power caused the palm of Huli Daxian to crack instantly. The blood was pouring out, and the Huli Daxian stepped back again and again, his face full of shock. David's hand with a punch greatly increased his confidence. Good boy, it looks like I'm going to have a good time with you. With that said, the human head that Huli Daxian had originally transformed into has changed back to the appearance of a tiger's head. With a roar of a tiger, the whole body of Huli Daxian lit up with black light. This light is getting stronger and stronger, and it has the momentum to compare the golden light on David. With the black light on Huli Daxian's body lighting up, the entire sky began to become dark. A terrifying, ominous aura shrouded the entire Penglai Island. David felt this breath, and his face became very ugly. The dragon-slaying sword was sacrificed in an instant, and a raging spiritual fire burned on the sword body. David had never encountered this kind of aura before. He could only use his spirit fire to see if he could restrain this gloomy death aura. Huli Daxian slowly raised his hands, and between his hands, a black ball of light flashing with lightning appeared. There is a huge suction force in the light ball, and it seems to be sucking away the strength of all the signs of life around. A terrifying force rushed towards his face. David held a sword in both hands, and his face became more and more solemn. This Tiger Power Immortal was promoted to the Metamorphosis realm, and if you want to defeat him, it is not just one move. Huli Daxian's body floated up, like a god of death, suspended in the dark midair. Go to hell. Boom. The black ball of light was thrown directly at David by Huli Daxian. Endless coercion and terrifying power immediately came to David. The terrifying dead aura made the entire Penglai Island depressed. David felt this breath, as if he saw countless gods of death with scythes, constantly waving the scythes at him. The terrifying breath made David's legs involuntarily want to step back. But David clenched his teeth and said something in his mouth, and the spirit fire on the dragon-slaying sword became even more vigorous. The power of the gods was also injected into the dragon-slaying sword at the same time, and the power of the gods helped to ignite the spirit fire, burning more violently. The dragon-slaying sword began to make a humming sound, accompanied by tremors. The dragon-slaying sword seems to be a little unbearable. 9 Shadows Divine Sword. With an angry shout, David stood there, and 4 identical Davids appeared in an instant. There are 5 Davids in total, all of them holding the dragon-slaying sword that burns with spirit fire. Humph, you dare to use it in front of me. Seeing that David had suddenly become 5, Huli sneered with disdain. David ignored him, but slashed the dragon-slaying sword in his hand angrily. A huge sword beam erupted from the dragon-slaying sword. 5 sword chi shot out, and finally they came together, causing a huge tremor. David's hand holding the dragon-slaying sword was shaking slightly. This sword came out, and the 4 phantoms that David had transformed into disappeared instantly. This sword consumed most of David's spiritual power, and he couldn't hold it any longer, so he continued to use the 9 Shadows Divine Sword. The sword chi exuded a raging spiritual fire, and instantly collided with the black light ball. The spirit fire enveloped the black ball of light, and it was roasted violently, and some crackling sounds could be heard. The black light ball stopped attacking David, and the sword just blocked the black light ball directly. Seeing this, Huli Daxian waved his hand to take the black light ball back into his hand. However, above the black ball of light, the spirit fire is still wrapped, and the spirit fire rises up to a flame more than 1 meter high. The Huli Immortal is afraid that the spirit fire will burn him. Chapter 1576. Wow! Soon, the black ball of light shattered, and the little dots of light disappeared. Huli Daxian looked at it, his eyes were full of anger. The scepter was destroyed, and now the black ball of light is also destroyed. Huli Daxian has fewer and fewer cards in his hands. Although Huli Daxian has no trump cards, David is not much better, and there is not much spiritual power left in his body at this moment. The huge consumption made it too late for him to replenish his spiritual power. Now the two of them are in a tie, looking at each other's opponents, and no one is taking it lightly. If at this time either side has a helper, it can have the absolute upper hand. Master of my gods, I beg you, grant me strength again. Huli Daxian knelt down in front of the stone statue again, begging for strength. But this time, the stone statue didn't react at all, which made the Huli Daxian look extremely ugly. David was desperately running the concentration technique, madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, but now on Penglai Island, the spiritual energy is not as full as before. Coupled with David's crazy absorption, there is not much left of the spiritual energy. It seems that the rich spiritual energy on Penglai Island is not naturally formed, but the action of the Tiger Power Immortal in front of him. For a time, the two sides fell into an embarrassing situation, looking at each other, no one was shooting. Huli Daxian stared at David, but he forgot Du Nan who was beside him. At this time, Dunan has quietly climbed up, and then quickly ran out of the forbidden area. He is going to find a helper. In this situation, as long as someone helps David, David will definitely win. However, there were no strong people on Penglai Island, so Dunan set his sights on Humatzi and Zhao Chuang. Dunan sent someone to find Humatzi and Zhao Chuang immediately, but they didn't leave the palace because they were worried about David's safety. Dunan, what do you want to do? Zhao Chuang asked with an ugly face when he saw Dunan led someone to find them. Now that Humatzi and Zhao Chuang's skills have been blocked, they are ordinary people, so if Dunan wants to kill them at this time, there is no room for them to resist. You too, don't be nervous, I'm asking you to help Mr. Chen. Dunan said, and hurriedly took out 2 pills. If you eat first, you will be able to release the Sangong pills in your body. Humatzi and Zhao Chuang looked at each other, and they couldn't believe Dunan. I don't understand that Dunan and his son have just been deceived, they don't want to be fooled. Don't hesitate, I really didn't lie to you, my father is dead, and now Mr. Chen is following the tiger spirit at the moment of life and death. As long as you help, Mr. Chen will definitely win. Dunan was a little anxious, and followed Humatzi and Zhao Chuang to explain. Humatzi glanced at Dunan, then took the medicinal pill and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. Seeing that the sesame seeds were eaten, Zhao Chuang also took the medicine pill. After taking the medicine pill, the power of the 2 people really recovered. Seeing this, Humatzi was overjoyed. Let's go. Soon, several people hurried towards the forbidden area. At this time, in the forbidden area, David and the Huli Daxian are still facing each other, and both sides are very cautious. Boy, you and I have no grievances, why are you targeting me like this? As long as you leave Penglai Island, I can teach you a few methods. I have lived for thousands of years and have learned countless spells. Huli Daxian wants to follow David to make peace. Consuming like this will not benefit anyone, nor is it necessary. You can leave if you want me, but you have to tell me what's going on with the statue behind you. Who the hell are you? David curiously asked Huli Daxian. Chapter 1577. Huli Daxian hesitated for a moment, probably in order to show sincerity, so he said, it's okay to tell you, the statue behind him is my master, the blood demon, and I'm just a pet beside him. In the battle of gods and demons thousands of years ago, our blood demon clan was defeated, and the master sealed himself up and let me guard it, waiting for one day to wake up again. Master helped me transform into a human body, but unfortunately it was not completely successful, he was instantly petrified. Over the years, I have been guarding the master's side, using the power of everyone's faith to resurrect the master. It will take another 100 years at most, and after another 100 years, the master will be able to resurrect. That time. Huli Daxian's eyes flashed with light, but he did not continue to speak. Could it be that the exhaustion of spiritual energy started at that time? David continued to ask. Yes, after that battle between gods and demons, the Tao of heaven collapsed, everything was destroyed, and the whole world fell into a cycle of reincarnation. Since then, the spiritual energy began to dry up, the gods and demons fell, and the martial arts ran rampant. Now what you want to know? I have told you, can you leave? Huli Daxian looked at David and said. Leave? David sneered, if I leave, do I need you to continue to use these people on Penglai Island to resurrect your master? When your master is resurrected, it will be a waste of life and a disaster for mankind. Huli Daxian saw David playing with himself, and he was immediately furious, ordinary humans are just ants. As a person who cultivates immortals, how can you pity those ants? An ant? David frowned, you are just a tiger spirit, and you dare to say such a thing without shame. David's body jumped up, and a golden light appeared on his fists. After recovering part of his spiritual power, David immediately launched an attack on Huli Daxian. You wanna die? Huli Daxian roared and was teased by David. Huli Daxian should not be completely irritated. I saw Huli Daxian's hands constantly waving, and soon a black light ball slowly condensed, but this time the black light ball was obviously much smaller. David smashed out a golden light fist, and then collided heavily with the black light ball. Boom! With a loud noise, the black ball of light exploded, and he blew David's body out. However, the Tiger Power Immortal was not feeling well either, his body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. This time, the collision is once again half a caddy, no winner or loser. Are you going to die with me? Tiger Power Immortal roared. He couldn't understand why David was so stubborn. Are you afraid of death? David sneered. Fart, I have lived for thousands of years, and I have never been afraid of death. It's a joke. Tiger Power Immortal shouted angrily. Since you're not afraid of death, don't talk nonsense, come on. David beckoned towards the Tiger Power Immortal. But Huli Daxian didn't move. At this time, whoever made the first shot would be at a disadvantage. He still knew this. David Yuan originally wanted to deliberately stimulate this Huli Daxian to do it first, but this Huli Daxian didn't look stupid. For a time, the two fell into a confrontation again. Brother Chen. David. At this moment, Hu Matzi and Zhao Chuang had already entered the forbidden area. Looking at the forbidden area that had turned into ruins, Hu Matzi and Zhao Chuang couldn't help but gasp. What a fierce battle it is to make this place like this. When David saw that Hu Matzi and the others had returned, he frowned and said, "What are you two doing here?" Chapter 1578. David can't protect himself now. If he is protecting the two of them, he is really powerless, and he is afraid that Huli Daxian will catch the flaw. David, we have recovered our skills now, come here to help you deal with this tiger spirit. After Hu Matzi finished speaking, he walked straight towards the Tiger Power Immortal. You monster, you are not honest and stay in the cave, and you dare to make trouble. After a while, I will peel off your tiger skin, slap your tiger tendons, and turn you into a dead tiger. Hu Matzi scolded Huli Daxian. You wanna die? Huli Daxian gritted his teeth, but he didn't expect a little Jindan cultivator to dare to speak madly to himself. Huli Daxian stepped out in one step, and then punched Hu Matzi. Be careful. Seeing this, David knew that Hu Matzi was not the opponent of the Huli Daxian at all, so he jumped up and greeted him with a punch. At this time, Hu Matzi hurriedly took out a spell, bit his finger, and wrote a spell with blood on the spell. The talisman in his hand was instantly lost, and it was directly attached to David's back. Zhao Chuang. Hu Matzi then shouted towards Zhao Chuang. Got it, Master Hu. Zhao Chuang understood what Hu Matzi meant, he stepped forward and grabbed Hu Matzi's hand, and the energy in his body spread into Hu Matzi's body. Hu Matzi recited something, and the spell behind David flashed red light. Soon, one after another spiritual power entered David's body. Hu Matzi used the spell again to transport his own spiritual power into David's body. Although Zhao Chuang's strength is not that strong, but at this time, mosquitoes are small and meat. If you can send a little more to David, that's a little bit. I'm coming too. Seeing this, Du Nan, who was on the side, stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Chuang, and instantly released the little spiritual power in his body. At this time, David suddenly felt that the dantian that had been depleted suddenly became extremely full, and his body was also full of strength. David couldn't help but look back, his eyes were full of surprise. David, we are sending spiritual power into your body now, you can beat this tiger spirit with confidence. Hu Matzi shouted at David. Only then did David understand that it was Hu Matzi and the others who were behind the spiritual power he delivered. This time, David instantly gained the upper hand, and followed the Huli Daxian with a punch. There was a violent explosion, and the body of the Huli Daxian was like a kite with a broken string, smashing heavily on the stone statue. And the stone statue suddenly radiated a ray of light, and the body of Huli Daxian was shocked and flew out. This blow made Huli Daxian's face become extremely ugly, and blood flowed from his mouth. David looked at the injured Huli Daxian with a bit of playfulness in his eyes. A bunch of ignorant children, I have lived for thousands of years, how can I be defeated by you? Today I will make you pay a terrible price. Huli Daxian said, the body began to emit light, and then the whole person lay on the ground and began to shrink slowly. In the end, it turned into a tiger directly and returned to its original body. After returning to the original body, Daxian knew that he was thinking of transforming into a human form, and it was more difficult than going to the sky. But this was the end, and he had no choice. Roar! Daxian roared, and then instantly spit out a spiritual power from his mouth, and slammed into David fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, the spiritual power exploded on David in an instant. David's body glowed with golden light. He didn't dodge at all, he didn't even move. How can that be? Daxian was immediately shocked. Do you think that you have changed back to a beast and are my opponent? David sneered, and then his body disappeared in a flash. Chapter 1579. David's fist, which was shining with golden light, smashed hard on Daxian's head. Roar! Daxian let out a roar and was sent flying. The entire tiger's head was instantly smashed and dented, and it looked very terrifying. Humatsi looked at David and swallowed involuntarily. He felt that David's strength was a little too perverted. Seeing this scene, Humatsi waved his hand instantly, and the spell behind David broke away from David's body instantly. Even without the help of Humatsi and the others, it would be easy for David to kill this tiger power immortal now. If you lose one move, you will lose the whole game. Daxian has no power to fight back now. Daxian struggled to stand up and wanted to continue roaring, but his collapsed head made him unable to open his mouth. In the eyes of Daxian, there was only endless anger left, and then he jumped up and rushed towards David. Seeing this, David shot out instantly, grabbing Daxian's neck at once. You still want to struggle? David said, pressed Daxian to the ground, and began to punch at Daxian. David, don't beat him to death, it's best to get rid of the skin and cramps alive, that tiger skin and tiger tendons are treasures. Humatsi was afraid that David would directly kill Daxian, so he shouted. As soon as David heard it, he stopped in an instant. He also understood the truth, and he waved his hand directly, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared. Looking at the gleaming dragon-slaying sword, Daxian panicked. He didn't expect that he would survive for thousands of years, but today he was going to be skinned and cramped. Please let me go, I can teach you everything I have learned. Daxian begged David in a low voice. David looked at him coldly. You are a monster, if I learn from you, wouldn't I be laughed to death? I beg you, let me go, let me go. Daxian continued to plead. It's really uncomfortable to be skinned and cramped alive. Let you go. You are a god, you can deprive everyone on Penglai Island, why can't I deprive you of everything? A monster that has reached the metamorphosis realm, do you know how much the beast pill is worth? David sneered. Okay, since that's the case, then we don't have anyone to live. With that said, Daxian's body began to expand rapidly, and the aura in his body began to become chaotic. He's going to blow himself up. Humatsi roared. A monster in the metamorphosis realm blew up, and the entire Penglai Island should not be wanted. Ha ha ha, even if I die, it's impossible for you to succeed. Daxian laughed. Humph, it's so easy to want to blow yourself up. David snorted coldly, and then the dragon-slaying sword in his hand instantly pierced an acupoint of Daxian. The swollen body of Daxian shriveled in an instant. There is no hope in Daxian's eyes anymore, he has no chance to even explode himself, how could he still have a chance to survive? David looked at Daxian, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand slashed down. Daxian's head was instantly cut open, and a beast pill rolled out instantly. David picked up the beast pill and put it in his pocket, while the Humatsi rushed over with a pity face. It's a pity, how could you kill him, so the value of tiger skin and tendon will be greatly reduced. Humatsi quickly took out a dagger and started to peel and cramp. Du Nan, who was not far away, looked at the scene in front of him, and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. They had been worshipping the gods for many years, but now they were being skinned and cramped. Thinking about how ironic they had been over the years. Chapter 1580. David didn't care about those, no matter how valuable Daxian's tiger skin and tiger tendons were, it would not be more valuable than the stone statue in front of him. This stone statue has stood for thousands of years, constantly absorbing spiritual power, so the spiritual power in this stone statue is probably an immeasurable amount. If this stone statue can be used as his supply station, David believes that his strength can be improved a lot. Even if he breaks through to the transformation, it is not impossible. A spiritual consciousness slowly emanated from David's body, and slowly enveloped the entire stone statue. Now that there is no guardian of Huli Daxian, David hopes to find out all the secrets of this stone statue. But David's consciousness was just shrouded on the stone statue, and a golden light flashed, instantly severing David's consciousness. Immediately afterwards, the stone statue's eyes glowed with light, as if it had come alive. "Stupid and ignorant humans, you will be punished." Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of Hong bell-like sounds from the stone statue. This sound alone made David feel a burst of pressure, his throat sweetened, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Hu Matzi and Zhao Chuang even covered their ears with their hands and rolled on the ground in pain. "Get out of here!" David roared, then turned around and ran. Although the stone statue did not really come to life, nor would it move, but just relying on the sound, David and the others could not bear it. David did not know what the consequences would be if he stayed here. At this moment, David has long lost the desire to obtain the spiritual power of the stone statue, and now he can survive. Soon, David and the others fled the forbidden area, and then the forbidden area collapsed and was submerged in a rubble. With the complete collapse of the forbidden area, the spiritual energy above Penglai Island began to slowly disappear, and it became extremely thin in the end. Except for some real monks, the others did not feel the change in spiritual energy. Originally, they were just ordinary people, but they later became the feeder for the resurrection of the blood demon. Not many people know about the changes in the forbidden area, and the entire Penglai Island is still running smoothly. But Du Zedong is dead, and Du Nan will naturally become the new King Du. But Du Nan knew that the real king of Penglai Island in the future would be David, not him. He was just a puppet. Du Nan, you immediately order people to tear down all the stone statues in the temples. Don't let him kneel down again, otherwise the blood demon will be resurrected, and one will not even think about living. David said to Du Nan. Du Nan nodded, and immediately ordered people to start knocking down the stone statues in the temple. Although everyone was confused, they could only obey orders. David did not leave Penglai Island immediately after he had ordered everything. Although the spiritual energy on the island was as thin as that in other places, David had the beast pill of the Huli Daxian, so he wanted to rely on this beast pill, shock the great Marquis. If he really steps into Dahu, David will have the confidence to go to Kyoto again. Relying on the invincible body, coupled with David's cultivation of immortality, when David stepped into the realm of the Great Marquis, even if he encountered a master in the middle of the Great Marquis, he would be able to deal with it. David found a secluded place and began to devour the beast pill to practice. Zhao Chuang was not idle either, he practiced hard, and attacked Marquis Wu's strength. Because Zhao Chuang's cultivation in the past few months has been suppressed, his realm has not improved, and now the taboo on Penglai Island has been lifted. Zhao Chuang practiced, like sitting on a rocket, his strength was growing rapidly. Only Flax, playing with the tiger skin and tendons all day, seems to be making something. Du Nan manages the entire Penglai Island and changes the management system. Instead of being managed by a monarchy, he obeyed David's advice and began to slowly reform. Penglai Island is slowly developing in the direction of civilization and beauty. Chapter 1581. Daxia, the Northwest Desert. In a dead zone in the desert, it has become a forbidden area. Even an expert at the Marquis level would choose to take a detour and would not dare to pass here. In this restricted area, there are many corpses on the ground. At this moment, a one-armed young man wearing a black robe is sitting in the middle of the corpse. This person is Long Shao, who has been looking for David. He wants to rely on David as an opportunity to step into the realm of Marquis of Great Wu. But David seemed to have disappeared and could not be found at all. So Long Shao came to this place, constantly sucking the strength of others, to break through the Great Marquis. Rumbling. The desert, which was originally sunny and rainy, turned out to be densely covered with dark clouds at this moment, and thunders sounded one after another. Long Shao suddenly raised his head and looked at the black clouds in the sky, his face was full of excitement and excitement. When you broke through the Great Marquee, you were bombarded by thunder. You are probably the #1 person in the martial arts world. An old voice resounded in Long Zhao's mind. It's all the senior's guidance. I will work hard to help the senior restore his true body, follow the seniors left and right. Long Zhao said excitedly. A breakthrough in the world of martial arts is difficult to cause a vision of heaven and earth. It is said that only by breaking through the martial saint can one truly enter another world, and it will cause a vision of heaven and earth, and a thunder tribulation will come. But Long Zhao just broke through the Marquee of Great Martial Arts, and he actually attracted a thunder tribulation. Long Zhao knew that this was all due to the soul in his body. This thunder calamity requires you to fight it yourself. I can't help you a little bit. When you survive the thunder calamity, among the Marquee of Great Martial Arts, I'm afraid you won't have an opponent. After the old voice finished speaking, a black shadow flashed out of Long Zhao's body, and then floated into the distance. Long Zhao looked up at Lei Jia in midair. In addition to being excited, he was also a little nervous. He, who has never experienced a thunder calamity, doesn't know if his body can withstand this thunder calamity. But in order to make himself reach the top of the martial arts world, Long Zhao could only grit his teeth and resist. Rumbling. Lei Jia took advantage of the situation and slashed at Long Zhao fiercely. Long Zhao only felt one jian pierce his heart, as if his body was about to be torn apart. I don't know how long it took. The black clouds in the sky dissipated, and bursts of light lingered on Long Zhao's body. Ha ha ha, I succeeded, I succeeded. Long Zhao looked at his body and laughed madly. Now that I have stepped into the Great Marquee of Martial Arts, in the entire martial arts world, I see who dares to be my enemy. I saw that the dark shadow not far away disappeared in a flash, and then entered Long Zhao's body. Your body has also been tempered under the thunder tribulation. Even if you meet the third-rank Great Marquee now, you can still fight him. In his mind, the old voice sounded. As long as David is still alive, I will smash his body into tens of thousands of pieces. In the entire martial arts world, I see who dares to stop me. At this moment, Long Zhao's heart was extremely inflated, and he suddenly punched out. A terrifying explosion erupted not far away, and the earth was shaking. This is the power of the Great Martial Marquee, this is the power of the Great Martial Marquee. Ha ha ha. Long Zhao laughed, and after a few jumps, he thought of leaving in the distance. The direction he was going was Kyoto. He wants to tell Long Jingwa this good news. The Long family will be brilliant again in the future, and the order of the martial arts world in Kyoto will be reshuffled. At this time, Long Jingwa did not know the news of Long Zhao's breakthrough, and was still faintly worried about Long Zhao. Long Zhao went to David. If there is any accident, then their Long family may decline from now on. After all, the most powerful member of the Long family is Long Zhao, and Long Jingwa, a veteran martial artist, can no longer support the Long family. Chapter 1582. With the increase in the number of people in black robes, many aristocratic sects have begun to appear soul-possessed people. The strength of these people is growing very fast, and these veteran marquis have long been left behind. Soon, Long Jingwa felt an unprecedented breath, and this breath made Long Jingwa feel uneasy. Slowly, a figure appeared in front of Long Jingwa. When he saw who was coming, Long Jingwa was instantly stunned. "Shower, you broke through." Long Jingwa's eyes were wide open, his eyes were full of disbelief. "Yes, I broke through. Not only did I break through to the Great Marquee, but I also suffered a thunder calamity. Now I am unmatched." Long Zhao's eyes radiated light, and the arrogant aura from his body burst out instantly. Thunder tribulation. Long Jingwa was shocked again, and then turned into an endless surprise. Ha ha ha, great, this time, our Long family can recreate the glory, and no longer need the protection of the Martial Arts Alliance. Long Jingwa laughed, and there were tears in his eyes. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Long Zhao asked in confusion. Long Jingwa sighed, "You are more than that." In the past few months, the world of martial arts in Kyoto has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Long Jingwa told the story of the martial arts world in Kyoto. With the growth of the strength of other sect families, the voice and status of the Long family in the martial arts world are getting lower and lower. Even in a position of being looked down upon by others, there is no longer any chance for Long Jingwa in the meeting of the Martial Dao Alliance. To put it bluntly, the Long family is in the Martial Arts Alliance, and it has reached the point where it is dispensable. Damn, Long Shao gritted his teeth. I want to show those who look down on the Long family, Long Shao, are the #1 person in the martial arts world, and I want them to kneel and surrender. What's the point of the Martial Dao Alliance? Then what qualifications does Zhu Zhishan have to look down on the Long family? Long Shao shouted angrily, and his terrifying energy burst instantly. At this time, Long Xingxiu walked in. After seeing Long Shao, Long Xingxiu lowered his head and showed great fear. Xingxiu, what's the matter? Long Jingwa asked. Master, tomorrow the Martial Arts Alliance will hold another meeting. Long Xingxiu said. Is there still no dragon family? Long Jingwa frowned and asked. N. Long Xingxiu nodded. I know, you go down. Long Jingwa waved his hand. During this time, he has been sending Long Xingxiu to inquire about the news in the Martial Arts Alliance. Recently, the Martial Arts Alliance has held frequent meetings, and I don't know if something happened, but every meeting, their dragon family is no longer involved. Long Xingxiu retreated, and when he retreated to the door, he couldn't help but quietly glance at Long Shao. Long Shao didn't care either. This Long Xingxiu's strength was too low, so low that no one would notice him. Long Jingwa's face became very ugly. Since the Long family came into his hands, it began to decline a little bit, and now it has become a family that no one looks down on. This mountain of wishes, it's just damn. A cold glow appeared in Long Zhao's eyes. I'm going to find him. Shower, don't be impulsive. Long Jingwa persuaded Long Shao. Dad, don't worry, I'm measured. After Long Shao finished speaking, he walked out of the Long family. At this time, Zhu Zhishan was drinking in a pub. Don't look at Zhu Zhishan as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. With a high status, it should be both fame and fortune. But only he himself knew that in the Martial Arts Alliance, no one looked down on him. Therefore, in order to find a sense of existence, Zhu Zhishan often holds meetings during this time. He even killed the chickens to warn the monkeys and excluded Long Jingwa, who was disrespectful to him, and did not invite Long Jingwa or the Long family to participate in every meeting. Chapter 1583. Zhu Zhishan wanted to let all the aristocratic sects understand that although his strength is not high, he is still the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance and has supreme rights. Waiter, serve wine. Zhu Zhishan was a little dizzy after drinking, but he was still calling for wine. During this period of time, without David's troubles, the entire Kyoto martial arts world has calmed down a lot, and Zhu Zhishan has also relaxed, so there is no need to worry about when David will kill himself. I wish the Lord, you have drunk too much, don't drink anymore. At this time, a manager walked over and said. Zhu Zhishan drinks here almost every day, but every time they don't give money, they don't dare to say anything. This time, seeing that Zhu Zhishan had drunk too much, the manager dared to come over and persuade him. What do you mean? Are you afraid I won't give you the money? Zhu Zhishan narrowed his eyes slightly, patted the manager on the shoulder and said. I wish the leader, I didn't mean that, I just saw that you drank too much, I was afraid that you would be in danger if you go back. The manager hurriedly explained. There is a danger of fart, I am the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, who dares to disrespect me? Do you also look down on me, the leader, and think that I have no real power? Zhu Zhishan grabbed the manager's collar and asked angrily. The manager was so frightened that the cold sweat broke out, and he quickly waved his hand and said, No, 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 I wish the leader misunderstood, how dare I look down on you? Waiter, quickly bring a bottle of good wine to the leader of the alliance. Soon, the waiter brought a bottle of good wine, and Zhu Zhishan just gave up. Then he took the wine, walked out of the pub, staggered and drank while walking, and hummed a song. It was a very pleasant life. But when he walked to an alley, he bumped into a person head-on. Who the fuck doesn't have long eyes, blocking the way here? Zhu Zhishan narrowed his eyes and cursed loudly. When he took a closer look, He found that the person in front of him was wearing a black robe again, which made Zhu Zhishan terrified. However, when he saw that there was no logo in the martial arts alliance on the black robe, he breathed a sigh of relief. If the man in black robe is a black copper robe or a black silver robe in the martial arts alliance, then he can't eat it and leave. I wish the leader, drinking a little wine every day, life is so uncomfortable. A sinister voice came. Zhu Zhishan was stunned for a moment, feeling that the voice was very familiar. Who are you? Knowing that I am the leader of the martial arts alliance, you dare to block my way. Believe it or not, I will kill you now. Zhu Zhishan roared at the man in black robe. Kill me. The black-robed man snorted coldly, just because you want to kill me, you are also worthy. The man in black robe turned his back to Zhu Zhishan, and his voice was full of disdain and provocation. Court death. Zhu Zhishan threw the wine bottle in his hand, and then slapped it out with a palm. A strong wind roared out and instantly hit the back of the black-robed man in front of him. But this palm hit the black-robed man, but the black-robed man didn't even move. Zhu Zhishan's face was instantly startled, and he even woke up a little bit from the wine. You, who are you? Zhu Zhishan asked in surprise. I wish the leader is really forgetful, can't you even hear my voice? Long Xiao slowly turned around and asked Zhu Zhishan. Long Xiao. After Zhu Zhishan saw Long Xiao, his brows furrowed tightly. How could it be you? Why are you blocking my way? Zhu Zhishan stared at Long Xiao and asked. I want to ask, why did the leader of the alliance target my Long family? Is my dragon family's strength not worthy of participating in a small alliance meeting? Long Xiao asked unabashedly. I am the leader of the alliance. I have the final say in the alliance meeting. Where is your turn to question me? Your Long family is just a member of the martial arts alliance. Is it possible that every meeting has the consent of your Long family? Hearing that Long Xiao actually came to fight for Long Jinghua, Zhu Zhishan snorted coldly. Chapter 1584. In the future, the meeting of the martial arts alliance must go through our Long family to nod. Long Xiao said with a cold face. Why? Zhu Zhishan asked. Only with the strength of my great marquis. After Long Xiao finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from his body instantly. Zhu Zhishan felt a tightness in his chest, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. Great Marquis? You actually broke through to Great Marquis. Zhu Zhishan gasped, his eyes full of shock. He did not expect Long Xiao to step into the realm of Marquis of Great Wu in such a short period of time. However, in front of Marquis Dao, Zhu Zhishan had no resistance at all. Tell me, what do you want? Zhu Zhishan asked cautiously. I don't want to do anything. I just want our Long family to participate in tomorrow's alliance meeting. In addition, I hope our Long family will have the final say in matters within the martial arts alliance. Long Xiao smiled coldly. Impossible. Zhu Zhishan immediately refused. Long Xiao, do you think you can become invincible when you become a Marquis of Martial Arts? The strength of the Martial Arts Alliance is not what you see in your eyes. You still want to control the entire Martial Arts Alliance, it's just wishful thinking. Really? Is it wishful thinking? You will know after trying it. As he said that, Long Xiao suddenly shot and grabbed Zhu Zhishan's neck directly. You have no other choice now. Only by obediently listening to me can you save your life. Zhu Zhishan was grabbed by the neck, and it became difficult to breathe. Long Xiao, do you want to rebel? I'm the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. If you kill me, the Martial Arts Alliance will not let you go, and your Long family will never want to stay in Kyoto. Zhu Zhishan threatened Long Xiao. You still dare to threaten me? Long Xiao's eyes narrowed, and a chilling killing intent came from his body, causing Zhu Zhishan to tremble constantly. You really dare to kill me? Zhu Zhishan's eyes were wide open, and the feeling of suffocation continued to spread throughout his body. What do you say? The strength in Long Xiao's hands began to increase. Zhu Zhishan could hear the sound of his throat cracking. Stop, I listen to you. Zhu Zhishan was afraid, so he could only compromise. Seeing this, Long Shao let go of his hand, and Zhu Zhishan was desperately panting for breath. "Remember what you promised me today, if you dare to play tricks tomorrow, I will kill you." After Long Shao finished speaking, he turned around and left, and his figure instantly disappeared into the darkness. Zhu Zhishan looked at Long Xiao's back, his face was extremely ugly. At this time, David was still cultivating on Penglai Island and devoured the beast pill of Huli Daxian, which made David's strength directly reach the peak of Wuho. However, when he attacked the Marquis of Wu, he failed again and again. It seems that to hit such a big realm, we need an opportunity. David sighed helplessly. Since he could not break through, David decided to leave Penglai Island to find his own opportunity. "Brother Chen, haven't you broken through the Great Marquis?" Zhao Chuang asked in surprise. "You must know that the Tiger Power Great Immortal Beast Pill that David swallowed, but the Beast Pill of the real Great Marquis strength did not break through." At this time, Zhao Chuang also discovered that David's cultivation requires resources and difficulty levels that are several times higher than others. "It seems that in order to break through the Great Marquis, I still need an opportunity. I decided to leave here, maybe I can meet the opportunity for a breakthrough," David said lightly. David knew that every breakthrough in his realm was accompanied by the test of life and death. This time, it may be no exception. "Okay, I'll pack up right now." Zhao Chuang has long thought of Xiaoru, and can't wait to fly back to see Xiaoru right away. After walking for several months, Zhao Chuang didn't know what happened to Xiaoru. Zhao Chuang went to pack up, and David found Humatzi. Chapter 1585. I wanted to ask Humatzi if he wanted to go with him. In fact, with Humatzi's strength, if he followed David, David would have an extra powerful helper. Humatzi was the one who David had seen, the most powerful person in magic, no one. When David saw Humatzi, he only saw Humatzi wearing a tiger leather jacket, holding a whip made of tiger tendons in his hand, waving constantly. There was a continuous sound of popping in the air, and the boulders not far away actually burst. David couldn't help laughing when he saw Humatzi's appearance. He didn't expect that Humatzi would make use of the tiger's skin and the tiger's tendons. "Master Hu, I plan to leave Penglai Island, do you want to join us?" David asked Humatzi. "Where are you going? Are you going back to Kyoto?" Humatzi said. David nodded, of course he was going back to the capital, all his relatives were almost in the capital, how could he leave them behind? "I'm not going, I don't want to go back to Kyoto in my life. I'm still looking for an ancient ruin, get some more treasures. After staying here for so long, I didn't get anything good," Humatzi said helplessly. David smiled lightly, "Wait for the next cooperation, if there is something good, let you take it first." "That's what you said, just wait for my call." Humatzi knew that even if he found the ancient ruins, it would be difficult for him to explore alone, and he had to find David. "Okay, get in touch then." David nodded, then glanced at the forbidden area of the palace. David has been thinking about the large amount of spiritual power stored in the statue. Now he is not strong enough. When he is strong enough, he will definitely come back. After leaving Penglai Island, David followed Zhao Chuang to Yaoshan Valley. In the past few months when David suddenly disappeared, the entire martial arts world is quietly changing, and the pattern is also changing, but no one has taken action against Yao Shenggu. After all, when it comes to refining medicine, any family is no match for the god of Medicine Valley. Many aristocratic sects have to ask for medicinal pills from Medicine God Valley, and if they are injured, they must also turn to Medicine God Valley for help. Therefore, during this period of time, no one in Yao Shenggu came to disturb. After David brought Zhao Chuang back to Yaoshan Valley was very lively like a Chinese New Year. Zhao Chuang found Xiaoru immediately, and the two young people didn't know where to go. "Ding is not big, what will the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance do while I'm away?" David asked Ding Dao Dao. "Mr. Chen, during the time you left, the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance has also undergone a lot of changes. The Long family, which used to be all-powerful, has now become a declining family. The Martial Arts Alliance meeting is no longer inviting Long Jingua to participate. There are also some families that have risen, but the whole is still under the control of the Martial Arts Alliance, and there is no special change. Ding Dao followed David and said, "The Long family has fallen so far." David frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something, and then slowly said, "Since the Long family is down, let's start from the Long family first." David's current strength at the peak of Wuho is enough to deal with the Long family and rescue his mother. However, David didn't go to the Long family for the first time, but stayed in Yaoshan Valley with peace of mind. Then David summoned Su Chongsheng and the others to prepare himself with Shenong Ding. Now that David has reached the bottleneck period, the realm of the Great Wuho has never been able to break through. David intends to try it with Shenong Ding, maybe his body can break through in the tempering. As long as he breaks through to the Great Wuzong, David has the confidence to walk sideways in the Kyoto martial arts world. Chapter 1586. Martial Arts Alliance Hall. A lot of people from sects and aristocratic families have already arrived, and then they talked with each other, and some people were drinking tea with expressionless faces. Everyone doesn't seem to have much expectation for this alliance meeting, and is even a little bored. During this time, the league meetings were held too frequently, and every time they said something innocuous. These people are bored. I wish the ally too. With a loud shout, Zhu Zhishan slowly walked into the hall. And everyone closed their mouths and sat in their respective positions. Zhu Zhishan sat on the main seat and then glanced at both sides, but did not find anyone from the Long family, which made Zhu Zhishan stunned. Since Long Xiao didn't arrive, Zhu Zhishan didn't dare to directly announce the start of the meeting. So everyone just sat there and waited quietly. Soon, half an hour passed, and there was still no sign of the Long family. Many people became impatient. I wish the Lord, what are we waiting for? I see that everyone has arrived. If there is anything, please tell me quickly. Someone said to Zhu Zhishan with dissatisfaction. Patriarch Lu, let's wait, waiting. Zhu Zhishan said to the dissatisfied person who got up. Humph. The Lu family head snorted coldly and could only sit back again. The tyrannical aura of this Lu family master has obviously reached the realm of the late Wuho, otherwise he would not dare to speak like this to Zhu Zhishan. Another 10 minutes passed, and Long Xiao still did not appear. I wish the alliance leader, what are we waiting for? If we wait like this, I, Lu, will have no time to accompany you. Lu Patriarch was a little angry. Yes, I don't have time to waste here. If you have something to say, just say it quickly, what a big man, it will take so long. Everyone began to be dissatisfied. Zhu Zhishan frowned tightly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Patriarch Lu, I'm waiting for the arrival of the Long family, but the Long family is late. Zhu Zhishan said to Lu Patriarch. People from the Long family? The head of the Lu family was stunned. I haven't invited anyone from the Long family in these meetings. Besides, is Long Jingguo worthy of attending the meeting now? Lu Patriarch was very dissatisfied and shouted loudly. I don't deserve it, do you deserve it? At this moment, Long Jingguo walked in slowly, and behind Long Jingguo, followed by Long Xiao in a black robe. Seeing Long Xiao coming, Zhu Zhishan breathed a sigh of relief. That Lu family head saw Long Jingguo come in, and was full of anger, and suddenly sneered, Long Jingguo, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Now your Long family is no longer what it used to be. Here, you don't have the right to speak anymore, those who are sensible, get out quickly. Long Jing's face was flushed with arrogance, and he stared at the Lu family patriarch. Say your words again. At this moment, Long Xiao stepped forward slowly with murderous intent, his eyes flickering with cold light. Long Xiao, when our elders speak, how can your junior intervene, something uneducated? Lu Patriarch scolded Long Xiao angrily. Humph, I don't know whether to live or die. Long Xiao's face turned cold, and then he hummed softly. After that, Long Xiao's figure instantly disappeared, and then he heard a crisp sound. I saw the figure of the Lu Patriarch soaring into the air, with a deep fingerprint on his face. Lu Patriarch covered his face, his eyes were full of incredible. Good boy, you dare to attack me. Patriarch Lu was furious, and a deep breath burst out instantly. The Lu family head jumped up and went straight to Long Shao. In front of so many people, being slapped by a younger generation of Long Shao, this Lu family master doesn't give up his face. Ants. Facing Patriarch Lu, Long Shao let out a cold snort, followed by a slight wave of his palm, and Patriarch Lu's figure froze, and then he fell heavily to the ground as if he had been hit hard. Chapter 1587. Patriarch Lu's eyes were full of terror, and he looked at Long Shao with a shocked expression. And Long Shao stepped forward slowly, one foot on Lu Patriarch's body, and then bursts of black mist emerged from his palm, wrapping that Lu Patriarch. Soon, the strength of the Lu family was swallowed up by Long Shao in person. Immediately after the force of the feat, the body of the Lu family suddenly burst and died. Long Shao, don't. Seeing this, Zhu Zhishan wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. The others looked at the scene in front of them and were stunned. This Lu family master was in the realm of the late Marquis, but he was killed by Long Shao so easily. Does anyone else think that my Long family is not qualified to participate in this alliance meeting? Long Shao glanced at everyone at the scene and said. This time, everyone was silent, all bowed their heads, not daring to speak. The strength displayed by Long Shao made them tremble with fear. Seeing that no one was talking, Long Shao showed a proud smile on his face. This feeling of standing at the pinnacle of power makes him very happy. I wish the ally. Long Shao looked at Zhu Zhishan and shouted. Master Long, what's the matter? After Zhu Zhishan saw Long Shao's cruel methods, his heart lingered in fear. Although the power within the martial arts alliance is not comparable to that of Long Shao, a great marquis. But in the current situation, if Zhu Zhishan doesn't show compromise, he is afraid that he will be the next one to die. I've been looking at your position for so long, and it's time to change. I think my father is quite suitable. Long Shao said to Zhu Zhishan. Young Master Long, although I am the leader of the alliance, if I want to give up my position, I have to get the approval of the top management. You know this. Zhu Zhishan looked troubled. He cannot be the leader of this alliance, but this is not what he has the final say. The deputy leader of Ningxi has more power than him. What's more, there are high levels behind, and there is great power on top. No one spoke. How could Zhu Zhishan dare to agree casually? Now that Ningxi is in retreat, Zhu Zhishan can't find anyone to deal with Long Shao. Aren't you talking about those black copper robes? If someone disagrees, let him come to me directly. As Long Shao spoke, the aura of the great Marquis began to permeate his body. Under this pressure, everyone felt their hearts tremble. Marquis Dao, this Long Shao was actually promoted to Marquis Dao. It's no wonder that he killed the Lu family master with one palm, who can match the realm of the great Marquis. Everyone trembled and looked at Long Shao in disbelief. I wish the Lord, are you still not coming down? Long Shao asked coldly. Zhu Zhishan's face was extremely ugly, and in the end he had no choice but to slowly retreat from the master's seat. Dad, you can sit up. Long Shao said to Long Jinghua. Long Jinghua looked at the position of the leader of the alliance in front of him, his face full of excitement. Step by step, Long Jinghua sat down directly. Ha ha ha, from now on, my Long family will surely go to glory. Long Jinghua stroked the chair of the alliance leader and laughed loudly. From today, you will surrender to our Long family. If you dare to have two hearts, you will know later. Long Shao said with a gloomy expression. These people bowed their heads, and no one spoke. Seeing this, Long Shao turned cold. Are you all deaf? The breath on the body skyrocketed instantly, and everyone felt that their breathing was stagnant. Understood, some people could not bear it and began to give in. After that, more and more people began to succumb to Long Shao's lewd power. Seeing everyone's reaction, Long Shao nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Zhu Zhishan. Zhu Zhishan, I heard that there are many high-level people in the dungeon in the alliance. I want to go and see, especially David's girlfriend. I want to use her to lead David out and kill him. Chapter 1588. No, the prison in the alliance must not let anyone enter casually, especially that Sonia. There is an order from the top. no one is allowed to move. Zhu Zhishan refused in one bite. Sonia is a treasure in the martial arts alliance, and Daning spoke in person, giving Zhu Zhishan 10,000 courage, and he did not dare to go against Daning's words. What did you say? Long Zhao's face turned cold, and the pressure on his body was fully revealed. Zhu Zhishan felt a tightness in his chest, but he still didn't dare to agree to Long Zhao's request. Now I have the final say in the martial arts alliance, those who obey me will prosper and those who go against me will die. When Long Zhao stretched out his hand, a huge suction force instantly grabbed Zhu Zhishan in his hand. Zhu Zhishan's body was trembling, and he could clearly feel the strong killing intent on Long Zhao's body. But even so, Zhu Zhishan did not dare to go against the meaning of Almighty. Zhu Zhishan knew that if he didn't listen to Long Zhao, he would be dead at most. But if you want to offend the great power, it is better to die than life, and I am afraid that you will suffer forever. Long Zhao, I advise you to stop now. The martial arts alliance is not what you see. You have never seen the true strength of the martial arts alliance. Zhu Zhishan said to Long Zhao. I am the great marquis now, the great marquis who has suffered a thunder calamity, who can be my enemy? Long Zhao's face was full of arrogance, and he could no longer hold anyone in his eyes. Zhu Zhishan looked at Long Zhao's frantic appearance, and didn't know what to say. However, he would never take Long Zhao to the dungeon. Zhu Zhishan, are you not afraid of death? Long Zhao frowned as he looked at Zhu Zhishan. I'm afraid of death, but if I take you to the dungeon, then life is better than death. Zhu Zhishan slowly closed his eyes. Okay, since you're not obedient, what's the use of keeping you? After Long Zhao finished speaking, a black mist rose from the palm of the hand, followed by a huge suction, but it sucked the strength of Zhu Zhishan. Zhu Zhishan felt the rapid loss of strength in his body, but he had no resistance, he had already accepted his fate. At this time, Zhu Zhishan, David's figure flashed in his mind. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he laughed self-deprecatingly. He has always regarded David as a thorn in the flesh, and has always been afraid that his life will end in David's hands. Unexpectedly, David didn't kill him, but it was Long Zhao who killed him. Maybe David is still in Kyoto, can he follow this Long Zhao to fight? Zhu Zhishan was thinking wildly in his heart. Slowly, Zhu Zhishan became weaker and weaker according to his body, and his thoughts began to slow down. He knew that the last moment of his life had come. Soon, Zhu Zhishan didn't breathe at all, and the whole body became like a mummified corpse. The leader of a generation of martial arts alliance has ended, and it has become such an end. After consuming Zhu Zhishan's strength, Long Zhao licked his lips with satisfaction, and the gleam in his eyes was even better. The others looked at Zhu Zhishan, who had turned into a mummified corpse, and they lowered their heads in fright, and they didn't dare to breathe. This is the end of disobedience, you all remember. Long Zhao glanced at everyone. Everyone can only nod their heads and dare not speak. Long Zhao went straight to the backyard of the Martial Arts Alliance, looking at the rockery, he knew that this was the entrance. However, the dungeon must be protected by a formation. If Long Zhao wants to enter, he must destroy the formation. The mere formation can still stop me. Long Zhao was extremely swollen at this moment. As the Great Marquis, he was the only Great Marquis to suffer from thunder calamity. Long Zhao explained that he was not afraid. I saw Long Zhao slowly raise his hand, and a black gas condensed on his palm. Then the black gas turned into a huge palm, and the overwhelming breath spread out. This big hand enveloped the entire rockery. Boom! Long Zhao pushed his palm forward, and the incomparably cold aura instantly shot towards the rockery. Chapter 1589. But when the giant hand reached the front of the rockery, a fiery light suddenly lit up in the rockery. Under the light, the giant hand condensed from the black mist instantly turned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace. Long Zhao was stunned for a moment, his eyes were full of incredulity, although he didn't use all his strength just now, but that blow didn't even destroy the rockery. The Martial Arts Alliance, there are indeed some things, I don't believe that a single formation can't be broken. As Long Zhao said, the black mist condensed again, this time the aura was even more terrifying. Come on, you can't break this magic circle. At this moment, the old voice sounded in Long Zhao's mind. Senior, can this formation not even break the strength of my great marquis? Long Zhao didn't quite believe it. The formation created by anyone, the great marquis, can't be broken. This is the ancient soul-locking formation. Although the formation is only half the power of this formation, it is not something that you, the great marquis, can forcefully destroy. I didn't expect someone in the Martial Arts Alliance to set up this formation. It seems that the Martial Arts Alliance is really not easy. There was a bit of surprise in the old voice. Seeing this, Long Zhao could only sigh and retreat. Soon, the news that the Martial Arts Alliance was controlled by the Long family spread throughout the entire Kyoto martial arts world. And Long Zhao held a big banquet at the Long family, inviting all the major families in the martial arts world in Kyoto to participate. Long Zhao's intention this time is very obvious. Anyone who comes is regarded as a friend of the Long family, and anyone who doesn't come to participate, Long Zhao will take the opportunity to eradicate it. He was thinking of subduing the entire martial arts world in Kyoto at the feet of the Long family. Although many aristocratic sects were unconvinced in their hearts, due to Long Zhao's current strength, they could only swallow their anger. Even Long Zhao dared to kill Zhu Zishan of the Martial Arts Alliance. What else could he dare not do? On the day of the big banquet held by the Long family, almost all the martial arts circles in Kyoto were present, which made Long Zhao's heart swell to the extreme. Long Jingguo was extremely excited when he saw the grand occasion in front of him. Even when the Long family was at its peak, there had never been such a spectacular sight. As the head of the Long family and the current head of the Martial Arts Alliance, Long Jingguo dressed very grandly, waiting for the arrival of the staff, and he was in the seat. Xingshu, have all the sect families in the martial arts world come together? Long Jingguo asked Long Xingshu. Master, except for the Dong family and the Gu family, everyone has come. Long Xingshu said in a low voice. It's the Dong family and the Gu family again, who are always self-righteous. Now our Long family is not as good as it used to be, so they don't give face. After Long Jingguo heard this, his face turned cold. Dad, don't worry, these two families will soon disappear from the Kyoto martial arts world. Long Zhao, who was beside him, faintly exuded a cold light. Long Jingguo nodded, then looked at Long Xingshu and said, go out and entertain those people, don't lose the style of our Long family. Got it, sir. Long Xingshu withdrew, and just walked out of the door. A look of worry flashed on Long Xingshu's face. He has been forbearing, spying on the position of the head of the Long family. But now, that Long Zhao has actually been promoted to the Great Marquis of Wu, then he wants to seize the position of the head of the Long family. I am afraid it will be a lot more difficult. Originally, he wanted to help himself destroy Long Jingguo and his son through David's hands, so that he could sit on the seat of the head of the Long family. But he didn't expect that David would disappear without knowing his life and death, and it would take several months for him to disappear. Long Xingshu took a deep breath, then summoned the rest of the Long family and began to greet those from the sect family. But in Long Xingshu's heart, he would never give up just like that. The sword is hidden in the sheath, the killing intent is hidden in the heart. Chapter 1590. Kyoto, the Gu family. Dad, the Long family is so lively and openly oppressing many aristocratic families to surrender, why didn't the official come forward? Seeing the Long family being so arrogant, Gu Jiayi asked in disgust. Who can understand Mr. Shi's thoughts, but no matter what the government does, we have to save ourselves. This Long Zhao's method is more ruthless than the previous martial arts alliance. He can't watch us alone, and he will definitely attack us. I'm going out for a while. You have to remember, no matter what, don't conflict with the Long family. Everyone in the Gu family is not allowed to go out unless there is an emergency. Gu Fuhai's eyes were full of worry. Dad, why are you so afraid of the Long family? Our Gu family's strength is not worse than that of the Long family, right? And your strength may not be able to beat that Long Zhao, why should you be afraid of him? Gu Jiayi doesn't understand, why is her father so nervous? Our Gu family has never asked about the martial arts world. If we really fight with the Long family this time, then our Gu family's secrets will probably no longer be secrets, and our Gu family has been recuperating for thousands of years, and we have to pay for it. It's flowing east. Gu Fuhai's eyes became a little more worried, and then continued, don't ask anything, just listen to my arrangements. The Kyoto martial arts world is in chaos now. I have to report this matter to the top. In the future, our Gu family is thinking about being alone, and I'm afraid it will be difficult. After Gu Fuhai finished speaking, he folded his hands together, and a ray of light shot into the sky in an instant, and then the entire Gu family was shrouded in a light curtain. I activated the formation. As long as you don't go out, nothing will happen. Remember, no matter what happens, don't go out at will. Gu Fuhai said. The figure slowly began to blur, and finally disappeared directly. At this time, Gu Fuhai had already used space magic and left Kyoto in an instant. Yaoshan Valley. David has been staying in Yaoshan Valley during this time, and has not returned to Kyoto. However, David knew all about what happened in Kyoto. I really didn't expect that Long Xiao would actually break through to the great Marquis of Wu. The current Long family is probably the most beautiful time. Long Wu looked in the direction of Kyoto and said lightly. No, it's only been a few months, and the world of martial arts in Kyoto has really changed. Who would have thought that Zhu Zhishan would be killed by Long Xiao? Originally, the two of them were in unison. It's so ironic. A bit of worry flashed on David's face. Long Xiao broke through to the Marquis of Great Wu, then he would have a harder time dealing with the Long family. Now the entire Kyoto martial arts world has to look at the face of the Long family and act. If you want to rescue the eldest young lady at this time, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult. Long Wu sighed. Now that the strength of the Long family is getting stronger and stronger, it means that the chances of rescuing Long Ruotong are getting smaller and smaller. Maybe the Long family is the last madness before its demise. Let's wait and see. David knew that with Long Xiao's style, there would definitely be many people in the Kyoto martial arts world dissatisfied. Moreover, David knew about the strength of the martial arts alliance, and it was impossible to watch Long Xiao control the entire martial arts alliance. He believed that a conflict would soon break out between the martial arts alliance and the Long family. At this time, the Dragon family in Kyoto, every Dragon family is full of joy. The current status of the Long family is an honor and a symbol. When the Long family walks on the street, they all have to hide. Long Xiao and Long Jinggua's hearts have already swelled to the extreme. As for the other aristocratic sects, they could only dare to be angry and dare not speak out. Long Xiao's ruthless means were far more ruthless than that of the Martial Arts Alliance. Chapter 1591. It's time to force that David to show up. I don't believe that David would die so easily. In the hall of the Long family, Long Xiao said with a cold glow in his eyes. Now the martial arts world in Kyoto is basically controlled by the Long family. Long Xiao now dreams that David will show up, and then kill David. How do we force him? Are we going to push his mother out and force him to show up? Long Jinggua asked in confusion. He didn't know how to force David. But there is one thing, if Long Ruotong is brought out, the entire martial arts world will know that Long Ruotong is still alive and imprisoned for more than 20 years. And the secrets that the Long family wants to know may also be known in advance by others. No, isn't David the owner of Medicine God Valley? Then we will start with Medicine God Valley. The corner of Long Xiao's mouth raised slightly. I don't believe it. If David is threatened with the entire Yaoshan Valley, he can still hide. Shower, the medicine refining technique of the Medicine God Valley is truly unmatched. If we destroy the Medicine God Valley, who will we go to refine the medicine pills in the future? Long Jinggua asked with a slight frown. The strength of Yao Shenggu is not strong, but relying on the invincible medicine refining technique, no sect family dares to use Yao Shenggu easily. Who said that I want to destroy Yao Shenggu? We can arrest all the people in Yao Shenggu and let them only serve our Long family, and we can also use this to force David to show up. Wouldn't it be better to have the best of both worlds? Long Xiao smiled coldly. Then I'll take someone there myself. Long Jinggua said. Long Xiao waved his hand. How can such a trivial matter be used by you? After speaking, Long Xiao said to a one-eyed middle-aged man sitting. The one-eyed dragon stood up, nodded and said, as ordered. The aura on this one-eyed dragon is also very tyrannical, and it has reached the realm of the late Wuho. And in the Long family, there are quite a few such masters, many of whom came here after hearing that Long Shao broke through Wuho and suffered a thunder calamity recently. It is very difficult to know the breakthrough of such a big realm, so they all hope to learn something from Long Shao. The one-eyed dragon took dozens of people and headed for the Medicine God Valley. At this time, David was sitting with Long Wu on the top of a hill not far from Yaoshan Valley. During this time, David always likes to sit here with Long Wu, listening to Long Wu talk about his mother. "Uncle Long, didn't my mother ever tell you about my father?" David now wants to know who his father is. Many people called him the son of the dragon more than once, and even the Huli Daxian said that he was the real body of a golden dragon. Could it be that his father is a dragon? Long Wu shook his head. The eldest miss has never mentioned it, maybe she doesn't want to mention it. David stopped talking, looking into the distance. In the vast world, David felt that he was as small as a speck of dust. Just when David followed Long Wu on the top of the mountain, the one-eyed dragon had already surrounded the entire Yaoshan Valley. Such a big movement instantly drew out Elder Su and the four wicked men. When they saw these dozens of people, their faces were all ugly. These people are very powerful, and everyone exudes a terrifying breath. The one-eyed dragon grinned as he looked at the people who were pouring out. "I didn't expect that there are so many idle people waiting in Yaoshan Valley. I'm going to take all Yaoshenga pharmacists today. All Yaoshenga pharmacists will stand aside for me so as not to hurt you. Others had better surrender, or shoot to kill." The one-eyed dragon exudes the breath of the late Marquis in his body, and his eyes swept across the crowd. Chapter 1592. Everyone was suppressed by this terrifying breath, and their hearts were very nervous, but no one stood out. Even those incompetent pharmacists did not stand up to survive. "Since you all stand out, don't blame me for being rude." The one-eyed dragon's eyes narrowed, and the killing intent on his body became stronger. "Who the hell are you? Why did you break into Yaoshan Valley? Don't you know who our valley owner is?" Su Chongqing stood out and questioned the one-eyed dragon. Isn't your valley owner the same David? He is still alive and dead now, what do you expect him to do? Listen to me now, and I can keep you safe." The one-eyed dragon laughed. Su Chongqing didn't say a word. After seeing these people, they thought that David was missing, and his life and death were unknown. As everyone knows, David is now in Medicine God Valley. As long as you delay for a while, when David arrives, none of these people can escape. I am the elder of Medicine God Valley. Now that the valley owner is not here, I have the final say here. If we pharmacists go with you, can you let the others go? If you don't agree, I can guarantee that you, a living pharmacist, don't even want to take it away. Su Chongqing threatened the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon frowned. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Okay, I promise you, and now let all the pharmacists in Medicine God Valley stand up." Su Chongqing nodded, then looked at everyone, his eyes exchanged with those of the four villains and Zhao Ligua. Everyone also knew what Su Chongqing meant. As long as the time was delayed, David would come back when he discovered the situation here. All the pharmacists in Yaoshan Valley listened to my order and stood to one side. Su Chongqing shouted to the crowd. With Su Chongqing's order, those pharmacists slowly walked out of the crowd. Seeing these pharmacists coming out, the one-eyed dragon winked at the subordinates he brought. The strength of these pharmacists is not high, and they are easy to control. As long as these pharmacists are controlled, the rest of the people can be killed without mercy. But at this moment, a figure floated down in the sky. Seeing the figures falling from the sky, everyone in Yaoshenga breathed a sigh of relief. It was David who came. "Who are you? Dare to come to my Yaoshan Valley to be wild?" David looked at the one-eyed dragon coldly and asked. "David?" The one-eyed dragon's face changed slightly. "It turns out that you have been hiding in Yaoshan Valley. It seems that I will make a great contribution today." Shoo! A burst of golden light flashed, and the one-eyed dragon's body was thrown high, followed by a crisp slap. The one-eyed dragon was slapped and his teeth fell out. I ask you, who are you? David's cold eyes made the one-eyed dragon feel a chill behind him. We are from the Long family. We were ordered to destroy Yaoshan Valley. I didn't expect to meet you. If you can be taken back, young Master Long will definitely be rewarded. Although the one-eyed dragon was slapped, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes were full of excitement. Just because you stinky fish and rotten shrimps, you want to catch me? David sneered. The one-eyed dragon's face was gloomy, and he said with anger, David, don't think that you can defeat me just by attacking me successfully, you burn blood. Even if you recover for so long, it is impossible to recover to the peak. If you know each other, you will be obediently captured, and you will be spared the pain of flesh and blood. Tian man, there's so much nonsense. David said, turning his fingers into knives, and a golden light shot out from David's fingers quickly. Before the one-eyed dragon could react, he saw his left arm and chopped it down. Blood spurted out instantly, and the eyes of the one-eyed dragon were full of shock. Chapter 1593. How is this possible? The one-eyed dragon's face was extremely ugly. You had to know that he was in the realm of the late Marquis. Even if he was a newly promoted Marquis, it would not be easy to cut off his arm in one move. However, David lost an arm with such an easy blow. This shock made one-eyed dragon unable to react for a long time. The people in Yaoshengu looked at David's random shot. The power was so huge, and they were all stunned, followed by endless excitement and joy. Nothing is impossible. Since you dare to come to Yaoshan Valley to make trouble, you must be prepared to die. The corner of David's mouth was slightly raised, and he said lightly to the one-eyed dragon. The corners of the one-eyed dragon's eyes twitched, but he didn't speak. He was looking for how to escape. Everyone obeyed the order, took down David, and returned to young Master Long to be rewarded. The one-eyed dragon ordered to those who followed. Kill. Those who followed, although they knew that David was powerful, they had no choice but to work hard. If they don't work hard, waiting for them is a bloodier and crueler punishment. More than a dozen people cast various techniques and bombarded David. And the one-eyed dragon turned and ran, increasing the speed to the extreme. A bunch of ants. David snorted coldly, followed by a flash of golden light on his body, and patted his palm lightly, only to see a huge golden palm in midair, pressing down on those people fiercely. Rumbling. The huge force, the direct vibration of the heaven and the earth, the mountains and rocks flying. And those who rushed up didn't have time to react at all. They were all slapped on the ground heavily, and everyone's figure fell into the ground more than 10 meters. More than a dozen people, many of them Wuho masters, were slapped by David, and they were all turned into meat. Not a single one is alive. Feeling the terrifying and shocking power behind him, the one-eyed dragon couldn't help but look back. But it was this turn that made the one-eyed dragon see an unforgettable picture in his life. He saw that the people he brought with him, in an instant, all became flesh and blood, and those who died could no longer die. This scene deeply shocked the one-eyed dragon. After a while, the one-eyed dragon woke up and hurriedly turned around and continued to run. He was running for his life. How could he stop? But as soon as he turned around, he found that David had already appeared in front of his eyes more than once. Do you think you can still run away? David sneered at the one-eyed dragon. David, I should tell you, young Master Long has already stepped into the Great Marquis, and he is still the Great Marquis of Great Marquis who suffered a thunder calamity. Young Master Long will not let you go, he will divide you into 5 horses. The one-eyed dragon gritted his teeth with a hideous look on his face. Then I'll wait slowly, but you haven't had a chance to see what I am like. David smiled, then raised his hand and slapped it down. The one-eyed dragon didn't even have a chance to scream, and was shot to death, just like killing a fly. The 4 villains, Zhao Ligua, and the people from Yaoshengu, all stared at David in a daze, with mixed feelings in their hearts. They are all people who follow David, but now David's strength is getting higher and higher, and the difficulties he encounters are getting bigger and bigger, and they can help a lot less. And many times, they still need the protection of David, which makes them, as subordinates, feel a deep self-blame. David glanced at everyone, and seemed to see something from the expressions of everyone. You don't need to be under any psychological pressure. The way of cultivation is about gradual progress. In order to speed up the progress of cultivation, many people do not hesitate to enter the ranks of evil cultivators. Some even do not hesitate to become puppets and be possessed by souls. After all, these are not desirable. David said to the crowd. Listening to David's words, everyone was silent, but they all agreed with David's point of view. Chapter 1594. Kyoto, the Dragon Family. What's the matter? It's been a whole day. How does the one-eyed dragon do? Can't do this little thing. Long Xiao frowned when he saw that the one-eyed dragon hadn't come back. Will there be an accident? Long Jinghua has a faint unease in his heart. Dad, it won't be an accident. That one-eyed dragon is a 7th-rank marquis, a proper realm of the late marquis. How could a small valley of medicine gods not be able to deal with it? I am afraid that other people will interfere with it and ruin our Long family's affairs. After all, many aristocratic sects also regard Yaoshan Valley as a piece of fat. What Long Xiao is worried about now is that other people are making trouble. Don't look at the fact that most of the aristocratic sects in the martial arts world in Kyoto have already bowed their heads to the Long family, but they are not sincerely surrendered, and Long Xiao also knows this. If someone is really bad in the dark, it's impossible to say. Would you like to send someone to take a look? Long Jinghua asked. Still waiting, Long Xiao looked at the time and decided to wait. At the same time, in the secret room of the Martial Arts Alliance, a terrifying power emanated from the sky. If it weren't for the barrier of the secret room, this terrifying power would definitely cause a sensation. Ningji slowly opened his eyes, feeling the unprecedented power in his body, the corners of his mouth raised. Marquis Dao, this is the power of Marquis Dao, it's really extraordinary. Ningji clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bursting with brilliance. Walking out of the secret room, Ningji went straight to the hall. Vice Leader Ning. Seeing Ningji leaving the customs, everyone in the Martial Arts Alliance stepped forward to say hello. What about the ally? Ningji asked. During the period of retreat, Ningji knew nothing about everything that happened in the martial arts world in Kyoto. Seeing that Ningji asked about Zhu Zhishan, everyone bowed their heads and stopped talking. Ningji was shocked, he knew something must have happened. Come on, what about the leader of the alliance? Ningji's face turned cold and he asked loudly. At this time, a member of the Martial Arts Alliance stood up and told Ningji what happened during this period of time. When Ningji heard this, he seemed a little surprised. This Long Xiao is so bold, it's crazy to want the entire Kyoto martial arts world to surrender. A cold glow flashed in Ningji's eyes. Deputy Leader Ning, now the leader of the Long family, has proclaimed himself the leader of the alliance, and asks us to listen to the Dragon family. Said a member of the Martial Arts Alliance. I wish the leader of the alliance is dead, then I will be promoted to the position of leader of the alliance logically. You can all listen to me. Now go to convene a meeting of the various member families of the Martial Arts Alliance. Ningji said with a gloomy face. Vice Alliance Leader Ning, that Long Xiao is now the great martial marquis, and his methods are cruel. Many aristocratic sects are very afraid of him. The Martial Arts Alliance member said. Humph, he's the Marquis of Great Wu, why am I not? After Ningji finished speaking, the aura on his body suddenly rose into the sky, causing a sudden vision of heaven and earth, lightning and thunder. Damn it, is there someone who can't break through the Great Marquis? It's the direction of the Martial Arts Alliance. Someone in the Martial Arts Alliance has broken through the Great Marquis. Who is it? Who has the ability? Many people are talking and speculating. Soon, many aristocratic sect families were called into the Martial Arts Alliance, and many of the Long family got news. Master, many aristocratic sects have now gone to the Martial Arts Alliance for meetings, and some people say that the position of the Master of the Alliance is self-proclaimed, and it is not counted. A servant of the Long family hurriedly followed Long Xiao. How could this be? Who is so bold, dare to openly oppose my Long family? Long Xiao said in a hurry. I don't know, but some people say that in the Martial Arts Alliance, there are also people who have broken through the Great Marquis, so they will call those sect families for a meeting. The servant shook his head. Chapter 1595. It turns out that someone has broken through the Great Marquis. Even if they break through the Great Marquis, what can I do? I just happen to use him to establish a prestige. Long Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he went straight to the martial arts alliance in Long Jinghua. Long Zhao is the Great Marquis who suffered the Thunder Calamity. Even though Long Zhao has just broken through, but Long Zhao's strength is comparable to that of the third-rank Great Marquis. When Long Zhao and Long Jinghua rushed to the martial arts alliance, the faces of the aristocratic sects who came to the meeting changed drastically, like an old book seeing a cat. When Ning Ji, who was in the main seat, saw this, he immediately understood that during this period of time, it seemed that Long Zhao used the means of thunder to make these sect families fear. Ning Ji, do you mean to bring these for a meeting? Long Zhao looked at Ning Ji, who was sitting on the master's seat, and asked coldly. Yes, since the leader of the alliance is dead, then I, the deputy leader, will be promoted directly to the leader of the alliance. Why not call these members of the martial arts alliance for a meeting? It's you, who killed alliance leader Zhu and occupied the Martial Dao alliance. Do you really think that no one in the Martial Dao alliance can control you? Ning Ji's eyes were slightly condensed, and the breath on his body kept surging. It's just you. Long Zhao sneered, you are also worthy. Let's just say, Long Zhao slapped it out with a palm, and a terrifying strong wind went straight to Ning Ji. A powerful aura burst out from Ning Ji's body in an instant, directly dispelling the strong wind shot by Long Zhao. The two are both Marquis of Great Wu, and they fought for the first time, but they didn't use all their strength. Long Zhao, this is the martial arts alliance. I don't want to do anything with you. If you're not convinced, we'll see you tomorrow at the martial arts arena. Ning Ji said like a thunder bell. Okay, then I will show all the people in the martial arts world in Kyoto how you died in my hands. Long Zhao's eyes were full of confidence. He only broke through after Lei Jia, how could it be compared to Ning Ji? After he finished speaking, Long Zhao glanced at everyone present. Listen, go back to me now, I will forgive the past. If I stay here, I will kill all those who stay here tomorrow after I kill Ning Ji. Everyone was killed. Long Zhao's tone was unquestionable, and everyone in the hall trembled in their hearts. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. This is to make their team, once they choose the wrong one, they will lose their heads. Okay, I'll be here today, you all go back, remember to go to the martial arts field tomorrow and see how I kill this arrogant. Ning Ji waved his hand and told everyone to go back. As if receiving amnesty, everyone hurriedly left. But this time, Ning Ji occupies a certain position in the hearts of everyone, and many people are silently praying in their hearts, hoping that Ning Ji can kill Long Zhao and sit on the throne of the alliance leader. The current Long Zhao has been spurned by many people, but everyone is afraid of his strength. The news that Ning Ji and Long Zhao were going to fight in the martial arts field instantly exploded the pot in the martial arts world. However, many people are cheering for Ning Ji, hoping that Ning Ji can win. Interesting, I didn't expect these two people to fight, but this Ning Ji is considered a good talent, and he even broke through to the realm of the Great Marquis. After David got the news, he said with some surprise. In that time, Long Zhao has already betrayed his relatives and left. Many people in the Kyoto martial arts world are eager for him to die. It seems that Long Zhao's life is not long. Long Wu said lightly. Mr. Chen, you said this time, which of the two will win? Zhao Ligua asked David. Both of them are considered talented young people, and they have only recently broken through to the realm of Marquis of Great Wu. If this fights, life and death are unpredictable. Who can win between the two of them depends on the souls in their bodies. Which one is stronger does not depend on the ability of their bodies. Even if they are talented, it's almost impossible to break through to the Great Marquis realm in such a short period of time. It's all about the soul within the body. David's eyes flashed coldly. No matter who wins, I'm going to join in the fun tomorrow. Chapter 1596. The next day. The martial arts field was already crowded very early, and many people were looking forward to the fight between Ning Ji and Long Zhao. Almost all the people from the Kyoto martial arts world were present. Most of these people hope that Ning Ji can win. After all, compared to Long Zhao's brutality, the martial arts alliance is still very restrained. Ningji also came to the martial arts field with 5 black bronze robes. Ningji attached great importance to this stop, because this stop would establish his position in the martial arts world of Kyoto. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Ningji must go all out. And Long Zhao also brought several masters from the Long family to the martial arts field. The appearance of Long Zhao made the lively martial arts field silent in an instant. After seeing Long Zhao, many people have deep fear in their hearts. Looking at everyone's attitude towards him, the corners of Long Zhao's mouth twitched slightly. What he likes most is watching everyone's fear of him. Long Zhao is a big bad guy, I must kill Long Zhao today. At this time, in the crowd, a sharp voice sounded. Everyone looked at the voice instantly, and the person who just shouted this sentence originally wanted to run away after shouting. It's a pity that I didn't make it, and I was sold out by everyone's eyes. This is a child who is only a teenager, and the immaturity on his face has not disappeared. Court death. Long Zhao's eyes narrowed, and a cold killing intent instantly rose. In front of so many people, this guy dares to provoke his majesty, how could Long Zhao bear it? As soon as Long Zhao raised his hand, a burst of energy instantly filled the air, crushing the teenage child away. Feeling this breath, everyone began to avoid one after another, and the child's face was full of horror. But just after the energy reached the child, it was blocked by a breath. Long Zhao, he's just a child, what kind of man are you when you do something to a child? At this time, Gu Jiayi slowly stood up. Gu Fuhai originally did not allow Gu Jiayi to leave the Gu family casually, but today Ningji fought with Long Zhao. Gu Jiayi couldn't control his curiosity, so he ran out. She wanted to see what kind of battle broke out between the two great marquis. Gu Jiayi is very talented, and she has always longed for herself to break through the great Marquis of Wu. Seeing Gu Jiayi stand up, a smile appeared on Long Zhao's gloomy face. It turned out to be Miss Gu. I haven't seen you for a long time. You are getting more and more beautiful. Long Zhao has an evil smile in his eyes. Long Zhao also liked Gu Jiayi before, but it's a pity that Long Zhao at that time, although very talented, has not achieved what he is now. His strength is not as high as Gu Jiayi, so he doesn't dare to confess. But now it's different. In the entire martial arts world in Kyoto, only Long Zhao is the only one, and Long Zhao has swelled to the extreme. Gu Jiayi looked at Long Zhao with disgust in her eyes. But Long Zhao didn't know it, he stepped forward and followed Gu Jiayi a few steps closer. The #1 talented woman in the martial arts world in Kyoto. Looking at the entire martial arts world, I am afraid that only Miss Gu can match me. Do you know why I haven't done anything to your Gu family during this period of time? It's because of you. Miss Ge's beauty has always fascinated me. As Long Zhao said that, in front of everyone, he stepped forward to grab Gu Jiayi's hand. Gu Jiayi's expression changed, and she quickly took 2 steps back. Long Zhao. Look at how you look like you are now, do you still like me? I'm sick when I see you, don't come near me. Gu Jiayi mocked Long Zhao unceremoniously. Gu Jiayi's words made the smile on Long Zhao's face disappear instantly. You are courting death. Long Zhao's face changed as soon as he said it. He just kept saying that he liked Gu Jiayi, but at this moment, his eyes were full of killing intent, and he wanted to slap Gu Jiayi to death. Chapter 1597. Gu Jiayi's expression changed, she knew that she would not be Long Zhao's opponent. Marquis and Marquis de Marquis, a great improvement in realm, is a world of difference. Just when Long Zhao was about to attack Gu Jiayi, a huge energy attacked and instantly enveloped Long Zhao. It's so shameless for a big man to kill a woman and a child. With that said, Ningji's figure jumped up, and then fell steadily to Gu Jiayi's side. Miss Gu, don't be afraid, no one can hurt you with me. Ningji said to Gu Jiayi in a gentlemanly manner. Gu Jiayi looked at Ningji with disgust in her eyes, she said nothing, turned her head and walked into the crowd. Ningji, don't be so fucking hypocritical. You want to come to some hero to save the beauty. If you don't see people ignore you, don't take yourself seriously. Long Xiao sneered. You and I are evenly matched, but I have more brains than you. Only a brainless guy like you will take the initiative to fight against the martial arts alliance, and will feel that you are a great marquis, and you are invincible in the world. It's just a joke, the world is so big, what can you count as a little marquis of Wu? Something you don't know. Ningxi had seen the high-level meeting of the martial arts alliance with his own eyes. Let's not talk about the strength of the great master, just the strength of the black silver robe and the black gold robe alone is much more powerful than the black copper robe. Maybe those black silver robes and black copper robes, there are also a lot of marquis, but they don't show up. I think you are the one who didn't know. You just stepped into the Marquis of Great Wu, because you have the ability to fight against me? Although you and I are all new Marquis of Wu, you are far worse than me, and I can defeat you with one hand. Long Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. He was the great Marquis who surpassed Lei Jie earlier. He was different from Ningxi, and Ningxi was of course not his opponent. Ha ha ha, you can really brag. You want to beat me with two hands, but unfortunately you have it. One of your arms was chopped off by David, and you have this look. How dare you be so arrogant? Ningxi laughed out loud, which made Long Xiao's face even more ugly. At this time, in a corner of the stand, David was staring at Ningxi and Long Xiao, Xiao Chuang, Xiao Ru, Gu Linger and the others were sitting beside David. David went through a simple disguise so as not to be recognized. Brother Chen, who can win these two guys? At this time, Xiao Chuang asked in a low voice. David didn't speak, but his eyes kept flashing light. David couldn't use his divine sense to probe. As long as David moved his divine sense, he believed that Ningxi and Long Xiao would immediately detect him. After a while, David said, then Long Xiao will win. Why? Xiao Chuang asked curiously. Don't ask, just look carefully. After David finished speaking, he didn't open his mouth. At this time, in the martial arts field, Ningxi and Long Xiao were already at each other's throats. Ningxi, today I'll let you know, what is the difference between the new Marquis of Wu? After Long Xiao finished speaking, the aura on his body exploded instantly, and then he jumped up, one after another of terrifying energy, approaching Ningxi. Is this the power of the great Marquis? Many people felt the breath of Long Xiao's body, and all of them were surprised. In the face of Long Xiao's attack, Ningxi also went all out, and instantly burst out the most powerful aura in his body. The two breaths collided one after another, the sky and the earth changed color instantly, bursts of explosions sounded, and the whole earth trembled. Two great marquis fight, this kind of scene, not everyone has the opportunity to see. Rumbling. The galaxy vibrated, the avenue roared. Chapter 1598. Both Ningxi and Long Xiao are using very strange magic techniques, some of which are even unheard of, never seen before. These are the souls in their bodies, their own housekeeping skills. Long Xiao, even with this little skill, he dares to be arrogant. Ningxi shouted loudly, and then his body became illusory in mid-air, as if invisible. After that, Long Xiao only felt that his body was smashed heavily, and his body trembled slightly. After this heavy blow, Ningxi's figure appeared, but his face was full of incredible. It was his strongest blow just now, it only made Long Xiao tremble. At this moment, Ningxi's face became extremely ugly. Seeing this, everyone around held their breath and became nervous. Many of them hoped that Ningxi will win, but looking at the situation now, Ningxi seems to be at a disadvantage. How can you hurt my body that has suffered from thunder tribulation? Long Xiao laughed wildly, and then his body was instantly wrapped in black, and the black aura turned into a huge hand. And this big hand slapped Ningxi fiercely. Run, run quickly. At this moment, in Ningxi's mind, an old voice urged Ningxi loudly. Ningxi was stunned, but Mi Tian's big hand slapped it fiercely. Boom! Ningxi's whole body fell instantly, and then he slammed to the ground. After making a move, Long Xiao did not stop, but kept shooting bright brilliance from his hands, directly bombarding Ningxi. At this time, Ningxi, it is difficult to get up. Seeing the heavy responsibility of this scene, They were all dumbfounded. The battle between the two great marquis was too fast. Young master is mighty, young master is mighty. When the Long family saw this, they shouted loudly one by one. What? Ningxi suddenly let out an angry shout. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow appeared in the body. The shadow was in the pervasive black mist, and it could not be seen at all, not even men and women. This is to force the old man to take action. The black shadow let out a loud shout, and then Ningxi's body stood up instantly. And the shadow was attached to Ningxi's back. From a distance it looked like Ningxi was carrying a person on his back. At this moment, Ningxi's strength began to skyrocket, and red eyes appeared in his eyes. Even the soul is going to fight, but it's useless. Today will definitely be your death. Looking at Ningxi's strangeness at this time, Long Xiao said nonchalantly. Whoosh! Just as Long Xiao finished speaking, he found that Ningxi was already in front of him, and then he punched Long Xiao on the body. Long Xiao's body flickered, and he took a few steps back. At this moment, hope rose in Ningxi's eyes, and everyone clenched their fists and began to encourage Ningxi. Bang bang bang! Ningxi struck while the iron was hot and punched more than a dozen times in a row, forcing Long Xiao to retreat. This soul is so powerful, I seem to be looking for a soul to attach to my body. Isn't that a puppet? Then I will have no privacy. What privacy is needed? What is needed is strength. I am now praying for a soul to look at my body. Now there are souls to help, and the progress of cultivation is more effective with less effort. Everyone looked at Ningxi, who had no power to fight back. After the soul came out of the body to participate in the battle situation turned around in an instant, which made many people begin to hope that they could also have a soul in their bodies. David listened to the discussions of the people around him. He knew that if the martial arts world continued like this, the end would not be too far away. Chapter 1599. Brother Chen, it looks like Ningxi has a very powerful outbreak, so Long Xiao can't stand it, right? Zhao Chuang asked David. Don't worry, look at it slowly, then Ningxi is probably looking for an opportunity to escape. Don't look at his arrogance now and keep attacking, he is on the way to attack, looking for an opportunity to escape. Because if the fight goes on, Ningxi will definitely lose, and he knows that, so he will attack with all his might, giving Long Xiao a false impression, letting Long Xiao relax his vigilance, and he can escape. David followed Zhao Chuang to explain in detail. Zhao Chuang didn't quite understand, so he could only continue to watch. At this time, Ningxi became more and more brave, and kept attacking Long Xiao. Long Xiao seemed a little embarrassed and could only parry. Seeing that Ningxi was getting stronger and stronger, and he was about to win, many people began to shout excitedly. Leader Ning is mighty, he killed that Long Xiao directly, killed him. Then Long Xiao's death is not a pity, he should be skinned and cramped. Some people are cheering for Ningxi, and they keep shouting. David looked at the shouting people and shook his head secretly. He knew that after Long Xiao won, with Long Xiao's character, these shouting people would definitely suffer. Boom! With a loud bang, Long Xiao was repelled again. But just as Long Xiao was retreating, this time Ningxi didn't seize the opportunity to attack one after another, but instead stammered, jumped up, and ran out of the martial arts arena. Seeing Ningxi who suddenly escaped, everyone was stunned, and they were nailed to the spot like puppets. No one thought that Ningxi, who had the upper hand, suddenly turned around and ran away. Isn't this scientific? Even Zhao Chuang grew his mouth, and then turned to look at David beside him, his eyes full of admiration. Because what David said was not bad at all, Zhao Chuang had to admire it. Ha ha ha, count him interesting, if he hadn't run fast, I would have left his little life. Long Xiao laughed loudly. He didn't go after him, because Long Xiao hadn't thought about killing Ningxi. What he needed was for everyone to see that no one could beat him. Ningxi ran away, Long Xiao won. The battle between the two great marquis finally ended in such a funny situation. As the Marquis of Great Wu, Ningxi didn't show any face at all, turned around and ran away in front of everyone. Isn't this to make people laugh at it? But few people know that face is worthless to Ningxi. Ningxi ran away, and the people who just shouted to kill Long Xiao were all stupid now, all of them were pale and trembling all over. Who called to kill me just now? Now stand up for me. Long Xiao shouted violently, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Puff! One person was so scared that he vomited blood and died. The rest of the other people fell to the ground one after another. Young Master Long, spare your life, young Master Long, spare your life, we are willing to follow young Master Long forever. Several people desperately kowtowed to Long Xiao. However, there was no expression in Long Xiao's eyes. He suddenly waved his hand, and the heads of several people who fell to the ground instantly cracked and turned into fleshy mud. Seeing this cruel scene of Long Xiao, everyone didn't dare to speak. At this time, Long Xiao was placed in a place in the crowd. In this place, I saw the teenage children from the beginning, still staying here and not leaving. Long Xiao's meaning is obvious, that is, this child has offended him, and he must not stay. Long Xiao, why are you always staring at a child? He just said something wrong. At this moment, Gu Jiayi stood in front of the child and said, You want to save her? Long Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. If you want to save him, then listen to me, take off your clothes now, I can spare this child's life. When Gu Jiayi heard this, her face flushed with anger. Beast, you are a beast. Chapter 1600. Beast? Long Xiao raised the corner of his mouth. I'm a beast, what can you do? If you don't take off, then don't blame me. With a wave of Long Xiao's palm, a huge suction force instantly sucked the child into his hand. A teenage child, now being controlled by Long Xiao, his face had already changed, and tears were streaming down his face. Sister save me, sister save me. The child cried, begging Gu Jiayi to save him. Gu Jiayi also looked anxious at this time, but she really wanted her to undress in public. How could she be willing? Hundreds of people around, all watching helplessly, no one asked to help. Among them, many people were booing, urging Gu Jiayi to take off her clothes quickly. After all, these people also like to watch free strip shows. What's more, Gu Jiayi is a famous beauty in Kyoto. Aren't you going to take it off? Long Xiao exerted a little force on his hand, and the child was speechless in an instant. Gu Jiayi looked at the child's blushing face, her eyes were wide open, and her eyeballs were about to bulge out. She felt both uncomfortable and anxious in her heart. He clenched his fists tightly and bit his lip tightly, looking very helpless. Get off quickly, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Don't you just take off your clothes, close your eyes, and pretend there's no one around. Hurry up, don't waste your feelings. Many people began to urge Gu Jiayi. Tears flowed out of Gu Jiayi, a girl, she has to endure this now. Gu Jiayi began to regret not listening to her father. If she hadn't sneaked out, this might not have happened. Now looking at the dying child, Gu Jiayi is in a dilemma. Brother Chen, what the hell are these people from the sects of the martial arts world? Even if you don't help, they're still making fun. When Zhao Chuang listened to those people urging Gu Jiayi to undress, his lungs were about to explode. The martial arts world is really rotten. David said lightly. At this moment, Gu Jiayi began to take off her clothes after going through an ideological struggle. Slowly, she unbuttoned the first button on her body. Seeing that Gu Jiayi was undressing, everyone lost their voices in an instant, their breathing stagnated, and their eyes widened as they watched. The dignified eldest young master of the Long family actually threatened a girl with a child to take off her clothes. Can you still have a face? With a loud shout, a sharp and terrifying wind rushed towards Long Xiao. The strong wind hit Long Xiao's arm, instantly letting Long Xiao let go of the child in his hands. Who? Long Xiao was shocked, he didn't expect that there were still masters hidden at the scene. But at this moment, David slowly got up, then stepped out one step, his body instantly reached the top of the martial arts arena, and followed Long Xiao's eyes. David. Seeing it turned out to be David, Long Xiao's eyes were filled with anger, and his teeth were rattling. He has been looking for David, but he is still worried that he can't find it. Now he didn't expect David to be delivered to the door by himself. Everyone was surprised when they saw David, who appeared. After all, David disappeared for several months, and now he suddenly appeared, which surprised many people. Especially Gu Jiayi. When she saw David's appearance, she suddenly felt a sense of security in her heart. "David, when did you come?" Gu Jiayi asked David. "I am always here." David smiled lightly. "Take this child down." Gu Jiayi nodded and took the child away. At this time, Xiaoru, who was on the stand, saw David smiling at Gu Jiayi, and immediately said to Gu Linger, who was beside him, "Sister Linger, Brother Chen doesn't like that woman, right? You want another sister? Don't talk nonsense, Brother Chen is not that kind of person. With Sister Linger and Sister Sonia, he can't be looking for another woman." Zhao Chuang hurriedly helped David to speak. Chapter 1601. Brother David is not looking for a woman, he is afraid that women will find him. I think this Gu Jiayi looks at Brother David wrong. Xiaoru pouted. Don't guess, David is the dragon among people, even if there are more women, it should be, I won't mind. Gu Linger said with a smile, it seems that she really doesn't care. Seeing Gu Linger say this, Xiaoru and Zhao Chuang were speechless. On the martial arts field, David stood opposite Long Xiao. The auras on the two of them are constantly rising, and their eyes are full of fighting spirit and killing intent. David, today will be our life and death battle, I will never give you a chance to live. Long Xiao said confidently. Are you so sure that you can beat me? David asked lightly. Ha ha ha, you are only the peak of Marquis Wu, how can you be my opponent of Marquis Marshall? Didn't you see that even the newly promoted Marquis Ning was beaten and fled by me? You are a peak Wuho, and you dare to stand up. I don't know if I should admire your courage. Long Xiao said with a big smile. Really? David snorted coldly, I only need the strength of Wuho Peak to defeat you. You forget that I am a leapfrog. You couldn't beat me before, and it's the same now. In my eyes, you are always a waste, and even your cultivation depends on the waste of your soul. If you don't have a soul, you are not even as good as an ant. Any person here can kill you. David's words deeply hurt Long Xiao. David, you are courting death, you are courting death. Long Xiao roared loudly, the aura on his body began to explode, a big black hand formed in midair, and then slapped David fiercely. David's eyes narrowed, and then a dazzling golden light flashed above his fist, and then he punched out. I saw a beam of light soaring into the sky, smashing hard on the big hand. Boom! After a loud bang, the condensed giant hand, under David's blow, shattered and turned into a black fog that dissipated. Long Xiao frowned, and his face became a bit ugly. On the other hand, David was motionless, his eyes were full of coldness. Just fighting for the first time, Long Xiao can feel that although David is only the peak of Wuho, his strength is not worse than that of Ningji. Long Xiao looked at David's indifferent appearance, his eyes were burning with anger. His fists were clenched tightly, and the aura of the great Marquis on his body was constantly erupting. One after another, the energy is close to David, and David is shrouded in it. David raised the corner of his mouth, and his body radiated golden light. Under the illumination of the golden light, the shrouded breath disappeared instantly. You are a peak Wuho, and the strength you have shown is comparable to that of the new Dahu. It seems that you are indeed very talented. It's a pity that you met me today. Although I am also a new Dahu realm, I was the first person to suffer a thunder tribulation in Dahu, and I even carried it over. My current strength is comparable to that of the third-rank Great Marquis, so if you fight with me, there is no chance of winning at all. Long Xiao narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice. Really? If you don't try, how do you know that I have no chance of winning? Although your strength is comparable to the third-rank Dahu, it's a pity that you are missing an arm. This is your shortcoming. David smiled coldly, with a bit of playfulness in his eyes. This sentence completely made Long Xiao angry, his arm was cut off by David, and David even dared to mention it. David, don't think you're amazing, don't forget, your current mother, including your girlfriend, is in my hands, you can't even protect your closest people, so I'm here with me, what are you talking about? Long Xiao stared at David, his face full of provocation. Chapter 1602. David stung him, then he will never make David feel better. Sure enough, when Long Zhao's voice fell, David's face became extremely ugly. An incomparably cold killing intent erupted from David's body, and the entire martial arts field seemed to have entered a severe winter in an instant. Everyone trembled involuntarily. Long Zhao, you successfully angered me. David gritted his teeth, and his voice was like that of a secluded hell, making people shudder. Feeling the aura emanating from David, Long Zhao's heart trembled. He regretted it a little, and he did not change his anger at David. When a person is provoked, he may exert a stronger strength than usual. Don't take it lightly, this guy's breath is terrible. At this moment, the soul in Long Zhao opened his mouth and said. Long Zhao looked at David full of vigilance, no longer contemptuous and arrogant. David's strength as a marquis peak makes him a great marquis, very vigilant. I have to say that David's strength is indeed too perverted. At this moment, the furious David, the golden light on his body continued to flicker, and he clenched his fists tightly. On David's right fist, the power of the dragon was constantly condensing. Holy light fist. David smashed Long Zhao with a punch. This punch came out, and then a dragon roar was released, and I saw a golden dragon heading straight for Long Zhao. Seeing this, Long Zhao quickly waved his hand, and a burst of energy instantly formed a barrier in front of him. But soon, the golden dragon directly broke through the barrier and opened its bloody mouth towards Long Zhao. Seeing this, Long Zhao pinched the seal with one hand, and then quickly swiped in the air, only to see a black mark appear, and the mark went straight to the golden dragon. The imprint was instantly placed on the golden dragon. The golden dragon, which was originally glowing with golden light, soon lost its luster. In the end, both the golden dragon and the imprint disappeared. This David is really strong. With the strength of Wuho's peak, he fought against Dahu, and he even got a tie as soon as he made a move. Someone said in surprise. But as soon as the voice fell, the mark that had disappeared suddenly appeared out of thin air at this moment, and this time it appeared so suddenly that David didn't have time to react. The mark hit David's chest fiercely, and David's body flew out instantly. The power of the great marquis is terrifying. Damn it, I thought it would be a tie, so this Long Zhao still has a backer. The guy who just said the tie was slapped in the face instantly. Seeing that David was knocked down and flew out, Zhao Chuang and Gu Linger were very worried. However, David's body was not in serious trouble. While his body was retreating, David had already launched a David, if I don't kill you today, I will leave the martial arts world. Long Zhao gritted. Counterattack and shot forward with a palm. The palm wind roared, and immediately saw a golden palm slapped on Long Zhao's body. Long Zhao's body also flew upside down, and he was on a par with David. Although this blow did not cause substantial damage to the two, it was considered a draw. A tie would mean a loss of face for Long Zhao. After all, David was only at the peak of Marquis Wu's strength. If he could tie with him as a big marquis, Long Zhao would definitely have no face. His teeth, his anger kept rising. Rest assured, you will not leave the martial arts world, because you will leave the whole world. After David finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared, and then he saw a golden light rapidly approaching Long Zhao. David has an indestructible golden body to protect his body. In addition to his powerful and perverted body, he can better play to his advantages by fighting close to him. When Long Zhao saw that David wanted to fight in close quarters, his body immediately emitted bursts of black light, and then his body was also wrapped in black light, like David's indestructible golden body, forming a pair of armor to protect the whole body. Chapter 1603. Moreover, outside Long Zhao's body, there is a layer of faint white light, which has been flickering, as if it is like a Buddha's light. David, do you think only your body is strong? My body has suffered from thunderstorms, and it's no worse than yours. Long Zhao said, and smashed it out with one punch. The two people collided constantly, and the huge energy aftermath caused all the people around them to stay away. Every collision caused the heaven and the earth to shake, and ripples appeared in the void, which seemed to tear the entire void apart. Neither of the two has any reservations, and every shot goes all out. The aura in Long Zhao's body became stronger and stronger. After the blessing of that soul, Long Zhao became more and more brave in battle. On the other hand, David began to look a little tired. At the peak of Marquis Wu, it is indeed a bit difficult to fight against Long Zhao, who has almost reached the realm of rank 3 Great Marquis. The improvement of this big realm, the strength is exponentially increased. David's ability to fight Long Zhao up to now is already quite remarkable. While David and Long Zhao were fighting, in the protectorate of the capital, Xing Jun said to Mr. Shi, in the martial arts field, David and Long Zhao fought. Oh, so David is back? Mr. Shi was a little surprised. Has he stepped into the Marquis of Great Wu? No, it's just the peak of Wuho, but even if it is the peak of Wuho, fighting with that Long Zhao doesn't seem to be a loss. Xing Jun replied. You haven't stepped into the Great Marquis yet? Mr. Shi's brows furrowed. If you haven't stepped into the Great Marquis, he is no match for that Long Zhao at all. Let's go see. After Mr. Shi finished speaking, he hurriedly got up and went straight to the martial arts field. When Mr. Shi took Xing Jun to feel the martial arts field, David and Long Zhao had already fought no less than 100 moves. Now David's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Long Zhao seemed to feel the weakening of David's breath, which made Long Zhao even more confident. Ha, David, within 100 strokes, I will definitely make your head fall. However, the strength of your peak Wuho, you can fight with me until now, it's already amazing. After Long Zhao finished speaking, he punched out with a ruthless punch. David's body was instantly smashed and flew out, and his undamaged golden body also cracked a lot. David's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Long Zhao coldly. He knew that what Long Zhao said was right, and if it went on like this, David would not be able to support 100 moves. The strength that Long Zhao has grown is beyond David's imagination. This David is about to end. After all, this difference is a big realm. It is already very good to be able to hit the present. It seems that in the future, the Kyoto martial arts world can only live under the claws of Long Zhao. It seems that Long Zhao has become the first person in the martial arts world in Kyoto, and no one is refuting it. Many people can see that David is about to lose. Hurry up and absorb the strength of this kid. Maybe you can help you step into the martial saint in the future. At that time, the entire Daxia and even the entire world will be under your feet. In Long Zhao's mind, an old voice urged anxiously. Martial saint, martial saint. Long Zhao's eyes flickered with fine light, and then a black light began to flicker above his head. In this light, with endless coercion, with the momentum of crushing, it went straight to David. The terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire martial arts arena, overwhelming everyone, and many people fell to their knees one after another. Feeling this breath, David clenched his teeth tightly, golden light flashing above his fists. The power of the dragon one after another was blessed on the fist, making David's fist several times larger. Holy Light Fist. With an angry shout, David punched out, and the terrifying fist wind swept up in an instant. Chapter 1604. The black light instantly collided with David's fist style. A huge explosion sounded. David's fist style was instantly shattered by the black light, hitting David's body heavily. David's body was thrown directly into the air, tossed high, and fell heavily. Boom! David's body instantly smashed the entire martial arts field into a deep hole. You must know that this martial arts field was specially built for everyone to compete. The materials used are extremely hard diamonds, and even the blessing of the formation. But even so, a deep pit was still smashed out. David gritted his teeth and slowly stood up from the deep pit. At this time, Long Zhao looked down at David from above, like a god. Ha, you are not my opponent at all, even if you are trying to be brave, what's the use? Long Zhao sneered. Immediately, above Long Zhao's head, another black light flashed, like a bolt of lightning, and shot out towards David in an instant. Long Zhao will not stop unless David dies in front of his eyes. Today's battle is a battle of life and death. Between him and David, one person must die. Seeing this, David made a move with his right hand, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Blessed by the power of the dragon-slaying sword is shining brightly. A breath of air came out from David's hand, lingering on the blade of the dragon-slaying sword. It seems that David's dangerous situation was sensed, and the dragon-slaying sword kept buzzing. 9 Shadows Divine Sword, the first sword. David shouted angrily, and the terrifying sword light burst out instantly. The blazing sword light slammed into the black light fiercely, but it didn't play any role. Like moths to a fire. After Jinmong touched the black light, it disappeared instantly. When David saw this, his face was so ugly that he gritted his teeth. Second sword. Brush. Another sword ray shot out. But the result is the same, the sword light collapses at a touch, and it has no effect. Seeing the black light getting closer and closer, a hellish deathly aura shrouded David. Taking a deep breath, David roared with the dragon-slaying sword in hand. What? Immediately afterwards, David held the dragon-slaying sword and met the black light directly. Rumbling. The golden gilt light and the black light collided. Instantly, setting off a huge wave of air. The entire martial arts field was instantly submerged under a white light. Everyone, with their eyes closed, couldn't bear the exposure of this light at all. It was terrifying, and it overturned a lot of people who were 100 meters away. Slowly, the light dissipated, and the air wave disappeared. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the martial arts field and found that in the deep pit, David was covered in blood, the light on his body had long since disappeared, and the dragon-slaying sword was stuck beside David. "Do you died? Wouldn't it be so easy to die?" Everyone is talking in a low voice. Brother Chen. When Zhao Chuang and the others saw this, they rushed up like crazy. Gu Linger also jumped up and instantly came to David's side. David, David. Gu Linger kept shouting to David, but David closed his eyes, as if he didn't know anything, except for some weak breathing. Brother Chen, wake up, you can't die. Zhao Chuang cried, and a big man cried loudly in front of hundreds of people. And Xiaoru looked at David, who was motionless, her anger was rising. Soon, a white light appeared on Xiaoru's body, and then a white armor appeared, covering Xiaoru's body. One after another holy white light shrouded David, as if it was healing David. Chapter 1605. However, David remained motionless, obviously useless. You can't save him. Long Xiao laughed wildly. Zhao Chuang and the others all looked at Long Xiao angrily, the auras of each body were soaring rapidly. Even if they died, it was impossible for them to watch Long Xiao kill David. You ants, are you still trying to stop me? Long Xiao felt the killing intent from several people, and smiled even more proudly. Zhao Chuang and none of them said anything, but the cold light burst out from their eyes, indicating that they were going to work hard. Mr. Shi, what should I do? At this time, Xing Jun in the crowd asked Mr. Shi in a low voice. Now David is about to die, but Xing Jun found that Mr. Shi was not ready to take action. Wait a minute, David won't die so easily. Mr. Shi's eyes were slightly condensed, and he said lightly. As soon as Mr. Shi finished speaking, he saw David's body suddenly emit light spots. Personally, David seemed to have turned into a ray of light. Immediately afterwards, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning and thunder. David's body slowly floated into the air, and his entire body was in that light. What is this? Isn't this a thunder robbery? Could it be that David is going to break through? How is it possible? Who is in a coma to survive the thunder calamity? In such a terrifying scene, how powerful is thunder tribulation? Everyone looked at the vision in the air, and they were all talking in shock. Rumbling. Suddenly, an astonishing thunder sounded, followed by a flash of lightning that instantly struck David. Daviduan's body, which was originally floating in midair, was cut down a lot in an instant, and the smell of scorching was continuously emitted. Looking at this scene, Long Xiao burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, God is really helping me, even God can't get used to this David, to launch such a big thunder calamity. I don't need to do this, David will be scorched soon. Long Xiao laughed wildly. Zhao Chuang was very anxious, and he jumped up to save David. This kind of terrifying thunder calamity, even the copper tendons and iron bones can't resist it. Don't move, your strength, if you can't reach you, you will be beaten to ashes by the power of thunder. We have to trust David, I believe he will definitely be able to break through. Gu Linger grabbed Zhao Chuang and said. Zhao Chuang was helpless, he could only look up at the air, praying that David could survive. Rumbling. The sound of thunder rolled in, as if it came from the sky. Click. Another flash of lightning slashed down on David's body. This time, David's body instantly burst into flames. Seeing this scene, some people sigh, some people rejoice. As for Gu Linger and Zhao Chuang, their faces were full of worry. Breaking through the great Marquis of Wu actually attracted 2 thunder tribulations. It seems that this kid is really talented. Fortunately, you seriously injured him before he broke through. Otherwise, if you really want him to break through, it will be troublesome. In Long Zhao's mind, the old voice said. Long Zhao also felt very fortunate that such a terrifying thunder calamity would really allow David to break through. Long Zhao reckoned that he was definitely no match for David. Mr. Shi. In the crowd, Xing Jun anxiously gave Mr. Shi a look. The current David, it is obvious that a flame is burning on his body, which will soon be burned to ashes. Mr. Shi stared at the flame-like light with his eyes tightly, and said nothing. Seeing this, Xing Jun could only turn his attention to David. Under everyone's attention, the light on David slowly dissipated, and David, who was lying down, actually stood up slowly at this moment. David's eyes burst out with 2 hot rays of light, and glanced at everyone in the air. Chapter 1606. Brother Chen is not dead, Brother Chen is not dead. Seeing this, Zhao Chuang shouted excitedly. And everyone was sighing for a while, and their faces were full of surprise. They couldn't understand how David survived this terrifying thunder calamity. Seeing that David didn't die, Long Zhao's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, David is like a fairy, standing in the air, but the dark cloud above his head has not dissipated. Rumbling. Immediately after, another thunderstorm came rolling in. What? 3 thunder tribulations? Is this fucking crazy? It's weird, it's really weird. Everyone listened to the sound of the rolling thunder, and they all dropped their jaws. At this time, even Mr. Shi was slightly surprised. The one who was most surprised was Long Zhao. He broke through the great Marquis and went through a thunder tribulation. Even so, he is considered a unique and gifted person. Out now, David has endured 3 thunder tribulations. How is this possible? At this moment, Long Zhao's originally arrogant self-confidence was instantly beaten to pieces. Hurry up and stop him, hurry up and stop him, we must not let him survive the thunder calamity, otherwise it will be over. At this moment, in Long Zhao's mind, the old voice hurriedly urged. Long Zhao instantly calmed down, and after taking a deep breath, black light began to emit from his body. Soon, these black lights condensed on Long Zhao's palm. Stop him, he's going to do something to Brother Chen. At this time, Zhao Chuang discovered that Long Zhao was going to attack David. You must know that when breaking through, it is the most vulnerable time. If Long Zhao attacks David at this time, David will be in danger. Zhao Chuang roared and rushed forward regardless of the danger. Ants! Long Zhao didn't even look at Zhao Chuang. With a wave of his palm, Zhao Chuang's body instantly flew out. Seeing this, Gu Linger also jumped up. But just after rushing towards Long Zhao, Gu Linger was instantly knocked away by a huge force. The gap between their strengths is too great, and they can't cause any stagnation and obstruction to Long Zhao at all. I saw a slight tremor under Long Zhao's feet, and the whole person instantly jumped up into the air. But just as Long Zhao jumped up, a holy white light enveloped Long Zhao. This white light made Long Zhao's body slump, and the soul in his body instantly hid. I saw Xiaoru wearing white armor, streaks of white light emanating from her body, binding that Long Zhao. The thunder is getting closer and closer, and the thunder robbery is about to start. What? Long Zhao knew that time was running out, and after a loud shout, he instantly broke free from the shackles of the white light. And Xiaoru's whole body seemed to be hit hard, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, she instantly fell to the ground. Go to hell. Long Zhao's whole person turned into a black on, and walked away at David. Click. At this time, the thunder tribulation came again. Huge lightning slashed down. And Long Zhao was also in front of David, but he was instantly knocked out by the terrifying power of thunder. Long Zhao could only watch helplessly. This thunder calamity hit David. A ray of light shot out from David's body, and the whole person seemed to be penetrated. Long Zhao prayed silently, praying that David could not survive this thunderstorm. You must know that this is 3 thunder tribulations, and each time the thunder tribulation is more powerful. Everyone is also watching nervously. They are all waiting to see if David can survive this thunder calamity. Even Mr. Shi's face had a trace of tension. At this moment, David's entire body has become transparent, and the bones and blood on his body are clearly visible. Chapter 1607. The dantian in David's body is turning wildly, while the nascent soul is quietly changing. The nascent soul, which was originally only the size of a thumb, slowly began to grow, and the facial features became clearly visible. This is simply a scaled-down version of David. However, with the change of Yuan Ying's facial features, David's physical features are also changing. In theory, the metamorphosis cannot be controlled by the laws of heaven and earth, and you can change your physical features at will. But now in the context of this depleted society, the ability to change the physical appearance of the metamorphosis is still possible. However, David doesn't care about changes in physical features. What he needs is strength, and what he needs is changes in strength. Suddenly, David opened his eyes, and in an instant, 2 rays of light shot from David's eyes. The dark clouds in the air, under the illumination of this light, instantly vanished. At this moment, David's aura has undergone a qualitative leap and change. Even David's body was 10 times stronger. This is a big realm breakthrough, bringing various benefits. Looking at David's breakthrough, Long Zhao's face was as ugly as eating SHT. David didn't make a breakthrough, but when Wu Hou was at his peak, Long Zhao couldn't defeat David quickly. Now that David has made a breakthrough, it is almost impossible to defeat David, and David has gone through 3 breakthroughs of thunder tribulations, which is simply perverted. Go, let's go. In Long Zhao's mind, the old voice urged. Long Zhao turned around and was about to run, but just as he turned around, David's voice came from his ear. There is no winner or loser. Why do you want to run? Didn't you say that one of us must die today? David said coldly. Long Zhao was shocked. He didn't know, why did David suddenly appear beside him? Keep running, leave him alone. In my mind, the old voice urged. Long Zhao did not look back and continued to run. On Long Zhao's back, a black shadow appeared, followed by a big black hand, slapped towards David. This is the appearance of the spirit. He is delaying David so that Long Zhao can escape. Humph, it's just a soul without a local, and dare to shoot at me. David snorted coldly, and his palm was shot out instantly. Golden light burst out on the palm, and there was a light blue flame. The moment David touched the big black hand, he directly blew the big black hand, and a scream came from behind Long Zhao. Long Zhao didn't dare to look back, so he could only run as fast as he could. The cold sweat on his forehead kept pouring down. At this moment, Long Zhao has long lost his self-confidence and is terrified inside. Quick, cast space spells and trap him. In Long Zhao's mind, the old voice said. And in this voice, there is also a trace of panic. As soon as he shot, he was injured by David, and this soul was also afraid. Long Zhao hurriedly thought of the movement method, and then the entire void began to distort and deform. David and Long Zhao, who were originally in tandem, seemed to be far apart at this moment, but they seemed to be very close. Space magic? David raised the corner of his mouth. This space technique is not very good. As David said, he punched the void in front of him, only to see a golden light flashing in the void, followed by an explosion. The entire void was shattered by David in an instant. The void shattered, David saw clearly again. Long Zhao was running in front of him with a face full of panic. I still want to run. David stepped out, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Long Xiao, followed by a golden fist, which smashed into Long Xiao's chest, and Long Xiao spurted out a mouthful of blood. Long Xiao's body flew up instantly, forming a parabola in midair. Long Xiao, who had already escaped some distance, was punched back to the martial arts field by David. Long Xiao's body slammed heavily on the martial arts arena, and his eyes were full of horror as he looked around. Everyone looked at Long Xiao and burst into bursts of hilarious laughter and contempt. Chapter 1608. Long Xiao got up and glanced at those who laughed at him for a week. Feeling the killing intent on Long Xiao, those people also closed their mouths instantly, because the battle is not over yet. Who can guarantee that David will win in the end? Just now, David was still at a disadvantage, but he made a breakthrough in the battle. If Long Xiao had any chance to defeat David, wouldn't these sneering people be dead without a place to be buried? David's body slowly fell from the air and landed in front of Long Xiao. I said, you can't escape, one of us must die. David looked at Long Xiao and said coldly. How could you even break the void? Long Xiao's eyes were full of panic, and his brows were tightly wrinkled together. I'm not just breaking the void, I'm going to break your head. After David finished speaking, he stepped out with one foot, and then he swung his fist out in an instant. Above the fist, the golden light flickered, with the potential to destroy the dry and the rotten, and the whole world changed color. Long Xiao was shocked, and a black light rose from his body, trying to block David's attack. Boom! But it was useless. The black light on Long Xiao's body was shattered in an instant, and then his whole body was blown away. Long Xiao in midair vomited blood, his expression extremely ferocious. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited and started shouting again. Kill him, kill that Long Xiao. Come on, Long Xiao must not be allowed to live. I'm going to cut him with 1,000 swords. Many people began to cheer for David and unanimously condemn Long Xiao. Zhao Chuang listened to the shouts of the crowd, and his eyes were full of contempt. Whoever is strong in this gang of grassroots will support whoever. Listening to the roars of the crowd, Long Xiao was furious, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, David turned his head to look at everyone. The people sitting here are all people from the Kyoto martial arts world, covering almost all Shouwu families. What does it have to do with you? If I kill him or not? Don't think so, I'll forget how you guys targeted me. David's face was cold and his tone was gloomy. In a word, all those guys in the martial arts world shut up, each with an embarrassing expression. Ha ha ha, these guys are nothing but grass on the wall. In the martial arts world of Kyoto, it is also sad to wait for these people. David, you are also a man, use all your strength and fight to the death with me. Long Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the soul in his body slowly emerged. The entire black mist enveloped Long Xiao's body. Fight to the death with you? The corners of David's mouth rose, you're not worthy. After finishing speaking, David's figure instantly turned into a golden light, and in a flash, he arrived in front of Long Xiao. Boom! It was another punch, but this punch had the power of breaking the ground and hit Long Xiao's chest directly, causing Long Xiao's chest to sag, and his whole body began to twist. This David is far more powerful than I imagined. I've been thinking too much. Above the stand, Mr. Shi slowly got up and left directly. He felt that he was unnecessary for this trip. He should imagine David and believe that David can win. What? Long Xiao roared, his anger was full of anger, he didn't know how to vent it. He found that in front of David, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. This sudden power gap made it difficult for Long Xiao to accept. Calm down, the old voice in Long Xiao's mind kept reminding, we still have a chance. After the old voice finished speaking, he saw black figures struggling out of Long Xiao's body. Like a clone, every figure that struggles out has an endless breath. Looking at the constantly appearing figures, Long Xiao felt a little stupid. He doesn't even know what these are. Chapter 1609. These are all resentful souls whose strength has been absorbed by you. Now you listen to me and do it. The old voice urged Long Xiao to attack David. Long Xiao shouted angrily, and then his figure flashed, moving towards David unpredictably. Long Xiao moved, and the shadows moved at the same time. Long Xiao was surrounded by shadows, and he couldn't see it at all. The breath is constantly rising, and every shadow can add strength to Long Xiao's attack. Soon, a vast force erupted, and countless black shadows overlapped and finally converged on Long Xiao. David quietly watched Long Xiao's attack. With no expression on his face, he just stood there quietly. After Long Xiao was in front of him, David clenched his fist, the golden light flashed, and he smashed it out. David knew that in the face of absolute power, all gorgeous tricks were illusory. With one punch, the golden light suddenly appeared, and a force that swallowed mountains and rivers instantly drowned the entire martial arts field. Even the mountains not far away, under this huge force, are constantly vibrating and making noises. Long Xiao frowned, he felt an approaching danger. There was fear in Long Xiao's heart, and this fear made him no longer show that kind of domineering. Long Xiao was afraid of being beaten by David. Waste! The old voice snorted disdainfully, he could feel the fear that Long Xiao had in his heart. With an angry shout from the soul, the dark shadows that originally gathered around Long Xiao actually reappeared and surrounded David. Only then did Long Xiao realize that it wasn't him who really attacked him, he was just a bait. David's punch slammed into Long Xiao's body, causing Long Xiao's body to crack instantly, and blood shot out. But at the same time, David was also shrouded in countless black shadows, like a ghost eating his heart, trying to devour David. Long Xiao fell to the ground, his heart was full of anger, it was very difficult to stand up. But seeing that David was trapped, Long Xiao's anger also subsided a lot. Long Xiao never thought that he would be betrayed by the soul in his body. You don't have to be angry. I gave everything you have now. If I can give you, I can give it to others. Go and kill David now. The old voice said slowly. Long Xiao stood up, his eyes swept around, everyone felt Long Xiao's gaze, and lowered their heads one after another. Finally, Long Xiao's eyes fell on the hurried Long family master. Come over here. Long Xiao ordered to several people. Several experts from the Long family walked over cautiously. Master, what are your orders? Several experts from the Dragon family asked. Let's use your strength. After Long Xiao finished speaking, several black rays of light shot out from the palm of his hand, and instantly hit several masters of the Long family. Immediately after that, with Haimong as a guide, the energy from the masters of the Long family kept pouring into Long Xiao's body. Several dragon masters struggled, but it was useless. In just 10 seconds, several dragon masters have become mummified corpses. Long Xiao also felt the comfort he had never felt before. This time, let's truly integrate. The old voice sounded slowly, and then Long Xiao felt the aura in his body rising. Slowly behind Long Xiao, a huge black shadow appeared. I saw the black shadow holding the whisk and hanging behind Long Xiao, and everyone looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. It was the first time they saw what the soul looked like. Long Xiao didn't notice the change behind him, but suddenly slapped it with a palm. A huge palm appeared in the air, and a terrifying aura rolled in. Chapter 16:10. This palm shot directly at David. Now David is trapped, and there is no way to deal with this palm. Do you really think this will trap me? With a sneer, I saw golden light flickering on David's body, followed by a holy and pure light rising into the sky. The shadows that trapped David instantly disappeared under this light. And David slapped it gently with a palm, directly smashing Long Xiao's huge palm. It turns out that the soul in your body is a demon. David looked at the shadow behind Long Xiao and said coldly. Long Xiao's face was extremely ugly. This David just pretended to be trapped on purpose, and it seemed that he was happy for nothing. Long Xiao has used almost all of his strength now, but he can't help David at all. Now even the souls have truly merged, but there is still nothing to do with David. Long Xiao couldn't understand why this David was so strong, why was he able to press him everywhere? Long Xiao's face was ugly, and the soul behind him was even more ugly than him. The reason why he followed Long Xiao's true fusion was to kill David. But I didn't want David to pretend to be trapped. Now that the soul has truly merged with Long Shao, it will be life and death. If Long Shao dies, the soul will also be scattered. After living for thousands of years, I have always dreamed of being reborn, but if the soul is scattered like this, how can this soul accept it? I will never allow failure. Long Shao shouted loudly, but the sound he made was very old and hoarse. David knew that this was the voice of the soul. Soon, I saw the dust in the hands of the souls, and above their heads, a huge black hole appeared. The black hole has endless suction and intends to suck David into it. With the appearance of the black hole, a trembling aura continued to spread, and everyone became nervous. Everything is born, everything is destroyed, everything has a destination. Long Shao kept muttering something, and the aura emanating from the black hole became more and more terrifying. David looked up at the black hole, and finally had a dignified look on his face. Is this trying to send me away? David narrowed his eyes slightly, but I broke this space. David's body jumped up and went straight to the black hole. At the same time as he jumped up, David exuded endless golden light. Holy Light Fist. One after another, the holy light of Shirari continues to move towards the black hole. Holy Light Fist is also an ancient technique, which was passed down to David by an old devil who has existed for thousands of years, and the mystery is naturally unfathomable. David himself has not fully comprehended the mystery of Xingguang Fist. One after another holy light was swallowed by a black hole. Ha ha ha, it's useless, this is the call of the underworld, nothing can stop it. The soul laughed. David did not make a sound, but kept waving his fists towards the black hole, and the holy rays of light disappeared into the black hole. Soon, the heaven and the earth trembled, and then the whole sky began to twist, as if being pulled hard. Boom! A white light burst out from the black hole, as bright as the sun. And the black hole disappeared without a trace in an instant under this fierce white light. The light gradually faded, and the sky returned to its original appearance. Long Shao was dumbfounded, and so was the soul behind Long Shao. That's it? David smiled coldly. After speaking, David jumped up, and then a golden spiritual force smashed towards Long Shao. Boom! This punch directly spit out blood from Long Shao's mouth, and the spirit behind him also staggered and became dim. Go hard, you and I can't escape. The soul said to Long Shao with resignation. Chapter 16:11. When Long Shao heard the words of the soul, his heart almost collapsed. His reliance was the soul in his body, but now the soul has said such words. So are they not going to die? Long Shao didn't want to die. He finally broke through to the great Marquis of Wu, and he still hasn't enjoyed the feeling of being worshipped enough. David, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. You don't kill me, don't kill me. Long Shao collapsed, completely collapsed. He doesn't want to die, and he doesn't want to fight anymore. He only hoped that David could bypass him. This time, the soul in Long Shao was in a hurry. Now Long Shao has completely collapsed, and he will no longer have any hope. The soul regrets it now, and it has completely merged with Long Shao. Now that the two of them have the same fate, Long Shao's collapse has made the soul very passive. BA5 Tard, what are you doing? What are you doing? The spirit roared. But Long Shao seemed to be unable to hear it, completely ignored it, and was still following David to beg for mercy. David, I know your identity, I am your brother, you can't kill me, we are a family. Long Shao wants to play the emotional card with David. As long as he can live, Long Shao can do anything. Shut up, I don't have a family like you. It doesn't matter if David doesn't listen to what Long Shao has to say. The more Long Shao said, the more angry David is. His mother has been imprisoned for more than 20 years, but this Long Shao has the face to say that he is a family. David's face was icy cold, the golden light on his body kept flashing, and he walked towards Long Shao step by step. Long Shao knelt down to David with a thud. Under the gaze of everyone in the martial arts world, he actually knelt down to David. At this moment, Long Shao was completely defeated. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Long Shao is also a coward. A while ago, wasn't he crazy? He wanted to be the first person in the martial arts world, but now he's on his knees. It's just a guy who is strong from the outside and works hard at the same time. It doesn't work for what it is. Seeing Long Shao kneeling down, many people began to ridicule loudly. Waste, what a waste, why did I choose your body in the first place? The soul cursed angrily, and then a divine sense instantly broke through Long Zhao's brain. The soul must completely control Long Zhao's body, otherwise they will die. Just after David approached that Long Shao, a chilly aura suddenly appeared in Long Zhao's body. Immediately after that, Long Shao, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly rushed towards David, with bursts of roars from his mouth. Although David was prepared, he was beaten and retreated. However, now that David's body has become extremely strong, even if Long Shao suddenly makes a move, he will not be able to hurt David at all. Although Long Shao is now under the control of that spirit, the strength of that spirit has also dropped a lot, and I am afraid that it is not as strong as the strength that Long Shao exudes. It's just that this soul doesn't want to stand still, because he knows that even if he kneels down to David, he will still be unable to escape the fate of death. David held the golden light in his hand and smashed Long Zhao's chest with a ruthless punch. In an instant, a big hole was punched in Long Zhao's chest, and a black shadow was instantly punched out from Long Zhao's body. The shadow fell to the ground and seemed to want to say something, but was beaten to the core by David. Without the soul, Long Shao regained control of his body. Looking at the blood hole in his chest, Long Zhao's eyes were full of horror. Please, let me go, let me go. Long Shao cried, his face full of prayers. I won't let you go, not just you, the Long family alone, I won't let go. After David finished speaking, he punched Long Zhao's head fiercely. In an instant, Long Zhao's head was smashed to pieces, the breath from his body slowly drained away, and at the end there was no trace of breath left. Looking at the dead Long Shao, David didn't have the slightest joy of victory in his heart. Walking down the martial arts field slowly, David left without looking back. Long family, I'm here. David's eyes flashed with coldness. Chapter 16:12. Dragon Family. At this moment, in the hall of the Long family, there is a headless corpse, and this corpse belongs to Long Shao. Long Jinghua looked at his son's body and couldn't believe it for a long time. No, impossible, this will definitely not be my son is the great Marquis, no one can kill him. Long Jinghua shook his head desperately, because he had no head. Long Jinghua didn't want to believe it. Because of this, he can always think that his son is still alive. Master, this is indeed the corpse of the young master, then David has also broken through to Dahu, so the young master will. Long Xingshu said in a low voice. Shut up for me. My son won't die, Shower won't die, he will be back soon. Long Jinghua yelled, he didn't want to admit it was true. Long Xingshu stepped aside, his face was indifferent, and he stopped talking. After a while, Long Jinghua seemed to accept the reality and burst into tears. Shower, my son, why did you die, why did you die? Long Jinghua threw himself on Long Zhao's body and kept crying. It's all David, I will definitely avenge you, avenge you. Long Jinghua wiped away tears, and his eyes became a little more fierce. Get up directly and head towards the dungeon of the Long family. Long Jinghua came to the dungeon with anger on his face. At this time, Long Ruodong saw Long Jinghua coming and stood up directly. After so many years, she has gotten used to it. Every time Long Jinghua comes, she will be whipped. Sure enough, Long Jinghua took off the whip and slapped Long Ruodong fiercely. He wants to vent all his anger on this Long Ruodong. Soon, Long Jinghua was tired and gasped for breath. Your son killed my son. I must avenge this revenge. I will let you watch your son die. Long Jinghua said fiercely to Long Ruodong. Hearing the mention of his son, the expression on Long Ruodong's face changed slightly. But it quickly passed by. After so many years, Long Ruodong didn't want Long Jinghua to catch the slightest weakness in him. Long Ruodong knew that the more she cared about her son, the more dangerous her son would be. Seeing that Long Ruodong's expression did not change, Long Jinghua walked out of the dungeon angrily. Master, Someone informed that David is coming to the Long family. He is a great marquis. What should we do? Long Xingshu asked quickly. A great marquis can completely destroy the entire Long family. Long Jingguo was lost in thought, and he didn't know what to do. A great marquis, what would the Long family take to fight? Although he kept saying that he wanted to avenge his son, how could he have that strength? After pondering for a moment, Long Jingguo's eyes flickered with coldness, and he gritted his teeth. Xingshu, go and gather everyone in the Long family to prepare to defend against foreign enemies. Long Jingguo ordered to Long Xingshu. After taking Long Xingshu away, Long Jingguo silently walked into the study. Soon, Long Jingguo came out with a letter and opened a secret room in the backyard of the Long family. In the secret room, there were 4 people resting. These 4 people were the most powerful people in the Long family. It is the realm of the late Wuhou. However, very few people know about the existence of these 4 people. This is Long Jingguo's trump card and will not be exposed easily. But this time, Long Jingguo had to use them. Even if these 4 people came forward, Long Jingguo knew that they would not be David's opponents. Long Jingguo had other arrangements for them. You 4, take my letter and escort someone to Zhixiao Mansion. Long Jingguo said to the 4. Master, who are you escorting? One of them asked. Chapter 16:13. Don't ask so many questions, send someone, and dare to come back right away. After Long Jingguo finished speaking, he ordered people to wait outside, and he walked into the dungeon again. When he came out, there was one more person. He saw that this person's hands and feet were chained with iron chains, and his head was covered with black gauze, so he couldn't see it at all. Remember, the letter must be handed over to a person named Han Fusheng. Do you understand? Long Jingguo exhorted again solemnly. Soon, the 4 people escorted them away, and Long Jingguo took out some dark stones from the secret room and put them all into the dungeon. David, even if I die with you, I will kill you. Long Jingguo's eyes were full of sternness. But what Long Jingguo did was seen by Long Xingshu hiding aside. Long Xingshu knew that the Long family was now at the moment of life and death. A great marquis, the Long family came out in full force, and it was impossible to deal with it. Long Jingguo actually hid so many days of thunderstones. Does this mean that the entire Long family will be wiped out with that David? Long Xingshu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his brows were tightly wrinkled together. Who? Long Jingguo seemed to sense someone around him and asked with vigilance. Long Xingshu was startled and quickly stepped back, while Long Jingguo strode in his direction. Seeing that Long Xingshu was about to be discovered, a domineering aura instantly covered the entire Long family. Then there was a loud bang. The gate of the Long family was directly smashed. Long Jingguo, get out of here. David's voice rolled in midair. Long Jingguo's expression changed, and then his body jumped up and walked towards the front yard. Long Xingshu breathed a sigh of relief, and hurried to the front yard. When Long Jingguo rushed to the front yard, he found a lot of corpses lying on the ground. In just a short moment, David actually killed so many members of the Long family. David, you killed Shower and dared to come to the Long family. You are so deceiving. Long Jingguo glared at David and shouted loudly. At this moment, Long Jingguo has an indescribable feeling in his heart. A few months ago, when he saw David, he only regarded David as an ant. But now, David has become his unattainable figure. Too deceiving. David sneered, I want to kill not only your son, but also the entire Long family. You obediently release my mother, and I can make your death a little easier. Presumptuous, how can you say that you also have the blood of my dragon family, and I am also your elder? Is that how you talk to your elders? Long Jingguo reprimanded David angrily. Elder? You are also worthy of. After David finished speaking, his figure flashed, but he was already in front of Long Jingguo, and then he slapped Long Jingguo fiercely in the face. Long Jingguo didn't have time to dodge at all, he was slapped so hard that the teeth in his mouth fell out. As the head of the Long family, now David slapped him in front of many servants, which made Long Jingguo very embarrassed. David, if you have the ability, you can kill me, and I will make it impossible for you to see your mother in your life. Long Jingwa gritted his teeth and threatened David loudly. Long Jingwa's words really made David stunned. With his mother still in the hands of Long Jingwa, David didn't dare to act too rashly. Seeing David being frightened by himself, Long Jingwa instantly became proud. You go and kowtow to my son now. If I am satisfied, I can consider letting your mother go. Long Jingwa said to David. David's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared at Long Jingwa closely. Let me kneel, you are also worthy. After David finished speaking, bursts of terrifying coercion erupted from his body instantly. Chapter 16:14. Under this coercion, all the members of the Long family felt their shoulders slump and fell to the ground heavily, and some people with low strength vomited blood and died on the spot. Even that Long Jingwa was stubbornly carrying this coercion, and finally fell to the ground helplessly. David looked down at Long Jingwa who was kneeling in front of him. I tell you, you don't have any qualifications to talk to me, you have no other way but to listen to me, and I have 10,000 ways to make your life worse than death. As David said, a golden light instantly disappeared into Long Jingwa's body. Soon, Long Jingwa felt an unbearable itching all over his body, and there was also an excruciating pain. Just like 10,000 ants eating the heart, not to mention the pain. Long Jingwa rolled on the ground with a ferocious expression. The old-fashioned wuho of a generation is now rolling on the ground like a rogue. Those servants of the Long family, looking at Long Jingwa like this, all had indescribable expressions on their faces. Only Long Xingshu knelt on the ground with a bit of coldness in his expression. Okay, I'll let go, I promise you, let your mother go. Long Jingwa gasped heavily and tortured violently, so that he could only agree to David's request. Seeing that Long Jingwa agreed, David waved his hand, and the golden light shot out from Long Jingwa's body instantly. At this time, Long Jingwa was already in a cold sweat, and he let out a heavy sigh before standing up. Take me, David said coldly to Long Jingwa. He knew that only Long Jingwa could open the dungeon. Long Jingwa nodded, then turned and walked towards the backyard, while David followed behind. Cannot go. At this moment, Long Xingshu who was kneeling on the ground suddenly stood up and said to David. David looked at Long Xingshu and asked, what's going on? And when Long Jingwa saw that Long Xingshu suddenly stood up, he immediately gave Long Xingshu a fierce look. David, you can't go to the dungeon. At this moment, the dungeon has long since lost your mother. It is full of Tianlei stones. Even if you are Daluo Jingxian, you will be blown to pieces. Long Jingwa plans to use the entire Long family to perish with you at this time. Long Xingshu said to David. David was startled and turned to look at Long Jingwa. Long Jingwa was about to go crazy at this moment, shouting, Long Xingshu, what the hell are you talking about? I'll kill you. Long Jingwa never thought that Long Xingshu had always been loyal by his side. Why would he suddenly say such words at this time? Long Jingwa shot Long Xingshu, and the first shot was a ruthless move. After all, Long Jingwa was a veteran martial artist. Although he couldn't beat David, it was not a simple slap to deal with Long Xingshu. But who knew that Long Jingwa slapped Long Xingshu with a palm, while Long Xingshu narrowed his eyes, and suddenly a martial aura erupted from his body. Pushing out with one palm, they collided fiercely with Long Jingwa's palm. Boom! A loud explosion. Long Jingwa's body actually stepped back a few steps, while that Long Xingshu took a step back and stabilized his figure. This sudden change made everyone stunned. When he came to David, he also frowned. He didn't expect that Long Xingshu's strength would be so high. However, Long Xingshu was hiding so deeply that David didn't even notice it. Long Xingshu, when did you become so strong? Long Jingwa looked at Long Xingshu in shock and asked. As a side member of the Long family, I am also a member of the Long family, and I am loyal to the Long family. For so many years, as the head of the Long family, you only give the best resources to your son, and we get nothing. Since you don't give resources, then I can only get them in my own way. I have been secretly cultivating, so that one day, I will become the head of the Long family and replace your father and son. Long Xingshu said to Long Jingguo with a sneer. Chapter 16:15. At this moment, Long Jingguo seemed to suddenly realize that Longquan water was not depleted originally, but was stolen by you. It was only then that Long Jingguo wanted to understand why, as the most important resource of the Long family, Longquan water would become less and less, and finally it was almost exhausted. It turned out that Long Xingshu was secretly using it all the time. Long Xingshu was in charge of Longquan water, and Long Jingguo never doubted it. Now that I think about it, it's really ironic. You traitor, I will never forgive you. Long Jingguo was furious and charged towards Long Xingshu again. But just after taking 2 steps, he was controlled by a huge suction force. As soon as David waved his hand, he took Long Jingguo in his hand. How dare you lie to me? David glared at Long Jingguo, and then punched Long Jingguo in the chest. Long Jingguo spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face full of hideous colors. David, you killed me, you never know where your mother is. Long Jingguo gritted his teeth. Say, where is my mother hidden? David was holding Long Jingguo's collar, shaking and roaring constantly. Haha, I just don't tell you, I want you to never see. Long Jingguo laughed. What? David smashed out Long Jingguo as if going crazy. Punch, punch, punch to the flesh. Long Jingguo's face was deformed, but he just didn't say it. Long Jingguo could only breathe a sigh of relief, but he still did not say where he hid David's mother. Your mother was sent to Zhixiao Mansion by him. At this time, Long Xingshu spoke up. Zhixiao Mansion? David frowned, he had heard this name before. It seems that this Zhixiao Mansion was the one who wanted to propose marriage to his mother back then. Later, his mother escaped from marriage and was hunted down by the people of Zhixiao Mansion. Where is Zhixiao Mansion? David asked. Long Xingshu shook his head, I don't know either. David set his eyes on Long Jingguo, tell me, where is Zhixiao Mansion? I won't tell you. Long Jingguo gritted his teeth, and then glared at Long Xingshu. You don't need to ask him, he sent 4 people, and when the time comes, just ask those 4 people. Long Xingshu gave David an idea. When Long Jingguo heard this, he immediately scolded, Long Xingshu, you traitor of the Long family, you have to die. I'm a traitor to the Long family? You don't even spare your own sister. What I'm doing is worse than a pig and dog like you. Long Xingshu sneered. Long Jing's whole body was trembling with anger, he never thought that he would fall to this point. Since it's useless, then go to die. David looked at Long Jingguo coldly, and then stepped out. Puff! Long Jingguo's head was crushed instantly, and there was no sound in an instant. After killing Long Jingguo, David's eyes swept over the rest of the Long family. The others felt David's gaze and lowered their heads one after another. David, you and I share the blood of the dragon family, and they don't know about it. I hope you don't kill them all. As long as I become the head of the Long family, I will definitely announce to the entire martial arts world that our Long family will stand behind you and will never be your enemy. Long Xingshu said to David sincerely. David looked at Long Xingshu, he didn't know if what Long Xingshu said was true or not, but the people of the Long family really didn't know, all these things were done by Long Jingguo. Okay, I believe you. David nodded. Long Xingshu was overjoyed in his heart, with David backing him, his position as the head of the Long family was assured, who would dare to disobey the Long family? Long Xingshu naturally became the head of the Long family, while David stayed in the Long family, waiting for the return of the 4. Chapter 16:16. Kunlun Mountain, at the foot of the mountain. The 4 of them hurriedly walked forward with a man whose face was covered by a black scarf. Before walking to a boulder, the 4 people stopped. After observing the surroundings, one of them stepped forward, chanting words in his mouth, and then he saw a wave of void in midair, and then a dark crack in time and space appeared. When the 4 saw this, they hurriedly led them in, and then the crack was closed. Soon, the scenery in front of the 4 changed. The original tree-lined environment was now covered with snow. Fortunately, these 4 people are in the realm of Marquis, and this coldness has no effect on them at all. The 4 of them looked up and saw that not far away, a magnificent palace appeared. Under the reflection of the white snow, the palace was very majestic. This is the legendary secret realm. If you can come here for a walk in your lifetime, it's not a waste of time. One of them sighed and then walked towards the palace. When the four of them arrived at the gate of the palace, they saw three gilded characters on a plaque, Zixiao Mansion. In front of the Zixiao Mansion, the two guards wore silver armor with grim expressions. The breath on his body is very powerful, much stronger than these four people. "Who are you?" the guard asked coldly. "We are from the Long family. We came to Zixiao Mansion to send someone over, and we have a letter to hand to a man named Han Fusheng." One of the four stepped forward and said cautiously, "Bold, the palace master of Zixiao Palace, can you also call him by his first name?" The two guards were furious, and the breath on their bodies exploded instantly. The four dragon masters fell to the ground when their legs softened. These four people are the strength of the late Marquis. In the martial arts world of Kyoto, they are considered masters, otherwise they would not be raised by Long Jingwa as a trump card. But now, these four dragon clan masters have no power to fight back in front of the two guards of Zixiao Mansion. "You two spare your life, we are also unintentional." None of the four of them thought that the man named Han Fusheng was the palace master of Zixiao Palace. If Long Jingwa explained it to them, they would never ask such a question. In fact, Long Jingwa didn't know that Han Fusheng was just a son-in-law of Zixiao Mansion, and it was he who fell in love with David's mother, Long Ruotong. Who would have guessed that more than 20 years later, Han Fusheng had become the palace master of Zixiao Palace? The palace master has an order, let them in. At this moment, in the air, a light suddenly appeared, and then a woman in a white dress walked out of the light. The woman wears a hairpin and has fair skin, but she looks and dresses like a servant of Zixiao Mansion. The two guards nodded slightly when they saw the woman. The four masters of the dragon family got up, took Long Ruotong, and followed the woman into the light. The light disappeared, and the figures of several people disappeared. When the four dragon masters reacted, they found that they were already in a hall. The hall is very large, but it is empty. The four masters of the dragon family did not dare to breathe. In this one, the four masters of the dragon family felt that they were not even as good as ants. "Palace master, someone brought it," the woman said to the chair made of white marble in front of her. Just when the four experts of the Long family were surprised why this woman was talking to the air. There was a wave of air, and then a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the empty chair. This man is Han Fusheng, the palace master of Zixiao Palace. The four dragon masters were dumbfounded, they had never seen such an advanced space technique. It's simply amazing, and the changes are endless. "This is our palace lord, didn't you say that you have a letter to hand to the palace lord?" the woman asked the four dragon masters. Chapter 16-17. At this moment, the four experts of the Long family reacted, hurriedly took out the letter, and stepped forward cautiously. "Palace Master Han, this is the letter that our family master dragged us to bring." A master of the Long family carefully handed the letter up. Han Fusheng just waved his hand, and the letter came into his hand. After opening the letter, Han Fusheng only glanced at it, a bit of surprise flashed in his eyes. Surprise followed by surprise and excitement. Han Fusheng raised his head slowly, and finally his eyes fell on Long Ruotong, whose face was covered by the black scarf. I really didn't expect. Han Fusheng stood up slowly, and then waved his hand, the black scarf covering Long Ruotong's head fell to the ground, and Long Ruotong's peerless face was revealed. Seeing Long Ruotong, the four dragon masters were obviously stunned. They have always been raised by the Long family, and they are regarded as their trump cards. Naturally, they also know Long Ruotong, and they also know a thing or two about the changes in the Long family. It's just that they didn't expect that Long Ruotong was still alive. "Tonger, I didn't expect you to be alive, it's great, great." With joy on his face, Han Fusheng walked towards Long Ruotong quickly. No one was looking at Han Fusheng, but in the blink of an eye, Han Fusheng was already in front of Long Ruotong. Long Ruotong looked at Han Fusheng without the slightest expression on his face. However, when Han Fusheng saw Long Ruotong's body being chained by iron chains, anger appeared in his eyes. So brave. Han Fusheng stretched out his hand and took off the iron chain from Long Ruodong's body. He looked at the four masters of the Long family and said, "What's going on?" Feeling the anger on Han Fusheng's body, the four dragon masters panicked. "Palace Master Han, this is what our family master did, we don't know what's going on at all." The four hurriedly explained. "Humph." Han Fusheng snorted coldly, and didn't even see him make a move. Light blue flames burst into flames on the four dragon clan masters. The four dragon masters screamed in an instant, but it only happened in an instant. The four dragon masters were burned to ashes, and the last gust of wind blew, and even the ashes disappeared without a trace. As if these four people had never been here. The four masters of late Wuho's strength were dealt with in an understatement like this. If people in the martial arts world see it, they will definitely be shocked. After dealing with the four masters of the Long family, Han Fusheng looked at Long Ruodong. "Tonger, I didn't expect to see you again. It's been more than 20 years, and you are still so beautiful and charming. Have you been doing well these years? You ran away to avoid me. Do you know how sad I am?" Han Fusheng looked at Long Ruodong in surprise and joy, but Long Ruodong didn't say a word, and his face was expressionless. After more than 20 years of imprisonment, Long Ruodong had already lost the slightest emotional fluctuation. Except for David, nothing will make Long Ruodong have any emotional fluctuations. Seeing that Long Ruodong didn't say a word, Han Fusheng frowned slightly, stepped forward and gently pulled Long Ruodong's hand. Long Ruodong didn't hide or speak, just like a robot. But just when Han Fusheng took Long Ruodong's hand and was about to say something, his face suddenly changed wildly, and his body quickly retreated. "Mulan, take Tonger to the side hall immediately and serve me well. If Tonger is a little unhappy, I will kill you," Han Fusheng said to the female servant. "Follow your orders." Mulan's face was nervous, she stepped forward and gently supported Long Ruodong, walking towards the back. "By the way, don't let Mrs. know. Han Fusheng warned me." As ordered, Mulan helped Long Ruodong and left. Just as Mulan helped Long Ruodong to leave, a middle-aged woman hurriedly walked in from the main entrance. Chapter 16-18. "Madam, what's the matter, so urgent?" After Han Fusheng saw the middle-aged woman, he hurried forward and asked. It turned out that the middle-aged woman was Han Fusheng's wife, Enlingrong. "Qing'er she." Enlingrong just opened his mouth and stopped halfway through his words, then frowned slightly, and looked around. Seeing this, Han Fusheng's expression changed, and he was very nervous. "Madam, what happened to Qing'er?" Han Fusheng asked. But Enlingrong waved his hand and told Han Fusheng to close his mouth, then closed his eyes slightly, as if he was feeling something. When Han Fusheng saw this, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The right hand quietly pinched the magic formula, and the firefly-like rays of light scattered throughout the hall, as if hiding some kind of breath. Soon, Enlingrong opened his eyes, frowned and said, "Why do I feel that there is a woman in this hall? Where is it? Why can't I smell it?" Han Fusheng pretended to smell it. "Don't pretend to me, have women ever been in this hall?" Enlingrong questioned Han Fusheng. "Oh, I remembered, Mulan came here just now, and I ordered something for her." Han Fusheng hurriedly explained. "Why do I feel that this smell doesn't look like Mulan's?" Enlingrong frowned, a look of doubt on his face. "Why not? You just have too much heart, we are in a secret realm, where can a woman come here?" Han Fusheng stepped forward and put his arms around Enlingrong's shoulder, and said with a loving look. "Humph, you be a five-tard, all day long, let me tell you, there are no other women, you are not allowed to hit those maids, I have long seen you look at them wrong." Enlingrong snorted coldly. "Madam, where do you want to go, anyway? I am also the palace owner, how can I mess with those maids?" Han Fusheng said, pretending to be angry, and after finishing speaking, he hurriedly asked, "By the way, what happened to Qing'er you just said?" "Oh, Qing'er, she ran away." Enlingrong said anxiously. "Run? Did you go to Sunset Cave again?" Han Fusheng frowned. No, This time she ran away from the mundane world and couldn't watch her. And Lingrong hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Boom!" When Han Fusheng heard this, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and his anger rose up. Are those guards dead? Even the young lady can't watch it, it's just damn. I'll send someone to look for it right away, I must get Qinger back. Seeing Han Fusheng's rising anger, and Lingrong hurriedly persuaded him, don't worry, Qiu Ju went out with Qinger, so there shouldn't be any danger. Han Fusheng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that someone was following him. Someone is following, and I have to send someone to find it back. Han Fusheng is just such a precious daughter, and he doesn't want his daughter to be surprised. I have already sent someone to inform the Waning Moon Fort, and asked Lu Chang to find Qinger, which is just to create a space for the two children to contact. And Lingrong said. When Han Fusheng heard this, he immediately laughed. It's still Mrs. Smart, as long as we marry Zixiao Mansion and Waning Moon Castle, the resources in the entire secret realm will belong to our two families. The secret realm where Han Fusheng and the others are located is vast, and there are many sect families in it. In order to compete for resources, the families in these secret realms will also fight. In this secret realm, the Sunset Cave and the Waning Moon Cave have the most resources. The Sunset Cave is on the site of Zixiao Mansion, and the Waning Moon Cave is on the site of the Waning Moon Fort. If the two families are married and share resources, then there will be nothing to do with other sect families. When the two join forces, they can annex other families. Chapter 1619. Kyoto. David waited for 3 days in the Long family, but he did not see the four masters of the Long family come back, so he simply stopped waiting. And Long Xingxiu also stabilized the entire Long family in these 3 days, and then issued a statement on the Martial Arts Forum. Declare that the Long family has left the Martial Arts Alliance and will follow in the footsteps of David in the future. This statement instantly caused 1,000 waves in the entire martial arts world. Damn it, the Long family seems to have been beaten by David. Didn't you see, the head of the Long family has changed. This should be the puppet that David supported, and I haven't even heard of the name. Wait, the Martial Arts Alliance is going to be unlucky. I think it's not just the Martial Arts Alliance that is unlucky, there should also be those families who joined the Martial Arts Alliance. In the forum, many people started talking about it. There are many families who are afraid of David's revenge and announced their withdrawal from the Martial Arts Alliance. There are also many families who have expressed their willingness to follow in David's footsteps and obey David's dispatch. It's just that David didn't care. He knew that these grass-fed clans only saw his current strength, so he chose to follow him. If one day, their strength is not enough, these families will definitely turn back. Therefore, David simply ignored the families who asked to follow him. David ignored it, but the Martial Arts Alliance couldn't sit still. Inside the Kyoto Budo Alliance, Ning Ji's face was very ugly. He was crushed by Long Xiao, but now, Long Xiao was killed by David. Then the strength gap between him and David is naturally self-evident. Nowadays, many families choose to withdraw from the Martial Arts Alliance, and many families of friends choose to follow David, which makes Ning Ji very embarrassed. Now that Zhu Zhishan is dead, the mess of the Martial Arts Alliance has fallen on his head. How can this David be so powerful? Ning Ji couldn't understand what kind of exercises David practiced. His strength improved so fast, and he could easily deal with leapfrog battles. You just stepped into the Great Marquee, and you still need to concentrate on your cultivation, don't think about other things. At this moment, a voice sounded in Ning Ji's mind. Ning Ji didn't want to think about it, but the facts were in front of him. If David was in trouble with the Martial Arts Alliance, how would Ning Ji deal with it? Now that the Martial Arts Alliance is in such a mess, if the high-level officials are held accountable, who will bear the responsibility? This David will not let go of the Martial Arts Alliance. His next target must be the Martial Arts Alliance. His girlfriend is still locked here. Ning Ji frowned and said. The soul is no longer speaking, which is indeed an intractable knot. Because the Martial Arts Alliance uses Sonia's blood to continuously cultivate masters. Including Ning Ji, he also took Sonia's blood to increase his strength so quickly. Deputy Leader Ning, then David. A member of the Martial Arts Alliance walked in and wanted to report to Ningji. But before the words were finished, Ningji stretched out his hand, and a burst of energy instantly blew the heads of the members of the Martial Arts Alliance. The blood filled the air, and the other members were terrified. Zhu Zhishan is dead, I am the leader of the alliance, you remember it from me. Ningji glanced at the other Martial Arts Alliance members and said. These people all bowed their heads and did not dare to speak. It seems that we can only alert the high level, otherwise people from the Martial Arts Alliance will be difficult to stop that David. Ningji frowned, he knew that with the current strength of the Martial Arts Alliance, David could not be stopped at all. But just after Ningji finished speaking, he saw a wave of space in the hall of the Martial Arts Alliance, followed by a man covered in black robes. The Peugeot on the chest of the black-robed man is silver, obviously higher than Ningji's black copper robe. You all go down. Ningji waved his hand and let the members of the Martial Arts Alliance go out. Chapter 1620. After everyone left, Ningji knelt down and bowed down. My subordinates welcomed the black and silver robe elder. The black and silver robe directly took out a vajra that shone with silver light from the black robe. The great can know your situation, and I specially ordered me to bring you a weapon of the martial arts. In times of crisis, this weapon of the saints can keep you safe. Hyenpeo said, and handed the vajra pestle to Ningji. Ningji looked at the vajra, his eyes were full of fire. This is the sacred weapon, the weapon used by the real martial arts. Although I don't know the current fate of the owner of this weapon, holy weapon, but this weapon, holy weapon injected with the power of the martial arts, if you want to deal with a great martial marquis, it is as easy as the palm of your hand. My subordinates have thanked the great power, and I will do my best to manage the Martial Arts Alliance. Ningji said excitedly. The great power said, David is also a rare genius. It would be best if you can win over and become your own use. If you can't, please make peace for the time being, and don't have any more conflicts with him. You have more important things to do. Black Silver Robe said. Elder Hyenpeo, this David's girlfriend is imprisoned in the dungeon of the Martial Arts Alliance. If you want to make peace with David, you can only let his girlfriend go. Ningji looked confused. If Sonia was not released, how could David live peacefully with the Martial Arts Alliance? Madness. Hyenpeo snorted coldly, it's just a woman, it won't be that important. Now the Martial Arts Alliance has so many resources, just promise some to David. In front of women and resources, I believe that all practitioners will choose resources. I understand. Ningji nodded again and again, he knew what would happen to an elder in black and silver robes. With the rising of a black mist, the black-silver robe disappeared instantly. Ningji stood up with the vajra, his eyes were full of fire. With the vajra, Ningji didn't want to follow David to make peace. He wanted to kill David, avenge his father, and avenge the entire Ning family. Just after Ningji raised the idea of killing David to take revenge, the soul in his mind suddenly said, you better do what the great master wants, otherwise you and I will both die miserably. The words of the soul instantly made Ningji suppress the idea of revenge. Come on. Ningji shouted to the outside world. Ning. Alliance leader, what are your orders? Asked a member of the Martial Arts Alliance. This member almost called it wrong, and lost his life. Go to David, bring him a message, and say that I want to invite him to come to the Martial Arts Alliance for a gathering, and talk to him about something. Ningji ordered. Looking for that David? This member of the Martial Arts Alliance was terrified. They all know that David's current strength, and David hates the Martial Arts Alliance to the core. These members of the Martial Arts Alliance take the initiative to send them to David, isn't that courting death? Didn't you hear? Seeing the frightened appearance of the members of the Martial Arts Alliance, Ningji frowned. Follow the order, follow the order. The Martial Arts Alliance member hurriedly withdrew. And Ningji sighed, I didn't expect that David caused so much pressure on the Martial Arts Alliance. There is a sacred weapon, you don't have to be afraid, talk about it. The soul spoke lightly. I'm afraid that David won't eat or punish him when he toasts. This guy is very strange. It's not that Ningji doesn't want to talk. If he can really make peace, he can have a chance to cultivate in peace. At that time, as long as you have enough strength, you are afraid that you will not find a chance to seek revenge on David? When you are making peace, it will be much easier to show the weapon holy weapon and let him see the threat. The soul is giving Ningji an idea. Right. Ningji nodded. Chapter 1621. At this time, David was in the Gu family. He didn't wait for the four masters of the Long family. David knew that if he wanted to get the news of the Zixiao mansion, he could only find Gu Fuhai. Because Gu Fuhai is also an immortal cultivator, and he knows where those immortal sects are hidden, he should also know about this Zixiao mansion. David, my father is not at home at all. He has been gone for a while. He said he was going to our Gu family's land. I don't know where it is. Gu Jiai said to David. Since the head of the Gu family is not here, then don't bother. David smiled slightly. David knew that the Gu family land that Gu Fuhai said was definitely the place where the Shuxian family of the Gu family was hiding. But since Gu Fuhai is not here, David can only wait for a while. Just when David turned around and was about to leave, Gu Jiai suddenly blushed and said, David, can you stay a little longer? I want to talk to you. Gu Jiai watched David break through with his own eyes, and watched David kill that Long Shao, which made Gu Jiai very shocked. As the so-called beauty loves heroes, at this time Gu Jiai has already had a heart for David Chun. She doesn't care if David has a girlfriend. How could David not see what Gu Jiai meant, but he didn't have much mood to talk to Gu Jiai at this time. His mother was sent to Zixiao mansion, and David didn't know what his mother would experience, so he was so anxious at the moment. Miss Gu, I'm very busy right now, wait until you have time. After David finished speaking, he left. David went straight to Yaoshan Valley. Since he doesn't know where the Zixiao mansion is now, he should focus on the martial arts alliance. Find a way to rescue Sonia. But when David arrived at Yaoshan Valley, the whole person was a little dumbfounded. I saw that there are many people in the martial arts world, all of them come here, wanting to go to David, hoping to get the protection of David. These people all know that David is the master of Yaoshan Valley, and many people who follow David have also united with Yaoshan Valley. So all these people came running. The Medicine God Valley, which was elusive in the past, is now in a crowded place. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Seeing David appearing in Yaoshan Valley, many people began to shout frantically. There are also many girls among them, screaming wildly, treating David as an idol. One of the girls in a blue dress stood at the end of the crowd and looked at David quietly. Sister Qiu Ju, is there nothing special about David? They don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Why are these girls so crazy? It made me run so far with them in vain. The girl in the blue dress said, slightly disappointed. This girl is Han Fusheng's daughter Han Qing'er. After escaping from the secret realm, Han Qing'er wandered around in Kyoto. Everything in Kyoto was very new to Han Qing'er. Later, Han Qing'er heard a group of girls talking about David, and praised David to the sky, like a god. This aroused Han Qing'er's curiosity, so she followed along. But when she really saw David, she was very disappointed. Miss, these are just mortals, of course you don't look down on them. I think we should go back, or else it will take a long time to come out, and the palace master and his wife will be anxious. Qiu Ju persuaded Han Qing'er. I'm not going back, I'm going to play for a few more days. Han Qing'er said, and jumped away. Miss, you are so dangerous. Qiu Ju hurriedly chased after him. What is the danger? I see that the guys here are not my opponents. What's more, you are still by my side to protect me, who would dare to hit me? Han Qing'er was not worried at all. Chapter 1622. Han Qing'er herself is divided according to the realm of the martial arts world, and she is already the great marquis of martial arts. So with such strength, there is nothing to worry about. No one noticed Han Qing'er's departure, and they all focused on David. David, I love you, I really love you. David, I want to give birth to a child for you, I want our child to be as awesome as you. David. The women were screaming like crazy. Just like those fanatical fans of chasing stars, if David wanted these women to do anything at this time, they would agree without hesitation. David's face was embarrassed, while Gulinger's face was gloomy. Why is David also his man, and now that his man is being shown love by so many women, Gulinger is of course jealous. Gu Master, you are finally back. These people have been blocked here for several days. Let them go, but no one left. Su Chongqing followed David helplessly. What do we do? Then blow these people away? David was also helpless and didn't know how to deal with these people. You can't go away unless you use force, but in that case, the owner of the valley will be criticized. Su Chongqing frowned slightly. What should I do? It seems that being a star also has a lot of troubles. David couldn't think of a good way. He couldn't really accept these people, these sect families, right? David doesn't have that energy, let alone the resources to share with these people. David, didn't the Long family have already issued an announcement and followed behind you? You can tell these people that the Long family can represent you in the future, and let this person go to the Long family. Long Xingxiu has some brains, I believe he can handle it well. Long Wu came over at this time and said to David. Yes, let these people go to the Long family. David nodded happily, and then followed those people and said it again. Hearing what David said, many people began to flock to Long's house. As for how Long Xingxiu operates, David doesn't have to worry about it. After sending everyone away, David summoned Zhao Ligua, Su Chongqing, and the 4 villains, including Long Wu, to discuss it together. See how to rescue Sonia from the Martial Arts Alliance. Mr. Chen, you are in the limelight now, but the Martial Arts Alliance has already disappeared, and many sect families have left the Martial Arts Alliance. Why don't we bring a lot of sect families and directly smash the Martial Arts Alliance? I don't believe that we can't save Miss Su. Zhao Ligua said loudly. I don't think so. If such a large-scale attack on the Martial Arts Alliance, the Martial Arts Alliance really can't bear it. What should I do if I attack Miss Su? We can't force the Martial Arts Alliance too tightly. After all, Miss Su is in their hands, and they can use it as a bargaining chip. Ding Buyu immediately opposed Zhao Ligua's proposal. David was silent, and he was still undecided. At this moment, a few people from Yao Shengu suddenly walked in with Wu Huada tied up. How is this going? Su Chongqing asked. Elder Su, this guy is from the Martial Arts Alliance. He was sneaky and was caught by us. A person from Medicine God Valley said. People from the Martial Arts Alliance? When Su Chongqing heard this, he was instantly furious. I was ordered by the leader of the alliance to come and give Mr. Chen a message. Seeing that Su Chongqing was furious, the members of the Martial Arts Alliance hurriedly explained. Give me a message? David looked surprised. Is your alliance leader Ning Ji now? Yes, our leader invited you to the Martial Arts Alliance, saying that there is something important to talk to you about. The member of the Martial Arts Alliance said cautiously. Chapter 1623. Talk about what? David asked. I don't know about that, I'm just responsible for spreading the word. The members of the Martial Arts Alliance shook their heads. David frowned slightly, and a consciousness instantly entered the minds of the members of the Martial Arts Alliance. After the exploration of spiritual consciousness, it was found that this person was not lying, and David withdrew his spiritual consciousness and waved his hand. Release that member of the Martial Arts Alliance. Gu Master, Ning Ji suddenly invited you, will it be deceitful? Su Chongqing asked. There must be a fraud, that kid Ning Ji has always been very sullen and always wants to cheat people. You can't believe what he says. Zhao Ligua said. David did not speak, but frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. After a while, David let out a sigh of relief. I'll go to the Martial Arts Alliance to see what tricks this Ning Ji wants to play. David decided to go and have a look. After all, Sonia was in their hands, and David also knew that Ning Ji was a very bad guy. If he didn't go, if Ning Ji did something to Sonia, it would be troublesome. David, be careful yourself, I have heard about this Ning Ji, and he is a very scheming guy. Long Wu warned David. Uncle Long, don't worry, in the face of absolute strength, any scheming is useless. David smiled slightly, then set off for the martial arts alliance. And at this moment, Ning Ji, after getting the news of David's visit, was already ready. The Vajra pestle was placed by his hand, and dozens of people were arranged around the hall, all of them marquis. The martial arts alliance can have this kind of strength, and it is inseparable from Sonia. Although he had a Vajra in his hand, Ningji still felt a little unsure in his heart, and he was extremely nervous. Don't be nervous, you have the sacred weapon, then David can't help you. What's more, his girlfriend is also in our hands. If he dares to kill you, you will threaten his girlfriend. However, this time the great power is going to talk about it, you'd better win that David over. If possible, promise him some more resources. The soul said to Ningji. I will try my best to persuade. Ningji nodded. But Ningji didn't have much hope for this peace talks, because he knew what kind of character David was. But since the high level wants him to do this, he can only obey. It wasn't until nearly night that David's figure appeared at the door of the martial arts alliance. Seeing that David was coming, the guards at the door hurriedly hid far away, and no one dared to stop David. These people from the martial arts alliance, seeing David is like a mouse seeing a cat. David walked straight into the hall, and now Ningji was waiting for him. As soon as David entered the door, he set his eyes on the Vajra beside Ningji. A huge aura emanated from the Vajra body. This made David's eyes narrow slightly. It seems that this time, this Ningji is really going to play tricks. At this moment, Ningji also saw that David noticed his Vajra, and smiled slightly, then got up quickly and said, David, you are here, please sit down. Look at the tea. Ningji gave an order, and soon someone brought tea to David. David was not polite, and sat directly opposite Ningji. What do you have to do with me? If you have something to say, just let it go. I'm very busy. David's attitude made Ningji feel unhappy for a while, but he didn't dare to attack, so he could only pretend to smile and say, I came to you this time to make peace with you. As the saying goes, the enemy should be resolved rather than the not. You and our martial arts alliance are unhappy, let him go over, we should let go of the hatred. David looked at Ningji and suddenly leaned his body towards Ningji, which shocked Ningji. Chapter 1624. Let go of hatred? David raised his mouth. I killed your father and destroyed your Ning family, can you really let go of hatred? When Ningji heard David's words, his body trembled slightly. How could this kind of revenge for killing his father be let go? Control your emotions, he is deliberately provoking you. The soul is constantly reminding Ningji. Ningji took a deep breath, then said with a smile, that's all in the past. Now I just want to cultivate and improve my strength. I have already let go of the revenge of killing my father. When will the grievances be repaid? Even if I seek revenge for you and kill you, my relatives will not survive. Ningji said it was easy, but his heart was in extreme pain. David looked at Ningji with a bit of admiration in his eyes. The degree of Ningji's forbearance was beyond the imagination of many people. You can make peace with me if you want, but you have to show your sincerity first. David sat down again and said lightly. Of course, we have sincerity. Whatever you want, just say it. Seeing this, Ningji hurriedly asked. My girlfriend has been captured by your martial arts alliance for so long. Now let her go. Let me see the sincerity of your martial arts alliance. David wanted to take this opportunity to rescue Sonia. After David finished speaking, Ningji frowned slightly. David, you should also know that there are huge forces behind the martial arts alliance. Even the leader of the martial arts alliance is just a chess piece. I can't make the decision about letting go of your girlfriend, but I can assure you that your girlfriend will definitely receive the best treatment. When David heard this, he immediately became furious. That's a bit of a talk. You used my girlfriend's blood to help you cultivate masters in the martial arts alliance. You are here to tell me that she can receive the best treatment? I fucking lock you up, bleed you every day, and say you get the best possible treatment? David's eyes were wide open, and endless killing intent rose from his body. David, calm down. As we cultivators, we should take our children's love aside a little bit. Except for this request, I can promise you everything else. Our martial arts alliance has a lot of training resources, and I can provide them to you. Ningji persuaded David. He was afraid that David would really explode. David stared closely at Ningji, then the killing intent on his body gradually subsided, and after sitting up again, he said to Ningji, "Since you said that, then I will change the request and give me the Vajra pestle in your hand." I fell in love right away. As soon as Ningji heard it, he immediately took the Vajra in his hand, for fear that David would snatch it away. "So, no?" Seeing Ningji like that, David said with a cold smile. "This. I can't call the shots on this thing, you are changing your requirements." Ningji said a little embarrassedly. "You can't be the master of anything, talk to me about it, go to someone who can call the shots." David got up, turned around and was about to leave. "David, our martial arts alliance has mastered a lot of ancient ruins. If you promise not to be an enemy of our martial arts alliance, we are willing to give you a ruin as compensation." Ningji said loudly. "The martial arts alliance holds trials every year, so you must master a large number of trial sites." When David heard this, he took back the steps he took, and then turned to look at Ningji. "Can I choose any of the ancient ruins you mentioned?" "Sure." Ningji nodded. "Well, I'll pick an ancient ruin." David sat back again. Ningji was overjoyed, and hurriedly ordered someone to fetch a thick book, and the cover of the book was already a little worn, and it looked very old and vicissitudes. Chapter 1625. David, this book is left by many seniors. It records some ancient sect ruins that have disappeared. You can choose one of them. Ningji said to David. "What if I take this book away?" David smiled coldly. "That's impossible. This is the treasure of our martial arts alliance. The martial arts alliance has developed for so many years and has relied on this book. Except for the top officials of the martial arts alliance, no one can read this book. It is our greatest sincerity to be able to let you read this book and choose an ancient ruin from it." Ningji shook his head coldly. When David saw this, he didn't say anything, but looked at the ancient book in front of him. "I saw the ruins of various ancient sects that disappeared, as well as a detailed introduction to the ancient sects." Every time David turned a page, it was as if he had discovered a new continent. He never thought that the martial arts alliance would have such a treasure. Ningji saw that David was flipping slowly and carefully, so he frowned slightly and said, "I can tell you that the further back this book is, the richer the resources of the ancient ruins, but the more dangerous it is. See if you dare." After Ningji finished speaking, he stared at David closely. When David heard it, he quickly turned to the back and looked at the ancient ruins behind. Seeing David turn to the back, Ningji's mouth showed an imperceptible smile. What he said just now was deliberately provoking David. In order to let David choose a dangerous ruin, if David really goes to investigate, maybe he will die in it. At that time, his revenge will also be avenged, and the martial arts alliance will not need to be threatened by this David. Soon, David's eyes stopped at an ancient ruin. This ancient ruin used to be a sect called Tianfuzong. This sect is mainly based on spells, and it is hard to practice spells. The reason why David took a fancy to this relic was because David was the most lacking in spells. And in this regard, that flax seeds are relatively proficient, and it will be easier to bring flax seeds when the time comes. I chose here. David pointed to Fuzong that day and said. After Ningji glanced at it, he ordered someone to bring a pen and paper and let David transcribe it. After transcribing, Ningji drew a cross behind the ancient ruins. It means that this ancient ruin has been explored. David put away the copied map, then put it in his pocket and returned the book to Ningji. Ningji took the book and said with a smile on his face, "David, our grievances should be resolved now. If you have anything to help us in the future, our martial arts alliance will never refuse." Ningji vowed, and said with a serious face. "Of course, the grievances between us have been eliminated. I hope you don't seek me to take revenge for killing your father." David faced Ningji Dao. "Sure." Ning Jiqiang endured his anger and nodded with a smile. But our grievances have been eliminated. The matter of the martial arts alliance arresting my girlfriend, I can't just let it go. If the martial arts alliance doesn't release my girlfriend, I will tear down the entire martial arts alliance. David said with a gloomy expression. The breath emanating from David made everyone have the illusion that as long as David made a move, he could destroy the martial arts alliance. What do you mean? Ning Ji's face turned cold, his face full of anger. As I said, my grievances with you can be eliminated, but the grievances with the martial arts alliance cannot be eliminated. If I don't let my girlfriend go, I will kill the martial arts alliance sooner or later. Chills erupted from David's body. David, you are not believing your words. As an important figure in the martial arts world in Kyoto, how can you do this? Ning Jiqiang endured the anger in his heart and questioned David. Chapter 1626. How am I? David smiled coldly. Did you catch my girlfriend? Can I still be grateful to you? Let me tell you, if my girlfriend doesn't come out for a day, I won't give up with the martial arts alliance for a day. After David finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. David, you are going too far. Ning Ji was angry, the vajra in his hand buzzed, and he was about to attack David. Along with Ning Ji's roar, the Marquis who were hiding in the dark also rushed out one after another and surrounded David. David glanced around for a week and sneered, just because of you, you want to stop me. After finishing speaking, David suddenly burst out with terrifying coercion. This terrifying coercion instantly caused the surrounding Marquis to kneel to the ground, and some even vomited blood. In the face of the gap in absolute strength, it is not enough to make up for the large number of people. Looking at this scene, although Ning Ji held the sacred weapon in his hand, he was still a little timid in his heart. Are you going to do it? If you do it, I can let you do 2 moves. If you don't do it, then roll away from me. David looked at Ning Ji coldly. It can be said that he stepped on Ning Ji's dignity to the ground. Ning Ji's face was extremely ugly, but he still didn't dare to do it. Coward. After David finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. Until David left, Ning Ji didn't do anything. But after David left, Ning Ji became furious, a gust of wind swept through, and Ning Ji waved the vajra in front of him. A terrifying energy instantly smashed the door of the entire martial arts alliance. David, I will definitely make you pay the price. Ning Ji roared, the cold light flashing in his eyes. After coming out of the martial arts alliance, David went directly to the Long family. At this time, the Long family is also very lively, and many aristocratic families have come to seek refuge. Because behind the Long family, there is David backing, so these people will do this. Seeing David coming, Long Xingxiu immediately went out to greet him. Mr. Chen, now the Long family has received a total of. Long Xingxiu wanted to report to David. But David waved his hand, don't call me Mr. Chen, I also have half the blood of the dragon family on my body. You and I are brothers, so just call me brothers. David hated the Long family at first, and wished to kill the entire Long family. But now that Long Jinghua and his son are dead, and the whole thing was done by Long Jinghua, many Long family members don't know about it, so there is no need to implicate them. Long Xingxiu was taken aback by David's words, but then a surprise appeared on his face. He knew that David's words meant that he completely accepted the Long family and himself. Brother David, we have received more than a dozen sect families now, and there are countless sect families who want to ally with the Long family. I plan to form an alliance too, so that I can fight with the martial arts alliance. But there is one thing. With such a huge organization, our Long family's resources are limited, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to maintain. Long Xingxiu said to David. You have the final say in the matter of the alliance, but you have to know how to screen out those aristocratic families of grass sections. As for resources, I have a way. You order someone to send me a pen and paper. David said to Long Xingxiu. It is good. Long Xingxiu nodded, and immediately ordered someone to send pen and paper. Then David entered the room, closed his eyes slightly, recalled carefully, and then quickly drew on the paper. These are the maps and introductions of the ancient ruins he saw when he was in the martial arts alliance. Although Ningji didn't ask him to take out the book, David's extraordinary memory has long been remembered. Soon, more than a dozen maps of ancient ruins were drawn by David. Long Xingshu watched from the side, a little confused, not knowing what David painted. Chapter 1627. You put these things away. These are ancient ruins, and there are a lot of resources in them. At that time, the Long family can also conduct trials to consolidate the status of the Long family. David gave those things to Long Xingshu. Long Xingshu was dumbfounded, holding those maps, his face full of shock. He couldn't understand, how could David know the addresses of so many ancient ruins? I'm going to stay here for a few days, do whatever you want, don't deliberately entertain me. David waved his hand. Understood. Long Xingshu nodded, then turned and walked out. By the way, can the dragon's dungeon be opened? David asked. Long Xingshu stopped, you can open it. After Long Jinggua's death, the magic circle in the dungeon will disappear. Brother David, do you want to go to the dungeon to see it? Long Xingshu thought that David was going to see the place where his mother was imprisoned. David shook his head, no, since the dungeon can be opened, then store those Tianlei stones, maybe they will be used one day. I have sent someone to save it. Long Xingshu said. Okay, it's all right. As soon as David waved his hand, Long Xingshu left. The reason why David thought of those Tianlei stones was that he could use these Tianlei stones to directly blow up the dungeon of the Martial Arts Alliance. But if you want to blow up the dungeon without hurting Sonia, you need to know the detailed structure of the dungeon. Although David went in twice, it was only for a very short time, and he did not observe carefully. Now that he is thinking about it, it is difficult to enter. Even if there is a space magic tool like the Qianquan Circle, there is no way to enter. The Martial Dao Alliance has already rebound the dungeon in space. It seems that we need to find an opportunity to enter the dungeon and observe it carefully. David got up, walked out of the room, and planned to go for a walk on the street, by the way, to see if Gufuhai was back. If he wants to know the secret of Zixiao Mansion, it seems that he can only ask Gufuhai. In addition, David also wants to contact that Humatsi. If he really goes to Tianfuzong to find out, with Humatsi following him, he will get twice the result with half the effort. Because it was getting late, David found a small but distinctive restaurant, ordered some meals, and ate alone. Although this restaurant is not big, it is full and there are many people eating. And the two women who were not far from David at the moment caught David's attention. Because he found that the aura emanating from these two women was very strong. The most important point was that the aura emitting from these two women actually contained fluctuations in spiritual power. You must know that only immortal cultivators can generate spiritual power in the body. If it is a martial artist, it will only generate energy. David involuntarily set his eyes on the two women, and even looked a little ecstatic. If it wasn't for the fear of the other party finding out, David would want to use his spiritual sense to investigate to see if these two women were monks. Sister Cho Ju, look at this guy, looking straight at us, it's so disgusting, it looks like a big pervert. Han Qinger had long noticed that David was looking straight at them, so she said with disgust. Miss, let's hurry up and eat. After eating, we can go back. This guy has spiritual power, and he should also be a monk. It is estimated that he also discovered our identity. Xiao Ju whispered to Han Qinger. No, I want to teach this guy a lesson. I don't know what means this guy uses to deceive so many girls and go crazy for him. Han Qinger said, a sense of consciousness moved towards David. David frowned, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Han Qinger's consciousness spread, and David discovered that this Han Qinger turned out to be the realm of the Great Marquis. You must know that in the entire Kyoto martial arts world, there are only a handful of such young Dahu, and I have never heard of a girl who has reached Dahu. Chapter 1628. Just when Han Qinger's consciousness entered David's mind, suddenly a golden light flashed in David's mind, instantly cutting off Han Qinger's consciousness. What? Han Qinger screamed. Miss. Xiao Ju hurriedly asked, are you alright? This guy's consciousness is so powerful. Han Qinger's face became a little ugly. David saw that Han Qinger had used his divine sense, so there was no need for him to hide it. So a huge sense of consciousness shrouded Han Qinger. He wanted to find out who Han Qinger and the others were. But just as David's consciousness was shrouded in Han Qinger, a faint purple light flashed on Qiu Ju's body. After David's consciousness touched this light, he was instantly defeated, and there was no room for struggle. David's eyes widened, and he looked at him in disbelief. A person who can defeat his own consciousness so easily must have a lot more strength than him. Kyoto, when did you have such a master? David couldn't believe that a young woman could have such strength. Miss, let's go. Qiu Ju said to Han Qinger. I'm afraid of what he will do, this guy is not your opponent at all. Han Qinger glared at David coldly, still hating David. Just now, David unceremoniously cut off her consciousness, which shocked Han Qinger. Miss, if we stay outside for too long, the palace master will punish me when we go back. Qiu Ju has a look of confusion. Han Qinger looked at Qiu Ju like that, and could only helplessly sigh, okay, I didn't leave. Han Qinger followed Qiu Ju to get up and walked out. David didn't even have a meal, so he followed him out. He was very curious, where did these two people with such cultivation come from? You must know that the spiritual energy of the whole world is very scarce now, and it is more difficult than waiting for him to cultivate to this realm. David also relied on the strength of the concentrated heart technique and added a lot of opportunities to break through to the realm of the great Marquis of Wu. Han Qinger and Qiu Ju walked in front, and David followed behind. Are you sick? What are you doing with us? Han Qinger couldn't bear it any longer and roared at David. Miss, I'm not malicious, I just want to get to know you guys. David just wanted to know how Han Qinger and the others used to cultivate to such a level in this era of lack of spiritual energy. Want to meet us? Han Qinger smiled, I think you just want to join us, right? I've seen a man like you a lot. Do you want to coax us into bed just because we're beautiful? You don't look at yourself like that, do you deserve it? Han Qinger suddenly taunted, and directly put David in the circle of Chen Meng. David really just wanted to get to know the two of them, and wanted to know where they were from. There was no thought of coaxing them into bed at all. But I don't want Han Qinger to be so direct. Miss, you misunderstood, I have no intention of lying to you, I just want to get to know you. David explained. Who believes? Han Qinger rolled her eyes at David and said, don't follow us, or I'll kill you. After speaking, Han Qinger followed Qiu Ju and disappeared into the darkness. David was a little helpless, he didn't expect to meet such an unreasonable woman. David turned around and planned to go back to eat again, but as soon as he turned around, he noticed a wave of terrifying aura fluctuations not far away. Immediately after that, there was the sound of loud drinking and fighting. Seeing this, David hurried forward. At a corner, David saw 4 men in black, attacking Han Qinger and Qiu Ju. The strength of the 4 men in black is not low. Han Qinger was slapped on the shoulder, and blood spurted from her mouth. Chapter 1629. Miss, let's go, let's go. Qiu Ju shouted at Han Qinger with 1 enemy against 4. Han Qinger's eyes were full of reluctance, but in the end she gritted her teeth and ran towards David's side. When a man in black saw that Han Qinger was about to run, he rushed over. Qiu Ju wanted to stop her, but she was tightly entangled by the other men in black, who couldn't get away. The man in black just jumped up and went behind Han Qinger, then slapped Han Qinger with his palm. Han Qinger was injured herself, she turned around and hurriedly greeted her with a palm. Boom! Han Qinger's body was instantly knocked flying, and fell heavily at David's feet. Miss, are you alright? David hurriedly helped Han Qinger up. Seeing that it was David, Han Qinger kept vigilance in her eyes and distanced herself from David. It seems that Han Qinger is still treating David as a bad guy. The man in black walked towards Han Qinger step by step, while David stood in front of Han Qinger. Boy, it's none of your business here, get out of my way. The man in black glared at David and said, Who are you? Why would you attack a girl? David questioned the man in black. I said, it's none of your business. After the man in black finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Han Qing'er. When David saw this, golden light flashed on his body, and then he punched the man in black. The power of the dragon was brought to the extreme by David. A golden dragon surrounds the fist. The real golden dragon? Surprise flashed in the eyes of the man in black for a moment, and then he also threw a punch. Boom! A burst of golden light flickered, and David only felt a huge force, and directly overturned himself. David's body slammed heavily on the wall, instantly smashing a wall. David only felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Dragging the injured body, David slowly got up and looked at the man in black in front of him in disbelief. He himself is the great Marquis now, but he doesn't want to be unable to resist a single move in front of this man in black. One can imagine how powerful this man in black is. David couldn't understand what happened to this capital. Why all of a sudden, there are so many masters? Boy, who are you? Why are you interfering in our affairs? The man in black asked in a cold voice. I just watched you bully a little girl, I can't stand it, I don't know what's going on between you. David wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Since you don't know, then hide away, don't force me to kill you. After the man in black finished speaking, he ignored David and grabbed Han Qing'er. David jumped up again, and a dazzling golden light erupted from his fists. Holy light fist! David smashed towards the man in black. Although he knew that he was invincible, David still shot. Ancient sacred fist. The eyes of the man in black narrowed slightly, and a bit of surprise appeared in his eyes again. Boom! A burst of golden light suddenly appeared, and the huge force sent David's body flying out again. Only at this time did Han Qing'er lose her vigilance when she looked at David. Are you okay? Han Qing'er stepped forward and asked with concern. It's okay. David shook his head. But David knew that the man in black didn't use all his strength, as if he didn't want to kill him. Boy, don't force me to kill you, get out now. The man in black walked towards David and Han Qing'er step by step. You go, it's none of your business here, there's no need to die. Han Qing'er knew that she was doomed, so she pushed David. Don't worry, we'll be fine. After David finished speaking, the Qianquan circle suddenly appeared in David's hands. With the loss of the Qianquan circle in the hand, a black hole instantly appeared in the air. David pulled Han Qing'er and jumped into the black hole. Chapter 1630. The man in black hurriedly shot, but the black hole in the air had disappeared. There is still a space magic weapon. What is the identity of this young man? The man in black looked at the air with a solemn expression on his face. Han Qing'er had already escaped, but the man in black turned back, and the four attacked Qiu Ju. Every move was a killer move. It seemed that they didn't want Qiu Ju to live. At this time, Qiu Ju was already scarred and bruised, and she was holding on with a breath of infuriating energy. Quick, over there. This is a clutter of footsteps and loud shouts. Hearing this movement, the four men in black looked at each other, followed by a flash, and disappeared in an instant. Qiu Ju dragged her severely injured body and left quickly. It seemed that she didn't want to be seen. Just after the four men in black and Qiu Ju left, more than a dozen people rushed here. The leader of these dozen people is Xing Jun of the law enforcement team. Xing Jun looked at the surrounding ruins and broken walls, and the blood on the ground. His face became very dignified. Captain, people have run away. A law enforcement team member said. Let's go back. Xing Jun waved his hand and withdrew. On the other side, David and Han Qing'er used the space teleportation of the Qianquan circle to come to the door of Long's house. David and Han Qing'er supported each other and walked into the Long's house. The servants of the Long family saw that David had returned with blood, and immediately reported it to Long Xingshu. Brother David, what's wrong with you? Long Xingshu asked in shock. David's current strength is the Great Marquis. How many people in the entire Kyoto martial arts world can hurt David like this? Prepare a room for me, and immediately send someone to Yaoshan Valley to get some herbs. David said to Long Xingshu. Long Xingshu nodded, and immediately ordered someone to go to Yaoshan Valley to get the herbs. And he personally took David and them to the room. After entering the room, David waved his hand and let Long Xingshu go out. Han Qinger's face was very pale at this time, and it was obvious that she was seriously injured. But David himself is not much better. "What is this place?" Han Qinger asked David. "This is my home, you can heal with peace of mind," David said to Han Qinger. Han Qinger looked at David, a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. If she is healing now, and if David takes advantage of her own healing and plots against herself, then Han Qinger will really be called Tiantian's ineffectiveness, and earthly and earth should not be able to. David also saw Han Qinger's concerns, so he got up and walked out. "I have already sent someone to fetch the herbs. If there is no accident tomorrow, your injury will be healed." After David finished speaking, he walked out of the room. Seeing David walking out of the room, Han Qinger closed her eyes slightly and started to heal her wounds quietly. It's just that because of the lack of spiritual energy in this world, Han Qinger's healing speed is very slow. David went to the next room to start healing. Kyoto, Dharma Protector Pavilion. Although it was late at night, the light of the Dharma Protector Pavilion was still on. Mr. Sher sat upright at the table, frowning slightly. "Mr. Sher, I have already investigated the scene, it is definitely not caused by the fight of ordinary warriors. Kyoto has a rule that those warriors are not allowed to fight in the urban area. I believe that no one dares to violate it openly. And judging from the breath left at the scene, these people are very strong, I suspect it is." Xing Jun hesitated, wondering if he should say it or not. "Your suspicion is right, these are people in the secret realm." Mr. Sher nodded, without Xing Jun saying it, he seemed to have guessed Xing Jun's heart. "Then what are these people's identities? Why do they dare to go out of the secret realm and openly fight in the secular world?" Xing Jun said with a look of surprise. Mr. Sher shook his head, "I don't know, but there may be more and more such things in the future. The real turmoil may not be far away." Xing Jun listened, although he didn't understand what Mr. Sher said about the turmoil, but what he knew was that the scene of the river of blood might reappear. Chapter 1631. The next morning. David's strong body, the injury is no longer serious. Su Chongsheng came to the Long family in a hurry with all kinds of medicinal herbs and herbs. Knowing that David was injured, Su Chongsheng was very anxious, so he came with the medicine in person. "Gu Master, are you alright?" After seeing David, Su Chongsheng asked nervously. "I'm fine," David shook his head. "Have you brought the medicinal materials I want?" "Bring it, and some medicinal herbs." Su Chongsheng hurriedly gave David all the medicinal herbs he brought. David took these things and knocked on the door next door. The door opened. After a night of healing, Han Qinger's face was obviously much better, but her breath was still a little unstable. However, Han Qinger was surprised to see David as if nothing happened. It's only been one night, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is so deficient, David's injury has healed so quickly. "Are you all right?" David asked Han Qinger. Han Qinger nodded, "It's okay. Here are some herbs and medicinal herbs that can help you heal." David gave Han Qinger all the medicinal pills and herbs that Su Chongsheng brought. Han Qinger looked at these things in front of her. She knew that in the secular world, these things must be invaluable. "Why are you helping me?" Han Qinger asked in confusion. She and David are not related, and they don't know each other. It makes Han Qinger very strange that David treats her so well. "Don't worry, I have no intention of helping you. When you are well, you can leave completely free." David was afraid that Han Qinger would misunderstand what he had planned for her, so he said quickly. Han Qinger opened her mouth, she didn't know what to say, and finally she could only say, "Thank you, I will repay you." David smiled, without saying anything, turned around and left. He helped Han Qinger, but not for her repayment. Zixiao Mansion. Qiu Ju dragged her severely injured body back. When Han Fuxing heard that his daughter was missing, he was instantly furious, and Enlingrong cried because he was worried about his daughter. "Damn it, who on earth dares to do something to my Han Fuxing's daughter?" Han Fusheng's anger continued to rise. Palace Master, those people will definitely not be people from the mundane world, they should also be people in the secret realm, their strength is very strong. Qiu Ju said to Han Fusheng. The people in the secret realm, who is going to target my Zixia mansion behind the scenes? Han Fusheng frowned, thinking hard. He knew that what these people really had to deal with was not Han Qinger, but Han Qinger was just a bargaining chip. What they really had to deal with was their Zixia mansion. Qiu Ju, where is Lu Chang? I sent someone to inform him to find Qinger. Didn't you see it? An Lingrong asked. An Lingrong had already sent someone to inform the Waning Moon Fort and asked Lu Chang to find Han Qinger. If Lu Chang had found Han Qinger, this might not have happened. I didn't see young Master Lu. Qiu Ju shook her head. What the hell is this Lu Chang doing? Why did he ask him to find Qinger, but there is no trace of him there? And Lingrong's face was full of regret, so it would be better to send the people from Zixia Mansion to go out and find Han Qinger. That way, nothing like this would happen. Qiu Ju, go down and rest, don't mention the matter of Mrs.'s disappearance to anyone. Han Fusheng waved his hand. He was afraid that after the news spread, many people with ulterior motives would be even more detrimental to Han Qinger. Resurrection, what should I do? Hurry up and send someone to find Qinger. And Lingrong said anxiously to Han Fusheng. Han Fusheng nodded, and immediately dispatched dozens of people to look for Han Qinger in Kyoto. However, in order not to arouse the vigilance of people and officials in the secular world, these people can only get out of the secret realm in batches. Chapter 1632. Another day has passed. With the medicinal herbs, Han Qinger's injuries have almost recovered. Han Qinger took the initiative to find David and followed David to thank him. Thank you so much, I'm leaving, or my parents will be in a panic. Han Qinger found David and said. Do you need me to take you back? David asked. David said this because he just wanted to know where Han Qinger was from and what her identity was. But David was afraid that Han Qinger would be disgusted, so he didn't ask directly. Han Qinger shook her head. No, I know you really want to know my identity, but I can't tell you. All I can tell you is my name. My name is Han Qinger. What's your name? My name is David. David smiled slightly. Okay, I remember, if I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you. As Han Qinger said, she took a piece of transparent jade from her body and handed it to David. This is what I have worn since I was a child. Now I give it to you as a repayment for your life-saving grace. Han Qinger handed the jade to David, and David wanted to refuse, but seeing that there was nothing special about the jade, it was not very valuable, so he accepted it. David didn't know that in the near future, it was this piece of jade that saved David's life. Let's go, I'll take you out of Kyoto. David can now conclude that Han Qinger is not from Kyoto. Han Qinger did not refuse, and followed David out of Long's house and walked on the streets of Kyoto. Looking at the prosperous Kyoto, Han Qinger has an indescribable feeling in her eyes. After this time, Han Qinger knew that she might never have the chance to leave the secret realm in her life. Although the secret realm is very good, it has a strong spiritual energy and a lot of resources. But for Han Qinger, what she likes and yearns for is the world of the world. David looked at Han Qinger like that, and felt very strange. Han Qinger looked at ordinary high-rise buildings and looked at the people passing by, and seemed very nostalgic and fresh. Could it be that this Han Qinger is a fairy from the sky and descended to earth? Never seen these. But at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly struck in the direction of David and the others. David's face changed greatly, he could feel that these breaths were all terrifying, and each of them was no worse than himself. It's broken, let's go. As soon as David pulled up Han Qinger, he was about to run. But it was too late, more than a dozen people had already surrounded David and Han Qinger. These people exuded aura, and they suppressed David in an instant, making David unable to move. David's eyes were full of horror. He originally thought that he had reached the Marquis of Great Wu, and even if he was defeated by a master, he could easily escape. But at this time, David discovered that his own strength was actually powerless to fight back. "You all stop me!" Han Qinger suddenly frowned and shouted angrily at the dozen or so people. With Han Qinger's angry shout, the breath suppressed by David instantly dissipated, and David also regained his freedom. "Miss, please come with us," one of them respectfully said to Han Qinger. Han Qinger nodded, then looked at David. "David, thank you." David's face didn't show the slightest expression at the moment. Just in the part where he lost his ability to move, David's heart was hit a lot. Han Qinger followed those people away, while David stood there dumbfounded. It took a long time for David to react. "So strong, I didn't expect that in this world, there are still people with such strong strength." David looked at the direction Han Qinger was leaving, and he suddenly felt like a frog in the bottom of a well. Chapter 1633. For many days in a row, David stayed at Long's house, not eating, drinking, or even going out. No one knows what David is doing these days. Dong dong dong. On this day, Long Xingshu knocked on David's door. "What's up?" David's voice came from the room. "Brother David, someone is looking for you outside the door, saying it's your old friend," Long Xingshu said. "What is it called?" David frowned slightly. He didn't know what old friends he had in Kyoto. He said his name was Humatsi. Just as Long Xingshu finished speaking, he saw David suddenly open the door. His eyes shone with light. It's just that David at this time, with a full beard, looks very decadent. "Where are the others?" "Bring them in," David said anxiously to Long Xingshu. Long Xingshu didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly brought Humatsi in. When Humatsi saw David, he was shocked. "Damn it, did you fall into the savage mountain? How did you become like this?" Humatsi looked puzzled. You must know that David was a handsome guy in the past, but now he has become an uncle with a stubble face. "Master Hu, come in and say, I happen to be looking for you on something." David pulled Humatsi into the room at once. He then instructed Long Xingshu to send someone to guard the door, and no one was allowed to enter. "What's the matter? Make it so mysterious." Humatsi looked puzzled. "Master Hu, let me ask you, who did you learn this spell from?" David asked. "Of course it's with my master, isn't this nonsense?" Humatsi looked at David strangely. "No, I know it was taught by your master." "Are you from that sect?" David was a little anxious, so his speech was incoherent. Tianshijio, the ancestor of our Tianshijio, is the famous Zhang Tianshi. When Humatsi talked about his division, he looked proud. "Then do you know Tianfuzong?" "He is also a man who specializes in magic spells?" David asked. Humatsi was stunned for a moment, then looked up and down. "David, why did you suddenly ask about Tianfuzong?" "It was an ancient sect that disappeared many years ago. Later, most of the sects specializing in talisman practice came from Tianfuzong. Even Zhang Tianshi, the ancestor of our Tianshi teaching, was only a young disciple of Tianfuzong." When David heard it, his eyes widened in shock. "I didn't expect Fuzong to be so powerful today." "That's of course. I think that the sect master of Tianfuzong wrote a rune himself. It was this rune. It suppressed the demons for 100 years. It can be seen how much energy this rune has. Let me tell you, now that martial arts are rampant, many people feel that spells are useless. In fact, spells can save people, kill people, and even keep one party safe. The spell drawn by a real senior talisman can instantly kill a martial saint, and the same spell of a senior talisman can instantly increase the strength of a great marquis to martial saint. You must know that the spells are ever-changing and endless. Isn't the legendary sun monkey pressed on the Wuji mountain because of a spell of the Buddha?" Humatsi followed David to talk about talisman techniques, which also gave David a deeper understanding of talisman techniques. "I'll show you something," David said, took out the map of the ancient ruins of Tianfuzong, and there are some detailed records on it. When Humatsi saw this map, his whole body trembled with excitement. This, how could Fuzong still exist on this day? It's incredible. Where did you get this map from? Could it be fake? Hu Matsi couldn't believe it. How could such a map still exist in the world? David didn't hide it. He told Hu Matsi about how he drew the map in the Martial Arts Alliance. Chapter 1634. Since it was obtained from the Martial Arts Alliance, it can't be wrong. It's great, it's great. I didn't expect that in my lifetime, I would be able to see the oldest sect with magic spells. Let's go now, I can't wait. Hu Matsi took David to go out. Wait a minute, I have to clean up. David is like a savage now, he has to clean up before leaving. These days, David has always fallen into a huge inferiority complex. In his current state, it is difficult to improve one step. Unless you encounter a big opportunity, but the opportunity is unavoidable. If you want to meet another opportunity again, I don't know what year and month you have to wait. And if David can comprehend this spell technique and draw the kind of spell that stuns all things and protects the common people, then David's strength can grow rapidly like a rocket. At that time, draw a talisman for each of the people around you, so you don't have to worry about anyone being caught. David cleaned himself up, and the whole person regained his energy. Oh, a big gentleman, like a woman, what are you doing? Hurry up and leave. Hu Matsi couldn't wait any longer. He took David and went straight to the airport. Master Hu, didn't you say you dare not go back to the capital? Why did you come back this time? David asked in confusion. Then Zhu Zishan is dead. I'm still afraid of a bird. Once Zhu Zishan dies, no one will know my identity except you. Hu Matsi's face was full of smiles, and it seemed that Zhu Zishan's death made him very happy. The two got on the plane and went straight to Baihai City. The ancient ruins of Fuzhong that day were near Baihai City, thousands of miles away from Kyoto. David looked out the window of the plane and was in a daze. I remember the last time I went to Baihai City, it was a year ago. I went to Baihai City with Bai Zhantang for the matter of Xianyue Valley. I don't know what happened to that boy Bai Zhantang following Shen Mengchen. David looked out the window and smiled faintly. Since David's hostile forces have become stronger and stronger, David has rarely let the Bai family get involved, and he doesn't want the Bai family to be implicated because of himself. After all, the Bai family is just an ordinary business family, and even if there are a few martial arts masters, they are just looking after the house. If you really step into the martial arts world, just a few martial arts are simply not enough to watch. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. Just as David stared out the window in a daze, he suddenly heard a familiar shout. David hurriedly turned his head, and the whole person was stunned. Bai Zhantang? Why are you here? David was very pleasantly surprised. He just thought of this guy, but he met him when he didn't want to. Mr. Chen, it really is you. Just now Meng Chen said it was you. I still can't believe it. Bai Zhantang was very surprised when he saw David, and then waved to the seat not far away. Soon, Shen Mengchen came over, but at this time Shen Mengchen's belly was a lot bigger, obviously pregnant. Mr. Chen, I just looked just like you, so I asked Zhantang to come and see, but I didn't expect it to be you. Shen Mengchen also said happily. David looked at Shen Mengchen's belly and said in surprise, are you two married? Bai Zhantang nodded, yes, I'm already married, so it can be regarded as a marriage with a child. This time I'm back in Baihai City to hold a wedding there. Shen Mengchen blushed and lowered his head slightly. After all, girls are shy when they are pregnant before marriage. Ha ha ha, it's really great, you can be considered as lovers finally getting married. David laughed happily. Mr. Chen, what are you doing in Baihai City? Bai Zhantang asked strangely. After all, Baihai City is not a big city, and there are not many tourist places. Generally, few people go there to play. Chapter 1635. I'll accompany my friend to do something. David smiled lightly. David, is this your friend? Asked Hu Matsi on the side. Yes. David nodded, then followed by Zhantang and Shen Mengchen to introduce. This is Master Hu. Hello, Master Hu. Hello, Master Hu. Bai Zhantang and Shen Mengchen both said hello to Hu Matsi. Hu Matsi nodded slightly, and then stared straight at Shen Mengchen's stomach. This look made Shen Mengchen a little shy, while Bai Zhantang's expression changed slightly and his brows furrowed. If it wasn't for David, it is estimated that Bai Zhantong would have done something against Humatzi. Looking straight at someone's daughter-in-law like this, it's no wonder she doesn't do anything. Master Hu, what are you doing? David pushed the flax seeds. Humatzi said with a solemn expression, this lady, did you know that you are pregnant with twins? Shen Mengchen nodded, I know, the inspection has been done. You twins, one of them has suffered from evil spirits, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to keep it. Humatzi frowned and said solemnly. What? Shen Mengchen was shocked. On the side, Bai Zhantong said with a cold expression, Master Hu, what do you mean? As soon as he opened his mouth and said that his child could not be kept, Bai Zhantong was a little anxious in an instant. David waved his hand at Bai Zhantong, motioning Bai Zhantong to stop talking, and then said to Humatzi, Master Hu, is there a way to solve it? David knew the ability of this flax, although his strength was not high, but in terms of exploring tombs, searching for caves, and drawing talismans to ward off evil spirits, few people can match it. I can only draw a spell now, let this lady wear it on her body every day, and add some more nutrition, I guess it will be fine. Humatzi said, took out the yellow paper he carried with him, and quickly drew a spell. Then he folded the spell, put it in a delicate sachet, and handed it to Shen Mengchen. Shen Mengchen looked at it blankly, not knowing what to do, or whether he should take this sachet or not, so he looked at Bai Zhantong. Listen to Master Hu will not talk nonsense. David said lightly. Seeing David say this, Bai Zhantong hurriedly took the sachet and thanked Humatzi again and again. After several hours of flight, the plane landed smoothly in Baihai City. After getting off the plane, Shen Mengchen and Bai Zhantong invited David to Shen's house to witness their wedding. David did not refuse either. Finding the ancient ruins of Tianfuzong is not something that can be done overnight, and I don't know how long it will take, so it is not impossible to live in the Shen family. Several people were waiting for the Shen family to send a car to pick them up at the exit, but after waiting for half an hour, no car came. What is the uncle doing? It's clearly agreed, when will it arrive? Shen Mengchen frowned slightly, his face full of displeasure. Let David and the others also wait here, Shen Mengchen is very embarrassed. Why don't we take a taxi back, don't wait. Bai Zhantong helped Shen Mengchen, so he stopped a car. Afterwards, several people came to Shen's house by car. At this time, the Shen family's house was obviously much larger and more imposing than it was a year ago. After Shen Dianshan died, Shen Mengchen, a girl, started to control the entire Shen family. In addition, Xianyue Valley has also become the property of the Shen family, so this year, the status of the Shen family in Baihai City has continued to rise. Especially the resort in Xianyue Valley has also brought a lot of benefits to the Shen family. Mengchen, you guys are back, I just told the driver to pick you up. At this moment, a thin middle-aged man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks came over and said to Shen Mengchen. Cousin, didn't I tell you the time in advance? Why is it still delayed? Shen Mengchen frowned, obviously a little unhappy. Chapter 1636. I forgot, I won't next time. Uncle Shen Mengchen smiled awkwardly, then looked at David and followed Humatzi. Who are these two? Cousin, these are my two friends. Bai Zhantong said. Oh, then please come in quickly. Shen Mengchen's cousin hurriedly invited David and the others into the room. After ordering someone to serve the tea, Shen Mengchen's cousin left. Shen Mengchen went to the room to rest because he was too tired on the plane, while Bai Zhantong accompanied David and Humatzi. Master Hu, did you see the weirdness of the man just now? David asked with a smile. Well, there is an evil spirit on my body, most of which is an evil cultivator. Humatzi said lightly. Xieshou. At this moment, Bai Zhantong on the side sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhantong, who is this person? Why is he in the Shen family? It seems that he has a high status in the Shen family. David asked Bai Zhantong. Mr. Chen, that person is a cousin of Mengchen, called Ting Chenglin. After Mengchen's father died, the huge family business was given to Mengchen. It is difficult for her to manage as a girl. It happened that her cousin found here, so stay. But this person is also a business genius. In just 1 year, he has managed the Shen family in an orderly manner, and he has also made a lot of money. Meng Chen plans to let her cousin take care of the Shen family after we get married. After all, after giving birth to the child, Meng Chen has to cultivate in Kyoto, and it is impossible for him to come to Baihai City every day. Bai Zhantang said to David. In this way, this cousin is also very good, maybe I am too sensitive. Hearing what Bai Zhantang said, David relaxed a little bit of vigilance. To be able to help manage the family business for a year and still make such achievements, then this Ting Qinglin is really good. After chatting a few more times, David and the others also went to rest. At this time, in a room of the Shen family, a dozen people were hidden inside, and everyone exuded the aura of a great master. In a place like this, being able to have so many great masters at the same time is definitely the most powerful force. Ting Qinglin looked around, then entered the room. How's it going? Asked one of the leaders. Go back and report to the sect master, the girl of the Shen family has returned, and the wedding will be held in 3 days. When the time comes, everyone in Baihai City will be there. At that time, it's an opportunity. Our Broken Heart sect can occupy the entire Baihai City, and we won't have to sneak around in the future. I've worked hard to hide in the Su family for a year, and it's worth it. Ting Qinglin said to the leader. Okay, I'll go right now, but you have to keep an eye on them to see if they bring experts here. That Bai Zhantang is from Kyoto. If you bring 2 experts, we'll be in trouble. The leader advised Ting Qinglin. Don't worry, bring 1 old and 1 young, no strength. Ting Qinglin said confidently. The Shen family was preparing for the wedding of Bai Zhantang and Shen Mengchen, so no one noticed that the Shen family had more than a dozen members. After resting at Shen's house all night, David and Humatzi got up early. They planned to find the ancient ruins of Tianfuzong. Although there is a map showing the general location, it is not so easy to find the entrance to the ancient ruins. If the entrance was seen at a glance, other people would have discovered the ruins long ago. Because Bai Zhantang wants to take care of Shen Mengchen, he cannot accompany David and Humatzi. However, they still sent a car that David and the others could use at will. According to the location on the map, David and Humatzi soon came to the place. David looked at the towering mountains and the canyon between the 2 mountains, and a familiar feeling struck instantly. Could it be that the ancient ruins are in this Xianyue Valley? David looked at Xianyue Valley and felt a little incredible. Have you been here? Humatzi asked. Well, I was there a year ago. David nodded. Chapter 1637. Now, the entire Xianyue Valley is a tourist attraction, and there are amusement facilities everywhere, which is much larger than it was a year ago. David asked the driver to wait outside, and then walked towards Xianyue Valley with Humatzi. After David entered Xianyue Valley, he let go of his consciousness and wanted to find out some clues. But it went a long way without capturing any useful information. Only some martial artists such as grandmasters play among the tourists. But as the 2 walked farther and farther, there were gradually no more tourists, and the air began to become gloomy and cold. What are you 2 doing? You can't just enter here, there will be danger. At this time, 2 men in security uniforms appeared from both sides, stopping David and Humatzi. At a glance, the 2 are the security personnel of the scenic spot. However, David found that 2 people were abnormal. How could a scenic spot hire 2 masters as security guards? David's consciousness had already detected the strength of the 2 people. It's just that these 2 people didn't know anything about David and Humatzi. After all, the difference in realm strength is too great, they can't detect the breath of David and Humatzi at all, and treat them as ordinary tourists. I'm sorry, we just walked around and came here. David smiled slightly, then pulled Humatzi and turned his head back. When the 2 security guards saw David and the others leaving, they turned around and went back. Let's go back like this. There must be something weird in here. Humatzi said to David. Of course I know, but I can't startle the snakes. The 2 security guards are obviously not from the scenic spot. David said, looked at the mountain on the side, and then jumped up, and went directly to the middle of the mountain. At this time, David was the Marquis of Great Woo. Even if he was walking halfway up the mountain, he would still be walking on the ground. Damn, bullying me is not as strong as you, right? Humatsi looked at David and exclaimed in dissatisfaction. However, Humatsi took out 2 spells, and then drew a volley with his finger, and then the 2 spells flew into the air, directly taking Humatsi up. The 2 of them walked halfway up the mountain like this, avoiding the security guards below. As David and Humatsi went deeper, David's consciousness soon noticed a strange force. There are experts here. David frowned and quickly took back his consciousness to avoid being discovered. It seems that there are still a lot of people hidden here. Flax also felt it. We slowly dive in. David followed Humatsi, concealed his figure, and moved forward slowly. Soon, houses appeared, and there were patrols patrolling around. Obviously it was a sect camp. Damn, I didn't expect that in just a year, someone else would occupy this place. David did not expect that Xianhua Valley would have a new owner so soon. However, there will definitely be many sects who like this kind of geographically superior place, so it is normal to occupy this place. At this time, in Xianhua Valley Broken Heart Sect, the sect master of Broken Heart Sect is anxiously waiting for something. Soon, 3 men in black robes with a copper-colored logo on their chests appeared. When the sect master of Broken Heart Sect saw this, he hurriedly greeted him. My subordinates, meet the black copper robe adults. The sect master of the Broken Heart Sect hurried forward and knelt down in front of the black copper robe. Excuse me, how did you do the things you explained? Black Copper Robe asked. It's done, just wait for the Black Copper Robe to enter the ruins to explore. The sect master of the Broken Heart Sect hurriedly said. N. The Black Copper Robe nodded. It turned out that the map of the ancient ruins of Fuzhong was taken away by David that day. After Ningji knew that he had been tricked, he immediately sent people to prepare to explore the ruins first. And this heartbroken sect was also arranged here in advance by the Martial Arts Alliance. In some important ancient ruins, there will be sects arranged by the Martial Arts Alliance in advance. Chapter 1638. Soon, 3 black copper robes and several people from the Broken Heart sect walked towards the entrance of the ruins. Damn, it turns out that there are also people from the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance here, and 3 black copper robes came all at once. David cursed involuntarily. However, with his current strength, it would be easy to deal with the 3 black copper robes, not to mention that there is a Flax beside him. What should we do? Humatsi asked David. David frowned slightly and thought for a moment quietly. You said that ancient ruins like Tianfuzong will be dangerous inside? David asked Humatsi. Then there is no need to ask, it will definitely be. Like this kind of sect, before it perishes, there will definitely be lower levels of institutions. If it's not good, if you go in and get nothing, people will be gone. Humatsi said solemnly. Since this is the case, then we will wait. The strength of the 3 black copper robes is estimated to be difficult to gain from the ancient ruins. David said. Then we wait like this? Humatsi looked at the cliff and asked with some displeasure. Then why wait? David was taken aback. Of course I'm going down to drink tea and wait. You won't be afraid of the ants below, right? Humatsi smiled. The entire Heartbroken sect does not even have a marquee, only the sect master of the Heartbroken sect is a great master. With such strength, not to mention David, even Humatsi has dealt with it. For David to take action, it would be anti-aircraft guns to hit mosquitoes. David smiled helplessly and could only nod his head. The 2 jumped down from the air and landed firmly in the Broken Heart sect. Who? At this time, several members of the Broken Heart sect on patrol saw that someone suddenly broke in, and hurried over to surround David and Humatsi. David and Humatsi didn't even look at these little fellows of the Heartbroken sect. Don't say it, the environment here is good. Humatsi swept around and said. I just don't know if the tea here is to your liking. David laughed. Whether it suits your appetite, you'll know if you taste it. After Humatsi finished speaking, he walked straight to the depths of the Broken Heart sect. David followed behind and walked towards it together. When the two of them sang in harmony, they looked at the little ones of the Broken Heart sect in a daze. "Bold, trespassing on my heartbroken sect, how dare you be so arrogant?" A member of the Broken Heart sect couldn't stand it anymore, waving a wide-backed knife in his hand, rushing towards David and the others fiercely. The other members of the Broken Heart sect also rushed towards David and Humatsi. David and Humatsi did not stop and kept walking forward. Immediately afterwards, David waved his hand, an incomparably huge breath, like a gust of wind. In an instant, those people from the Broken Heart sect were blown away 100 meters away, and they fell to the ground one by one, dead and wounded. Soon, David followed Humatsi to the hall of Broken Heart sect. At this time, the sect master of the Broken Heart sect was following the senior leaders in the sect, waiting for the news of the 3 black copper robes. Seeing that someone suddenly broke in, the sect master of the Broken Heart sect frowned. "Who are you? How dare you break into my sect? Are the guards outside all dead?" The sect master of the Broken Heart sect shouted. David didn't speak, while Humatsi swept it with a punch, and found that several high-level officials of the Broken Heart sect were all sitting in their seats, with just brewed tea in front of them. Humatsi walked towards a senior of the Broken Heart sect, and the senior of the Broken Heart sect got up and looked at Humatsi vigilantly. "What do you want to do?" Broken Heart sect senior brows slightly wrinkled, the breath of the body began to rise. "I'm just having a cup of tea, you are so nervous." After Humatsi finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the collar of the top of the Broken Heart sect, and threw it out. Chapter 1639. Bang! The senior of the Broken Heart sect fell heavily on the wall, vomited blood, and died out of breath. This time, everyone was stunned and looked at Humatsi in disbelief. You must know that someone who can become a senior of the Broken Heart sect is at least above the 5th rank of the Great Martial sect. At this moment, all the senior members of the Broken Heart sect stood up, trembling slightly. And the sect master of the Heartbroken sect also looked extremely ugly. Humatsi picked up the tea, took a sip, then nodded and said, "Well, yes, it's a good tea, the top-grade Biluakan, come and try it." Humatsi waved at David. David walked over, and a senior of the Broken Heart sect saw this, and hurriedly gave up his seat without waiting for David to make a move. David sat next to Humatsi, sipping tea quietly. And those people from the Heartbroken sect were all sweating profusely, so scared that their hearts would stop. "You, who are you?" The sect master of the Broken Heart sect asked cautiously. Snapped. The voice just fell. I saw David waved his hand, and a burst of energy was instantly slapped on the face of the sect master of the Broken Heart sect. "Our identity, you don't deserve to know." David gave the sect master of the Heartbroken sect coldly. This time, the sect master of the Heartbroken sect hurriedly shut his mouth. "I'm a little hungry, go get something to eat." After taking a sip of tea, Humatsi said to the sect master of Broken Heart sect. Good. The sect master of the Broken Heart sect nodded again and hurriedly ran out. And those seniors of the Broken Heart sect also went out. David and the others did not stop him. After running out of the hall, the people from the Broken Heart sect breathed a sigh of relief. "Sect master, what should we do? These two guys are very strong, they must be masters of Marquis." A Broken Heart sect senior asked. "Stabilize these two people first, and when Lord Black Copper Robe comes out of the secret realm, he will naturally be able to deal with these two people," the sect master of Broken Heart sect said. Soon, the sumptuous wine and dishes were served, and David and Humatsi began to eat and drink. The two of them are as comfortable as they are in their own home. Don't care at all, many people around the hall are eyeing them both. This kind of dimensionality reduction blow is really refreshing. After eating and drinking, Humatsi picked his teeth. It's really cool that someone is serving you. David didn't speak, but spread out his divine sense, exploring everything in the ancient ruins. However, after David's consciousness entered the ancient ruins, he couldn't detect anything at all, as if he had entered a chaotic world. Immediately followed by an extremely domineering and tyrannical breath, David's consciousness was cut off in an instant. David was startled, his body shook involuntarily. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Humatsi asked quickly. David said with an ugly face, "In this ancient ruin, it looks really dangerous." Just as David finished speaking, he heard a loud noise from the depths of Xianhua Valley. Boom! A terrifying breath rushed towards the face, and many people in the Broken Heart sect were blown away in an instant, and fell heavily on the cliff. The dead can't be dead. Many houses of the Broken Heart sect were also destroyed by this breath. Everyone looked at the depths of Xianhua Valley in shock, their faces extremely ugly. What happened? Humatzi got up quickly. And David had already rushed out and went straight to the entrance of the ancient ruins. Flax seeds are close behind. Soon, at the entrance of a cave that was as dark as hell, a black copper robe was running out desperately. "Help, help!" The black copper robe shouted, and behind the black copper robe, a thing that looked like a ghost with its teeth and claws kept roaring. When the black copper robe ran out of the cave of the ancient ruins, the guy who looked like a ghost didn't want to stop at all. Chapter 1640. Roaring loudly, still rushing towards the outside. What is this? David frowned. He didn't expect that there would be such monsters in this ancient ruins. This is not a monster, it's just a transforming spell. Humatzi said, chanting words in his mouth, and then he took an extra spell from his hand, and then flew towards the monster. Boom! Just after the spell approached the monster, a flame suddenly rose, the monster roared a few times, and disappeared instantly. On the ground, there was an extra piece of yellow paper on which the monster that had just appeared was drawn. It's just that this yellow paper is also burned into ashes in an instant. David looked at it in disbelief, then looked at Humatzi and asked, "Is this metamorphosis talisman so powerful? If you draw yourself on this talisman, wouldn't there be one more person?" Humatzi nodded. "Theoretically, yes, but I have never seen such a glyph. If it wasn't for the lowest form of metamorphosis, it would be impossible for me to crack it." David's eyes flashed brightly when he heard it. If he learned this spell and drew a few people, wouldn't he have a lot of helpers? Humatzi seemed to see what David was thinking, so he smiled and said, "There are limits to this metamorphosis. Even if you can draw yourself, you can't survive for 3 days with the metamorphosis, and your strength is only limited. There will be only half of you. So, don't think too much about things, but if you really learn this glyph, you can get away at a critical moment." After hearing this, David was a little disappointed, and then he looked at the black copper robe that was already frightened. "You went inside, what did you see?" David asked towards the black copper robe. And the black copper robe's eyes were dull, and he kept nagging, "Hell, this is hell, this is hell. Looks like this guy is frightened." Humatzi smiled disdainfully. David's expression is solemn, and the ancient ruins that can scare a marquis into a fool can imagine how dangerous it is. At this time, the sect master of the Heartbroken sect had hurried over, and when he saw a black copper robe, he immediately knelt down and worshipped. "Master Black Copper Robe, these 2 people in front of me broke into my sect privately, and I ask you to take action and arrest them." Heartbroken sectarian said indignantly. He still doesn't know that the black copper robe in front of him has lost his mind and has become a fool. David and Humatzi looked at each other, then laughed. The laughter of the two made the sect master of the Heartbroken sect instantly stunned. "You want a fool to catch us?" Humatzi asked with a smile. "Fool?" The sect master of the Broken Heart sect was puzzled. "Look, is he a fool?" After Humatzi finished speaking, he kicked the black copper robe fiercely and kicked the person directly in front of the sect master of the Broken Heart sect. "Hell, this is hell, help!" The black copper robe kept muttering to himself. The sect master of Broken Heart sect looked at it in disbelief, and then shouted cautiously, "Master Black Copper Robe? Master Black Copper Robe?" But the black copper robe seemed to have not heard it and kept talking about hell. This time, the sect master of Broken Heart sect was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. "Do you think he can still arrest us now that he is like this?" David asked with a faint smile. "Pfft!" The sect master of the Broken Heart sect instantly knelt to the ground. "Forgive your life, please forgive your life." The other members of the Broken Heart sect also knelt to the ground one after another. "You are all from the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, how can I spare you? David's face turned gloomy. As long as he is a member of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, David will not let one go. Chapter 1641. He is going to fight to the end with the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. After finishing speaking, David slapped it with a palm, instantly smashing the head of the black copper robe. Although this black copper robe is stupid, David will not let him go. When the people from the Broken Heart sect saw this, they all kowtowed like pounding garlic. "Master, we are not from the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, we are not." The sect master of the Heartbroken sect tried his best to explain. "No? Since it's not, how can you obey the orders of these men in black?" David asked. "It was the leader of the alliance, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, who found us with the token and ordered us to relocate here," the sect master of Broken Heart sect said. "Then Zhu Zhishan has long since died, you don't know yet? What other token did he hold that makes you so jealous?" David asked in surprise. "I have seen that token. It was the token that Xie Xiu Fanjiang carried with him 20 years ago. This token can call on the entire Xia sect, but I don't know how it got into the hands of Zhu Zhishan. But now that Zhu Zhishan is dead, and the token is nowhere to be found, the future evil Xiu sect gatekeeper will be scattered, and no one will be able to mobilize it," Hu Matsi explained to David. After hearing this, David suddenly laughed. "It doesn't matter if the token is gone, I can make that Fan Jiang appear." After David finished speaking, he opened the storage ring, and a black mist appeared instantly. Immediately afterwards, the black mist condensed into a human shape, and it was Fan Jiang who became a soul. Seeing this scene, Hu Matsi was a little dumbfounded. He never knew that David still had Fan Jiang's soul on him. Isn't Fan Jiang already dead? And the sect master of the Heartbroken sect was extremely excited when he saw Fan Jiang. "Mr. Chen." After Fan Jiang appeared, he respectfully called out David. Now everything he has is in David's hands, and he can only obey David. "Look at these people, are they your disciples and grandchildren?" David asked Fan Jiang. Fan Jiang glanced at the people from the Broken Heart sect, and then asked, "Which sect are you from?" "Ancestor Hui, we are members of the Broken Heart sect." The sect master of the Broken Heart sect hurriedly replied. "Broken Bowels sect?" Fan Jiang frowned. "I remember that your suzerain is not this strong." The sect master of the Broken Heart sect said with an embarrassed expression, "Back to the ancestors, most of the evil cultivators were hunted down and killed, and only a part of them survived. Our current strength, in the sect of evil cultivators, is also considered a good strength." Fan Jiang was fine, he sighed heavily, and then said, "Listen to me. In the future, you must follow Mr. Chen's lead and follow Mr. Chen's orders." As ordered, the sect master of the Broken Heart sect hurriedly kowtowed and agreed. "The ancestors have spoken, that is more powerful than a token. Mr. Chen, in the future, when you encounter a sect of evil cultivators, just let me come forward," Fan Jiang said to David flatteringly. "Okay." David nodded, then asked Fan Jiang, "You also know some ancient ruins, how much do you know about the ancient ruins of Fuzhong?" "Mr. Chen, I know the ancient ruins, but they are only 1,000 years old. Like this Tian Fuzhong, I am afraid it is thousands of years old. I really don't understand this kind of thing," Fan Jiang replied. "If that's the case, then you can go back. When there is a suitable opportunity, I will find you a body." After David finished speaking, he opened the storage ring and put away Fan Jiang's soul. The sect master of Broken Heart sect led the crowd to kowtow to David desperately. "I, everyone from the Broken Heart sect, swear to follow Mr. Chen to the death," the sect master of the Broken Heart sect shouted loudly. Now that their ancestors are in the hands of others, do these guys still dare to disobey? David glanced at the sect master of the Broken Heart sect and said, "You can follow me, but you must not be cultivating evil arts and sucking the essence of innocent people. If I find out, I will kill you without mercy." Chapter 1642. I will follow the teachings carefully. The sect master of the Broken Heart sect promised again and again. David glanced at Hu Matsi. "Master Hu, shall we go in and have a look?" Hu Matsi forgot to glance at the dark entrance and sighed, Let's go, life and death are fate and wealth is in the sky. Don't worry, as soon as the situation is not right, we will withdraw. This time it is just to explore the way. David smiled lightly, and then walked in first. As soon as he stepped into the entrance, David adjusted the breath on his body to the extreme, and he did not dare to be careless here. Then David wanted to send out his divine sense to explore the way, but found that the divine sense could not be distributed at all. David and Humatsi took every step carefully, and they were full of energy. Master Hu, do you think there are still people alive in these ancient ruins? David suddenly said such a sentence. Possible. Humatsi nodded. David was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Humatsi in disbelief. Master Hu, this is a sect from thousands of years ago, is there anyone who can live for thousands of years? The magic spells are ever-changing, and they are full of secrets, just like the medicine pill. If you eat the elixir of life, you can live forever. Is there no magic spell that can make people survive for thousands of years? Humatsi smiled lightly. Then what do these spells look like? Are they like the ones you drew? Need a piece of yellow paper? David asked curiously. Don't compare me all the time. My tricks are not even a fart in the eyes of a true master of spells. The real spell can be anything, it can be any object, it can even draw a spell in the void, and even a human brain can plant a spell. These are all spells. If you ask me what a spell looks like, how should I answer you? Humatsi looked at David and asked. David was speechless for a while. He didn't know much about spells, and he didn't know much. He only knew the most basic things, so he asked such unprofessional words. The two cautiously took a few steps forward, and suddenly the entire ruins began to vibrate. Damn it, is it going to collapse? Humatsi couldn't help but burst out a foul language. At this moment, a heat wave suddenly hit in front of David and the others, followed by a raging fire. With the light of the fire, David and the others saw that there were several corpses lying on the ground, obviously those from the Black Copper Robe and the Broken Heart sect. Fast back. David pulled the flax, and the two quickly stepped back. But in the process of retreating, the stone walls on both sides were also engulfed in flames, and the entire entrance turned out to be a blazing fire. David's face changed greatly, and even their retreat was on fire at this time. The raging fire has surrounded them. Damn, the fire talisman can actually exert such power today. It seems that the guy who drew these spells is definitely a spell master. Humatsi said solemnly. What should we do? David asked Humatsi. In such a place, David could only ask Humatsi if there was a better way. I'll try to see if the fire avoidance talisman can lead us through. After Humatsi finished speaking, he took out a writing brush from his arms, bit his fingertips, and dipped the writing brush on his own blood. Immediately afterwards, Flax was in mid-air, but waving a brush. Soon, a rune appeared in the air, and the rune flashed red light, finally covering David and Humatsi. Walk! Humatsi pulled David, and then rushed forward. David looked at Humatsi in shock. I didn't expect you to use the talisman paper. Chapter 1643. Humatsi rolled his eyes at David. Damn, I say I'm trash, that's humility, don't underestimate me. Humatsi followed David, used the fire escape charm to block the heat wave of the flame, and kept running forward. Zizizi. The heat wave kept making noises in the ears of Humatsi and David. Boom. Suddenly, the fire avoidance talisman was destroyed, and then the flames were mixed with a terrifying power and attacked the two people. David and Humatsi didn't have time to dodge at all. It was directly blown away by this force. Not bad golden body. David's body flickered with golden light. And the faint golden light turned into scales, covering David's body. While Humatsi was being lifted off, he instantly took out a spell from his arms and stuck it directly on his body. The two were hit by the heat wave, their bodies rolled over and over again, their bodies hit the stone wall, and then they were pushed back by a heat wave. In this way, the two people were tossed for a few minutes before the burning flame went out, and the heat wave disappeared. David coughed and slowly became afraid. He was a great Marquis of Wu, and he was so embarrassed. If it weren't for David's decisive decision, he would activate the indestructible golden body. Now he is afraid that there is not a single piece of clothes left on his body, and they are all burned. Master Hu. David looked not far away, laying on Humatsi, who was motionless, and hurried over to help Humatsi up. Looking at Humatsi's dark face, David couldn't help laughing. Damn, you still laughed, we too almost died. Humatsi glared at David. The talisman on Humatsi was burnt, and the clothes were torn a few holes, but fortunately it was still intact. Fortunately, I protected my clothes, otherwise I would have to meet you frankly now. Seeing that the clothes were all right, Humatsi was relieved. If this is naked, it will be a shame. I just entered the entrance. I didn't even see the gate of Fuzhong that day, and I encountered such a powerful spell. Isn't it even more dangerous? David said with a frown. That's needless to say, I think we should go back. Humatsi is starting to back off. I have to see the gate of Tianfuzong and say it again. David activated the indestructible golden body and slowly walked forward. Seeing this, Humatsi could only take out a few spells and stick them on his body. Bless the ancestors, the disciples are just here to see, no other intentions, please don't embarrass us. Humatsi kept talking. It may also be that what Humatsi said was really effective. Along the way, David and the others were not in danger. Soon, an open space appeared in front of the two of them, and in this open space, a rubble appeared. At a glance, you can see that there has been a war here. Between the ruins and the broken walls, a towering gate tower seems to indicate that it was once a prosperous and glorious sect. Tianfuzong, here is Tianfuzong. Humatsi looked at the three characters of Tianfuzong on the gatehouse and shouted excitedly. A surprise flashed in David's eyes, and he ran directly to Fuzhong that day. Seeing this, Humatsi was about to remind David aloud, but he was stunned when he saw David. Immediately afterwards, a powerful and domineering energy attacked, making David unable to dodge in time, and was instantly smashed and flew out. I was about to remind you, why are you so reckless? There must be a mystery in Fuzhong this day, if you break in, isn't it courting death? Humatsi hurriedly helped David up and said. David wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, frowned slightly and said, what a terrifying energy. That energy just now, the strength displayed, I am afraid it is not worse than the peak of Dahu. Chapter 1644. If we leave first, we have nothing to prepare for today, so rushing in like this, I'm afraid it won't work. Humatsi persuaded David. I'm trying it once, and if it doesn't work, we'll quit. David was a little unwilling, and slowly approached the gate of Tianfuzong again. This time, David walked very carefully, and he exerted his spiritual power to the extreme with every step. Just when David stepped into the gate of Tianfuzong, suddenly the void trembled. Seeing this, David hurried back in fright. At this moment, in midair, with the shaking of the void, a white-haired old man appeared. Just like a projection, it is mapped in midair. Who are you waiting for? Hurry back. The old man had a serious face and roared in a cold voice. David was startled, and looked at the old man in midair at a loss. And that Humatsi fell to his knees with a thud. Disciple, bow down to the ancestor. Who are you waiting for? Hurry back. The old man roared coldly again. Senior, we just admire the magic spells of Tianfuzong, and we came here to ask for advice. David clasped his fists towards the old man and said. You ba5 tard, Fuzhong can come and go at will on this day. If you don't retreat quickly, don't blame the old man for being rude. After that, the old man in midair disappeared. Immediately after that day, a terrifying energy shot out from the Fuzhong that day. This time, David had already made preparations, and after that Qi Jin shot out, David also punched it. The golden fist shone with light directly meeting the energy. Boom! The huge collision caused the space to vibrate and the roar continued. On the other hand, David felt a tightness in his chest, and his body kept retreating backwards. David, let's go, we must not be reckless. Humatsi got up, grabbed David, and hurriedly fled towards the ruins. I didn't expect that there are still living people in the ancient ruins of thousands of years. David's face was full of surprise, but he didn't expect to meet an old man. It's not a living person, it's just using a spell to save images for thousands of years. I didn't expect that thousands of years ago, it was expected that someone would come to snatch the treasure of this day's Fuzone. Humatsi said with panic in his eyes. When David looked at Humatsi, he could guess how scared Humatsi was in his heart just now. It seems that this day Fuzone, we have to plan well, no wonder the ruins of the Tian Fuzong will be behind the book. David let out a long sigh. He has an indestructible golden body to protect his body, and in addition to his perverted physique, even if it is, he can't bear the energy that is shot at will in the Tian Fuzong. What will happen next, no one dares to predict, no one can predict. After coming out of the ancient ruins, the sect master of the Broken Heart sect was still waiting outside with his people. Seeing David and Humatsi come out alive, surprise and admiration flashed in his eyes. Mr. Chen, let's go back to the sect and have a rest. The sect master of Broken Heart sect saw that David and Humatsi were all dark and solemn, so he said. David nodded, and before leaving, he did not forget to look back at the entrance to the ruins. Now he has stepped into the Marquis of Great Wu, but he doesn't want to be tyrannized by unknown men in black, and suppressed by Han Qing'er servants, which has already hit David very much. But now there is no way to explore and search for even an ancient ruin. It seems that he still has a long way to grow. In today's martial arts world, the Great Marquis is almost the strongest, and martial saint is almost unheard of. It can be seen that the martial arts world is not inferior to the Shuxian world. If it weren't for the depletion of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which gave the martial arts world room to survive, in this society, where would the martial arts world still exist? Chapter 1645. David asked the sect master of Broken Heart sect to guard the entrance of the ruins, while he and Humatsi returned to Baihai City. The Shen family is still busy planning the wedding of Shen Mengchen and Bai Zhantang. Because David agreed to stay for the wedding, he could only stay at the Shen family for a few more days, and also to see if Shen Mengchen's cousin Ting Qinglin had any intentions. Soon, the wedding of Shen Mengchen and Bai Zhantang was held as scheduled. And elites from all walks of life in Baihai City came to participate, and there were hundreds of people. Ting Qinglin was busy and did his best, which made Shen Mengchen feel more at ease about his cousin. Among these guests, the table in the corner looked a little weird. These people were expressionless, as if they were not interested in the wedding held. David, did you see the people at that table? It turned out that all of them were from the Great Martial Sect. I guess they didn't come to Heshi. Humatsi said to David. David had already discovered the people at that table. Just now, David's consciousness spread, and everyone present couldn't escape David's eyes. Wait and see, it should jump out after a while, and it will jump out eventually. David smiled faintly. Soon, the wedding ceremony of Shen Mengchen and Bai Zhantang was over, and Ting Qinglin, the elder, stepped onto the stage and said to everyone with a microphone, "Thank you for coming to my niece's wedding during your busy schedule. Now Mengchen is married as a wife, and she is still pregnant. The next day is to take care of the baby and live some ordinary and happy days. So today I'll take this opportunity to announce that the future Shen family will be fully managed by me, and my niece Shen Mengchen will live in Kyoto and will never come back. I hope that after I accept the Shen family, everyone will continue to cooperate with the Shen family." After Ting Qinglin finished speaking, all the guests below were full of surprise and started talking about it. On the other hand, Shen Mengchen looked angry and asked Ting Qinglin, "Cousin, who said I would go to Kyoto and never come back? Who would allow you to take over our Shen family? Mengchen, you don't have to be angry. Cousin is for your own good. You are a girl. It's good to have a husband and a child at home. You can all see how I have managed the Shen family over the past year, right? So it's most appropriate to leave the Shen family to me, otherwise the Shen family will be defeated in your hands sooner or later." When Shen Mengchen heard this, she was so angry in her heart, she said loudly, "The Shen family was defeated by me, and that's also our Shen family's business. What does it have to do with you? I asked you to take care of the Shen family, just for you. Do you really think of yourself as a master? You are just hired by my Shen family. I can drive you away now and let you follow the Shen family. It has nothing to do with it. Meng Chen, don't be angry, be careful with fetal gas. Bai Zhangtang comforted Shen Mengchen, and then looked at Ting Qinglin with a cold face. What kind of thing are you still want to take over the Shen family? What am I don't know, but what are they, you should know. After Ting Qinglin finished speaking, the table in the corner jumped up and landed on the stage. Everyone exudes the breath of the great martial sect, causing the temperature of the entire banquet hall to plummet, and everyone shudders. Bai Zhangtang looked at these great martial sects without the slightest fear. Although his own strength is not enough to deal with these people, but with David as the backing, Bai Zhangtang is not afraid at all. Do you just want to rely on this person to snatch the Shen family's property? Bai Zhangtang asked, and Ting Qinglin. Just this few people, let alone the Shen family, even if it is the entire Baihai city, who can be the enemy? Today, I will not only be in charge of the Shen family's property, but also all the noble families in Baihai city. I will have a share of the pie. Ting Qinglin glanced at the many guests below and said. Chapter 1646. As soon as he heard that Ting Qinglin was going to intervene in other families' businesses, some people were immediately unhappy. What kind of thing are you? Do you want to intervene in other families' businesses? A tall and thin middle-aged man insulted and accused Ting Qinglin. But as soon as the voice fell, he saw Ting Qinglin jumped up and arrived in front of the tall and thin middle-aged man. Puff! Without the slightest hesitation, Ting Qinglin actually penetrated the man's chest in an instant, digging out the bloody heart forcibly. Seeing this bloody scene, everyone was so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. Seeing everyone's performance, Ting Qinglin's face was a bit hideous and arrogant. Who dares to say more? This is the end. Ting Qinglin held up the bright red heart and shouted loudly. At this moment, Shen Mengchen's face became very ugly, while Bai Zhangtang was tightly protecting Shen Mengchen and looked at Ting Qinglin coldly. Ting Qinglin, let me tell you, you don't want to take over the Shen family, and don't think that you are invincible. If you are in the capital, you are not a fart. Bai Zhangtang cursed at Ting Qinglin. Ha, you're right, my ability is really nothing in Kyoto, but this is not the capital, who can stop me here? Ting Qinglin laughed arrogantly. I can. At this moment, David stood up and walked slowly onto the stage. Mr. Chen. Seeing David stand up, Bai Zhangtang hurriedly stepped forward and shouted. With David around, these people in front of them are just jumping clowns. You? Ting Qinglin glanced at David. Boy, are you trying to stop me? I tell you, if you don't want to die, get away. What if I want to die? David looked at Ting Qinglin and said with a smile. If you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Saying that, Ting Qinglin's breath surged, and then he slapped David with his palm. David stood still, with his hands behind his back, his eyes were full of disdain. This time, Ting Qinglin was even more furious. Bang! Ting Qinglin slapped David's chest fiercely. It's a pity that David didn't move, and even the expression on his face didn't change, but the wrist that escaped was directly broken. This! Ting Qinglin's face was full of shock, and the others looked at David in disbelief. Looking at Ting Qinglin's shocked expression, David raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I want to die, do you want to come again? Ting Qinglin's face was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth. I want to die too, so give it to me too. At this moment, Humatzi jumped up and also landed on the stage, then looked at David and said, Okay, you pretended to be forced once, let me this time, this kind of pretending scene is not good. See you more. Pretending to be aggressive in front of hundreds of people is cool. David looked at Humatzi, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, but he moved aside and let Humatzi stand facing Ting Qinglin. Boy, Grandpa, I want to die, but I can't die. Just give it to Grandpa, I promise not to fight back. Humatzi put his hands behind his back and said to Ting Qinglin. Ting Qinglin's angry face turned purple. In front of hundreds of people, he had just boasted about Haikao, and now he was slapped in the face in public. And more than once, there are still people provoking him now. Hundreds of guests under the stage watched this scene, and the expressions on their faces were very rich. They did not expect that such a thing would happen. Don't deceive people too much. Ting Qinglin gritted his teeth, the breath on his body swelled again. I saw light lingering on Ting Qinglin's hand, and all the energy was condensed in the palm of his hand. Seeing this, Hu Matsi couldn't help frowning. Damn, why didn't you beat him just now? Are you fucking targeting me? Chapter 1647. Hu Matsi is only the pinnacle of the Golden Core Realm, which is the pinnacle of the great martial sect. If he didn't use the spell, he would be able to resist Ting Qinglin's palm, but it would certainly not be easy. That's why Hu Matsi yelled at Ting Qinglin very dissatisfied, and then pulled David over and said, "It's better for you to come, this grandson doesn't talk about martial arts." Ting Qinglin is also angry. This is a fight, and it's a matter of life and death with one palm, it's not a family game. David smiled, and then stood in front of Ting Qinglin casually. At this moment, Ting Qinglin is already on the verge of an arrow, and he has to send it. Kid, die. Ting Qinglin slapped it with a palm, and the lingering light on the palm smashed into David's chest. David didn't move, but Ting Qinglin was blown away by the huge anti-shock force. Ting Qinglin's body slammed heavily on a table, smashing the table to pieces, scaring many guests to dodge in a hurry. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Ting Qinglin's mouth, and the breath on his body dissipated instantly. Seeing this scene, the surrounding guests unexpectedly applauded unconsciously. Seeing that everyone looked at David in shock and applauded for David, Hu Matsi said a little disappointedly, "Damn, you pretended to be a kid again." It can be seen that this Hu Matsi wants to pretend to be a force in front of these people. Ting Qinglin's teeth hurt at the moment. He stood up vigorously, gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you are dead this time. I tell you, I am a member of the Broken Heart sect, and our sect master will definitely kill you." When David heard the Broken Heart sect, he immediately laughed. "Are you really a Broken Heart sect?" "Yes, are you afraid?" Ting Qinglin raised the corner of his mouth. He thought that there would be no one in Baihai City who would not be afraid of the Broken Heart sect. "I'm afraid of your mother." David sneered, then looked at Hu Matsi and said, "Master Hu, the last one forced you to pretend." Hearing that, Hu Matsi immediately became happy and walked directly in front of Ting Qinglin. "You, what do you want to do?" Ting Qinglin looked at Hu Matsi in panic and asked. Hu Matsi stretched out his hand and gave that Ting Qinglin a slap. "Now contact your sect master and let him come and kill me." Ting Qinglin was stunned for a moment. He was a little confused. Who was this old man and the young man in front of him? Why don't you seem to be afraid of their heartbroken sect at all? Just when Ting Qinglin hesitated, Hu Matsi slapped him out again. "Fuck you to contact your suzerain, can't you hear?" Hu Matsi reprimanded Ting Qinglin like he was teaching a child. Ting Qinglin's heart was hit at this moment, and he was about to collapse. He hurriedly contacted the sect master of the Broken Heart sect, and the sect master of the Broken Heart sect hurriedly brought people here. "Wait, our sect master will bring someone soon," Ting Qinglin said fiercely. Seeing this, many guests were so frightened that they wanted to leave. If the sect master of the Heartbroken sect really brought people here, they should not be implicated again. Seeing that many guests were leaving, Hu Matsi was anxious. If everyone left, who would he pretend to force? Everyone, don't leave, just sit and watch, you'll be fine," Hu Matsi said loudly to the crowd. But where no one believes in him, there are still guests who want to leave. Seeing this, Hu Matsi directly took out 2 spells and threw them at the door. This time, everyone found that although the door was open, they couldn't get out. "I told you not to let you go, but you just don't listen, you have to force me to take action. Go and sit down, I promise you'll be fine," Hu Matsi said confidently. When everyone saw this, they could only sit back and wait for the arrival of the sect master of the Heartbroken sect. Chapter 1648. Soon, the sect master of the Broken Heart sect brought people, and as soon as he entered the door, he shouted loudly, "Ting Qinglin, who dares to look down on our Broken Heart sect?" Ting Qinglin hurried over. "Sect master, it's them, they asked me to call you." The sect master of the Broken Heart sect looked in the direction of Ting Qinglin's fingers. When he saw David and Hu Matsi, his whole face turned green. "I look down on you Broken Heart sect, what's wrong?" this is Humatsi walking towards the sect master of the Broken Heart sect. Grandson, this is our sect master, you dare to be so crazy, you just wait, Ting Qinglin roared when he saw that Humatsi was still crazy. But before he could finish speaking, he was slapped in the face by the sect master of the Heartbroken sect. Damn, you BA5 tard, even dare to disrespect Master Hu? After the sect master of Broken Heart sect finished speaking, he immediately said with a smile, Master Hu, I didn't know you were here, it's my subordinates being rude. Ting Qinglin, who was slapped, was dumbfounded when he saw that his suzerain was polite to Humatsi. And those guests also looked at Humatsi in surprise, with envy and admiration in their eyes. Feeling the eyes of everyone, Humatsi felt so happy. It's not that your subordinates are rude, it's that he wants to take over the Shin family. I don't care if it's your idea or not, I'll tell you that the Shin family has a relationship with me. If something happens to the Shin family in the future, I'll be the first to cut you off. At this time, David came over and said, Mr. Chen, the villain really doesn't know, don't worry, as long as my Broken Heart sect is still here in the future, the Shin family will definitely be fine. The sect master of the Broken Heart sect hastily guaranteed it. Get out of here with your people. David waved his hand. The sect master of the Broken Heart sect hurriedly took people away. The wedding scene was cleaned up again, and the wedding banquet continued. This time, David and Humatsi became more important figures than the bride and groom. People keep coming over to toast sets almost. David took the opportunity to leave, while Humatsi would not refuse. At the end of the drink, I was dizzy and drunk. The next morning, when Humatsi woke up, he found that David had left and returned to Kyoto. He left a letter to Humatsi and asked Humatsi to stay in Baihai City, so that he could study the ancient ruins of Fuzhong under heaven. When there is a chance, David will come to explore again. This guy, do you think I'm working for him? Humatsi crumpled the letter and threw it away, and lay back down again. Kyoto, the Dragon Family. In just a few days, the scene of the Long family became even more lively. Not only the Long family, Zhao Ligua's shadowless villa, and the Valley of the Four Evils, all moved back to Kyoto. In the past, in order to avoid the martial arts alliance, Zhao Ligua and the four evil men had to unite and go to Yaoshan Valley together. And now, the martial arts alliance is setting in the west, and there are countless aristocratic families who follow David. So they moved back. The Long family, Shadowless Mountain Villa, and the Valley of the Evil Man, the three families in Kyoto have become a thorn in the sidelines, echoing each other. Coupled with the Dong family's diehard loyalty to David, and the identity of the owner of Yaoshan Valley, David's influence in Kyoto is already the biggest. As the saying goes, one person attains the Tao and ascends to heaven, not only in Kyoto, but even Lin Tianhu and Qifeng in Herendel have become the largest sect in the area. The current David can be said to be unparalleled in beauty, and in the eyes of others, he is the object of worship. David did not expect that so many things had happened in the past few days after he left. Just when the major families followed David, Ningxi's face was gloomy all day in the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. The Martial Dao Alliance just got into his hands, and this kind of thing happened. The current Martial Arts Alliance has long lost its former glory. Chapter 1649. David, I must kill him, I must. Ningxi roared. He already hated David at this moment, and wished to kill David immediately. If you want to kill him, it's not impossible, but you have to go through a careful plan. In Ningxi's mind, an old voice said. Senior, how can I kill him? Ningxi hurriedly asked. You have the sacred weapon in your hand now, you are gathering some black copper robes, trying to find a way to lead that David to the Martial Arts Alliance, and then kill him. Said the soul. Then David probably won't come to the Martial Arts Alliance easily, right? Now that we have torn our faces, will he still come? Ningxi asked. Of course, you forgot that he has the handle in our hands. The soul smiled faintly. Ningxi instantly remembered Sonia, who was locked up in the dungeon, and said with a smile, yes, I can use his girlfriend to lead that David to the Martial Arts Alliance. As long as that David dares to come, I must not let him escape this time. If he doesn't die, the Martial Arts Alliance will never have peace. The soul said, It's not terrible that the martial arts alliance will never have a peaceful day. The terrible thing is that if David grows up, you will lose your value, and the power will not value you. Yes, I can't lose the respect of the Almighty, this time I must kill David. Ning Ji's eyes flashed with firm determination, and then he used his identity to start calling the black copper robe. And David didn't know Ning Ji's plan for him, and he was still staying in Kyoto. He was waiting for Gu Fuhai to come back and inquire about the news of Zhixiao Mansion. On this day, Gu Jiayi's phone call came. David saw that it was Gu Jiayi's call, and the whole person became a little excited. Gu Jiayi is looking for herself, which shows that Gu Fuhai should be back. Sure enough, Gu Jiayi informed David to go to Ji's house and said that her father had returned. David hurried to Ji's house. Gu Fuhai was waiting for David in the living room. Seeing David coming, he got up quickly and said, "Mr. Chen, please sit down." "Patriarch Gu, you are too polite, just call me David," David said quickly. After all, there is something to ask for, and David doesn't dare to ask for it. "Ha ha ha, during the time I was gone, so many things happened in Kyoto, you can bear this sentence, Mr. Chen." Gu Fuhai laughed. "Haha, I heard Jiayi say, you have found me, is there something wrong?" "Patriarch Gu, I want to inquire with you about the Zhixiao Mansion." "Where is the Zhixiao Mansion, do you know?" David asked Gu Fuhai. "What are you doing in Zhixiao Mansion? Even if you tell you the location, you won't be able to enter Zhixiao Mansion." Gu Fuhai said. "Why?" David was puzzled. Sects like Zhixiao Mansion all live in secret realms, and you can't find them in this mundane world at all. Just like our Gu family, the real power of our Gu family is also in the secret realm. Now many immortal clans are also hidden in secret realms, and they almost never come to the mundane world. I remember telling you all these things. Immortal cultivators who stay in the mundane world will not have too high achievements after all. Gu Fuhai followed David to explain. "Patriarch Gu, then you live in the secret realm with Zhixiao Mansion, can you lead me to Zhixiao Mansion?" David asked. Gu Fuhai smiled, "Although we live in the same secret realm, we are not in the same secret realm. The battle between the fairy and the devil, when the world collapses. 8 secret realms were opened up by the 8 Vajra Buddhas, and some immortal cultivators who were retained entered these 8 secret realms. I explained it like this, you should understand it." Gu Fuhai looked at David and asked. Chapter 1650. David nodded. "Patriarch Gu, can't we communicate with each other between these 8 secret realms?" "That's not true. There are teleportation arrays between the 8 secret realms, which can be teleported to the secret realm you want. But after one transmission, you need to wait 3 days before you can continue to transmit the same person, so few people use it." Gu Fuhai replied. "Why?" David was a little puzzled. Since there was a teleportation formation, why didn't he go to another secret realm? "May I ask Mr. Chen, will you suddenly be teleported to a very unfamiliar place? And you have to stay there for 3 days, let alone 3 days, I am afraid that in 3 hours, all the treasures and resources in your body will be taken away." Gu Fuhai smiled. The immortal cultivators in the secret realm are just like ordinary people, and the characters that ordinary people have are the same as immortal cultivators. This time, David understood. It seemed that in the secret realm, the major families were also intriguing and hostile to each other. David suddenly remembered Han Qinger he met some time ago, as well as those powerful men in black, as well as domestic servants. "Patriarch Gu, can people in the secret realm enter the mundane realm?" David asked. "Of course, didn't I just come back from the secret realm? However, people in the secret realm will rarely come to the mundane world, because once the people in the secret realm come to the mundane realm and stay for a certain period of time, it will cause the danger of stagnation or even regression. So people in the secret realm rarely come to the mundane world except for urgent matters, and some things in the mundane world can't get into their eyes at all. As the spokesperson of the Gu family in the secular world, I have stayed in the secular world for a long time, so my strength has not improved." Gu Fuhai smiled helplessly, and it could be seen that he was eager for strength, but it was a pity that he was chosen to be a spokesperson in the secular world, and he could only obey. David thought about it for a while, And indeed the cultivators he met in the mundane world were not very powerful, but he was an exception. It's just that David still doesn't know if there will be a bottleneck in the later strength improvement. If there is really no way to improve in the secular world, David wants to practice in the secret realm. Patriarch Gu, I have an unkind request. I wonder if Patriarch Gu can agree. David asked slightly embarrassedly. Mr. Chen, but it doesn't matter. Gu Fuhai laughed. Can the Gu family take me to a secret realm to see your immortal clan? David asked cautiously. He was very afraid of Gu Fuhai's rejection. After all, these all involve family secrets. Of course you can. To be honest, when I came back this time, our Gu family elders specially told me to take you to the Gu family land. Gu Fuhai said without concealment. David was stunned for a moment. Patriarch Gu, what's going on? Do you guys from the Gu family still know me? Of course, I have reported all your deeds in the secular world to the clan elder, so the clan elder is very interested in you. Gu Fuhai said. David did not expect that Gu Fuhai would actually talk about himself with the Gu family, but thinking about it is right. Gu Fuhai, as the spokesperson of the Gu family in the secular world, of course Gu Fuhai will report what happens in the secular world. Patriarch Gu, when do we leave? David couldn't wait in his heart. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, you stay at my GE's house for one night, and we'll leave tomorrow. Gu Fuhai said to David. Seeing this, David could only nod his head and promised to stay at GE's house for one night. Gu Fuhai smiled and then winked at Gu Jiai, who was blushing. I don't know what the father and daughter are doing.